Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei can use moon breathing like Kokushibo and harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Your Yanagam for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Being the older brother of a sister who was talented at pretty much everything sucks. Whereas the sister would receive love, admiration, attention, the older brother would be left ignored, unwanted, unloved. This was particularly true in the case of Issei Hayato. His sister, Sarah Hayato, was the perfect child in every sense. Smart, beautiful, athletic, she was the dream child of every parent, whereas Issei himself was flawed in their eyes. With no particular talent to show off, Issei was considered subpar by his parents. The only ones who did see his suffering was his sister and young childhood friend Irina. Plus, Irina met Issei in a park when they were both 7. Issei's parents had gone out of the city with his sister for some national sports event, followed by an art exhibition, which left Issei alone at home. Being the young kid he was, he headed to the park after school, where he found his usual spot, the swing, being occupied by a young person with short brown hair and a wide smile upon their face as her father pushed her along. Issei saw this, imagining himself in the child's position. A small sad smile formed on his face before he aborted his plan to go to the park and headed home. It was then that the young brunette was approached by the other child, her father behind her. The young child before him beamed at him, before announcing herself. "Hi! I'm Irina. What's your name?" she asked happily. "I'm Issei," the boy replied. "Wanna play with me?" Issei looked at her dad. The older man looks down towards the young child. A small smile adorned his face. It was a friendly smile, not one of pride that his parents used for his sister, but one of care. "Go play with my daughter. And sure you two will make great friends," the man says before heading over to a bench at the edge of the park. Leaving his bag next to the bench the man was sitting on, Issei follows the bright young girl to the playground, where the two spent their next hour enjoying themselves. Issei laughed along with Irina, both thoroughly enjoying the time spent together. As it approached sunset, Irina's father decided it was time to head home, making Issei visibly upset. "Don't worry, we can play again tomorrow," Irina says brightly. Issei returns the smile and nods before waving goodbye to his new friend. Irina waves back before heading in the opposite direction, holding her father's hand. Every small gesture of affection from the older man to his daughter was caught on by Issei, from the smiles to the soft scolding to the hand holding. Grabbing his bag from the seat, Issei starts his small trek home. On the trek, small thoughts pop into his mind, thoughts that should not be going through a young boy's mind. What does it feel like to hold someone's hand? What does it feel like to be cared for? What does it feel like to be loved and wanted? The young boy stood in front of the house that he called home. Opening the door, Issei was greeted by a silent, dull hallway. Closing the door softly behind him, a small click was heard as he locked it. Taking off his shoes, Issei walked down the corridor into the kitchen. On the table was a simple meal he made for himself in the morning. After putting the meal in the microwave to heat up, Issei went to the bathroom to take a short shower. Inside, thoughts swelled around within his mind. Does anyone actually care about me? Was that girl, Irina I think she was called, was she just being nice to me? Issei quickly finished his shower, drying himself and getting changed. As he was getting changed, he sees the signs of neglect upon his body. Skinny, bony, not much color on his skin. After putting on his clothes, albeit slightly tattered, he returned to the kitchen to find his microwaved food still warm. Setting it down on the table, he turns off the kitchen light and turns on the light for the dining room. "Itadakimasu," he says to himself before eating. After finishing, he washes the cutlery and dishes before retiring to his room with his school bag. Taking out his homework, he completes it quickly before going to bed, the only place where he can truly be happy. Issei's mindscape. In the depths of Issei Hayato's subconscious, a strange sensation pulled him into an unfamiliar realm. The air was thick with an ancient energy, and he found himself standing in a vast, eerie structure that seemed to stretch into eternity, the Infinity Castle. The air was thick with an ancient energy, and he found himself standing in a vast, eerie structure that seemed to stretch into eternity, the Infinity Castle. Its dark, twisting corridors and shifting architecture played tricks on his eyes, making it hard to discern reality from illusion. "Where am I?" Issei muttered, feeling both curious and unnerved. His mind raced as he tried to recall how he had ended up in this bizarre place. As he wandered through the labyrinthine hallways, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to press in on him. The castle's dim lighting cast long shadows, creating an otherworldly ambience. Suddenly, he heard a deep, resonant voice echo through the corridor. "Welcome, Issei Hayato." Issei turned quickly, his eyes widening as he saw a tall, imposing figure emerge from the shadows. The man had long, flowing hair and striking, heterochromatic eyes, one a deep crimson, the other a vibrant purple. His presence exuded a mixture of power and menace. "Who are you?" Issei asked, his voice steady despite the growing tension. The figure stepped closer, revealing the intricate patterns of his kimono and the unmistakable aura of a warrior. "I am Kokushibbo," he replied, his voice calm yet commanding. "And you, Issei, are my reincarnation." Issei's mind struggled to process the revelation. "Reincarnation? What are you talking about?" Kokushibbo's eyes bore into Issei's, filled with a mix of ancient wisdom and lingering sorrow. "Long ago, I was a powerful demon, a member of the 12 Kizuki. My life was filled with battles and bloodshed. However, in my final moments, I realized the futility of my path. I sought redemption, and in doing so, my soul was reborn in you." Issei's mind reeled with the weight of Kokushibbo's words. "So, what does that mean for me?" Kokushibbo's expression softened slightly. "It means that within you lies untapped potential, power that you have yet to awaken. I am here to guide you, to teach you the ways of the sword and the mind, so that you may surpass your limits and protect those you care about." A mix of determination and curiosity flared within Issei. "All right, if you can help me become stronger, then I'll learn from you." Kokushibbo nodded approvingly. "Very well. Our training begins now." The castle shifted around them, transforming into a vast, open training ground. Kokushibbo drew his katana, its blade gleaming with a deadly precision. "First, you must learn to control your breath, to harness your inner strength." Issei mirrored Kokushibbo's stance, feeling the weight of the sword in his hand. As they moved through the forms and techniques, he felt a connection growing, a bond that transcended time and space. Kokushibbo's teachings were rigorous, pushing Issei to his limits, but he persevered, driven by the desire to become strong. Days turned into weeks, and Issei's skills improved remarkably. He learned to channel his energy, to strike with precision and power. With each passing day, he grew closer to understanding the depths of his reincarnated soul. One evening, as they stood in the training ground, Kokushibbo looked at Issei with a rare smile. "You have done well, Issei. Remember, the strength you seek is not just in your sword, but in your heart. Protect those you cherish, and you will never falter." Issei nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose and confidence. "Thank you, Kokushibbo. I won't let you down." As the Infinity Castle began to fade, Issei felt himself being pulled back to reality. He woke up in his room, the memories of his training vivid in his mind. He knew that, with Kokushibbo's guidance, he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After his intense training with Kokushibbo in the depths of his subconscious, Issei Hayato made a momentous decision. He left his home without a word, vanishing into the world to continue his training. Issei sought to master the moon-breathing technique that Kokushibbo had taught him, and he knew he had to do it on his own. For years, Issei wandered the world, honing his skills and pushing his limits. His dedication was unwavering as he practiced day and night, learning to harness the full potential of moon-breathing. He grew stronger, his movements more precise and lethal with each passing day. Years had passed since Issei Hayata's surreal encounter with Kokushibbo in the depths of his mindscape. The lessons he had learned in the Infinity Castle remained etched in his memory, guiding his every move. Determined to harness his newfound abilities, Issei dedicated himself to mastering the art of moon breathing, the sword techniques imparted to him by his ancient mentor. In the real world, Issei trained relentlessly. He honed his skills with unwavering focus, his sword slicing through the air with the precision and grace of a seasoned warrior. Each day, he pushed himself to his limits, channeling the power of his reincarnated soul into his training. During this time, Issei also encountered Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, who revealed the existence of the supernatural world. He learned about the complex hierarchies of devils, fallen angels, and other mystical beings that inhabited the shadows of society. The revelation fueled Issei's desire to become stronger, to protect the innocent from the dangers lurking in the darkness. Driven by a sense of purpose, Issei embarked on a mission to hunt down stray devils and fallen angels who posed a threat to humanity. With each encounter, he gained valuable experience, his combat skills sharpened by the intense battles he faced. His reputation as a fearsome warrior began to spread throughout the supernatural world. However, Issei's relentless pursuit of justice did not go unnoticed. His appearance, strikingly similar to Kokushibo's, because of that Issei became a symbol of fear among his enemies. The supernatural community whispered of a dangerous figure, an unknown warrior whose mere presence sent shivers down their spines. They knew nothing of his name, only the terror he brought upon those who dared to cross his path. They call him the Moon Slayer, clad in dark robes, with heterochromatic eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. Issei's transformation was complete. His hair, long and flowing, added to his enigmatic aura. He moved through the shadows like a specter, his every step calculated and purposeful. The supernatural world was in turmoil. Stray devils and fallen angels lived in fear of the mysterious warrior who hunted them relentlessly. Whispers of his deeds reached even the highest echelons of power. Leaders of various factions convened, desperate to uncover the identity of this formidable adversary. One evening, as Issei walked through a moonlit forest, he sensed a presence approaching. He stopped, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his katana. From the shadows emerged a figure, an emissary sent by a powerful devil faction. "Who are you?" the emissary demanded, trying to mask his fear with bravado. Issei's eyes bore into the emissary's soul, his voice calm yet laced with an underlying menace. "I am a guardian of humanity, a hunter of those who threaten the innocent." The emissary trembled, recognizing the danger he faced. "Why do you hunt us? What do you seek?" Issei's grip tightened on his sword. "I seek to protect. To rid the world of those who prey on the weak. You have brought this upon yourselves." With a swift, fluid motion, Issei drew his katana, its blade reflecting the pale moonlight. The emissary barely had time to react before Issei struck, his movements a blur of lethal precision. The emissary fell, a testament to Issei's unyielding resolve. As the forest grew silent once more, Issei sheathed his sword and continued on his path. His journey was far from over. The supernatural world might not know his name, but they would come to understand the force of his will, the power of his convictions. Issei Hayato, guided by the teachings of Kokushibo and driven by the legacy of Drake, would become a legend, a guardian whose very presence heralded the dawn of a new era of justice. The orc and SCPR on the ground looked beat up and unable to fight back, Sarah gripping her hands tightly, blaming herself that she wasn't strong enough to stop Kokabil. Kokabil's triumphant laughter echoed through the dimly lit chamber as he stood amidst his followers, the air thick with anticipation and malice. "I've won! The war between the three factions will begin anew, and I will be the catalyst," he declared with an arrogant smirk, confident that his plans to ignite a war among the factions of the supernatural world were finally coming to fruition. As Kokabil raised his hand to summon a spear of light, but just as he was about to kill Sarah with his light spear, the air grew heavy, and time seemed to slow. Kokabil's eyes widened in shock. Why is it sudden change of atmosphere? Everyone thought except Kokabil. What is this chilling presence? Feeling, Kokabil thought. His hand was cut off by a figure materialized beside Kokabil with an aura of calm resolve. It was Issei, Kokushibo, his heterochromatic eyes gleaming with resolve. Kokabil was too frightened to scream in pain. Kokabil turned his head hesitantly to the right, sensing something amiss, only to find himself looking at the figure that appeared to his side with that seemed to materialize out of thin air. Kokabil's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Who? Before he could ask, his wings were sliced cleanly off, leaving him to collapse to the ground in agony. "Ah, Kokabilia have gone too far," Kokushibo said calmly with pressure making Kokabil shake a bit, his gaze locked on Kokabil with unwavering intensity. In that moment, everyone who had infiltrated Kokabil's inner circle felt a chill run down their spine. Everyone had heard whispers of a formidable figure known only as the Moon Slayer, a mysterious warrior who appeared out of nowhere in the supernatural world. Everyone watched in awe and shocked as the figure effortlessly cut Kokabil's wings with such speed that it looked like he didn't even move. Kokabil staggered on his knees while holding his cut-off hand, blood staining his robes as he realized the depth of his mistake. "Impossible, who the hell are you?" he gasped, his voice choked with pain and disbelief. Issei remained quiet and was about to cut his head clean but was interrupted by a kick with white armor about to hit his face, but Issei's was able to block it easily, the sound of a powerful clash between a kick and a blade. After a few seconds, the mysterious figure in armor jumped back a few meters away and narrowed its eyes at Kokushibbo. "Wait a minute, that's the White Dragon Empress Vala," Sona said out loud. The mysterious figure presence made itself known. Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Empress, her eyes narrowing at the sight of Kokabil's defeat. "So you know who I am, Sona Citri?" Vala questioned as shifted her attention to the Devil Heiress. "Of course we know who you are. You are this generation's White Dragon Empress. However, the real question is, what on earth are you doing here?" Sona questioned. "Simple, my objective is to retrieve Kokabil before he gets himself killed," Vala stated, and now turned her attention back to Kokushibbo. "And it seems I was just in time." "Hey you!" Vala said as she locked eyes with Issei. "You've meddled where you shouldn't have." Kokabil was to be brought in alive. Issei met her gaze evenly, his expression unreadable yet filled with determination. Kokabil's actions were a threat to the balance. Issei stated calmly, Vala said, her voice cold and calculating. "My mission is to retrieve Kokabil alive, so I can't let you kill him." Vala lunged at Issei, her speed and power impressive. She aimed a kick at him, hoping to catch him off guard. Issei blocked the attack effortlessly. Vala is Gyomii and her throw punch and kick, while Kokushibbo is blocking and parrying her attack with his blade. Vala's balance breaker armor gleamed as she launched a series of rapid strikes at Issei. He parried each one with ease, his movements fluid and controlled. The battle raged on, the ground beneath them cracking and shattering under the force of their blows. Despite Vala's formidable strength, she used her divine dividing DV. But before she could even use it, Issei was upon her, his katana poised for the final strike. Issei breath and moon breathing, first form, dark moon evening palace. Kokushibbo swiftly swing his katana in a singular horizontal motion in a crescent slash in front of Vala. The strike connected with Vala's armor, creating a crack that sent her flying backward. Vala crashed to the ground, her armor shattered and her body bruised. For a moment, she lay still, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, with a groan, she deactivated her balance breaker, her armor dissipating into the ether, revealing herself without the armor. Then, with a groan, she deactivated her balance breaker, her armor dissipating into the ether, revealing herself without the armor. Vala struggled to rise, her eyes locked onto Issei's with a mixture of respect and frustration. She prepared to use divine dividing again, but before she could activate her power, Issei stood over her, his expression unreadable. And she knew she had been outmatched. Issei stood over her, his expression unreadable. "Your mission is over," he said, his voice carrying a note of finality. Vala struggled to her feet, her pride wounded more than her body. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice hoarse. Issei looked at her, his eyes reacting a lifetime of battles and loss. You may call me Kokushibbo," he said simply, sheathing his sword. "Remember that name." Without another word, he turned and vanished into the night, leaving Valley and the remnants of the battle behind. Time skipped to the meeting of the three factions for peace. The Grand Hall of Ko Academy was filled with a palpable tension as representatives from the three factions, angels, fallen angels, and devils, gathered to discuss the terms of a historic peace treaty. The leaders stood at the center, surrounded by their respective entourages. At the head of the assembly, Surzux Lucifer, the Devil King, exuded an air of calm authority. Beside him, Michael, the leader of the angels, radiated a serene and composed presence. Opposite them stood Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, whose eyes gleamed with a mix of curiosity and cautious optimism. Surzux Lucifer stepped forward, his voice calm and authoritative. "Thank you all for coming. Today, we stand on the precipice of a new era. An era of peace and cooperation. The war has brought nothing but suffering and loss to all our factions. It is time to end this cycle of violence." Michael nodded in agreement. "The time for war is over. We must work together to protect this world from greater threats." Azazel smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Finally, something we all agree on. Peace is within our grasp if we can set aside our differences." As the leaders discussed the terms of the treaty and Azazel apologizing for Kokabil's actions, a sense of hope began to fill the room. The representatives of each faction listened intently, their eyes reflecting the desire for a better future. After a few minutes of negotiation, The three leaders finally came to an agreement. It is settled then, Surzex declared. From this day forward, our factions will work together to ensure the peace and prosperity of our worlds. As the leaders discussed the terms of the peace agreement, a sense of hope began to fill the room. They spoke of mutual cooperation, shared responsibilities, and the importance of unity. However, the conversation soon shifted to a more pressing issue. Surzex addressed the room, his expression serious. There is one matter we must discuss. The mysterious figure known as Kokushibo. He has been causing significant disturbances in the supernatural world. Michael sighed, his expression thoughtful. We have heard reports of his actions. He has hunted down stray devils and fallen angels with a ruthlessness that is both impressive and concerning. Surzex nodded. His appearance and abilities are unlike anything we have seen before. He poses a significant threat, but he also seems to act with a certain code of honor. Azazel sighed, rubbing his temples. We've tried to gather information on him, but he remains unknown. No one knows his true intentions. All we have are descriptions of his appearance: long hair, heterochromatic 6 eyes, and a presence that strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies. Michael looked around the room, his eyes meeting those of the other leaders. Is he a potential ally or a threat we must eliminate? Before anyone could answer, Rias stepped forward. We encountered him recently. He saved us from Kokabil. His power is immense, but he didn't harm us. Azazel crossed his arms and sighed deeply. Yes, I almost forgot about that. What do you mean, Azazel? Michael asked. You see, when Kokushibo was about to kill Kokabil, Vala here, my adopted daughter, to retrieve Kokabil for me, Azazel said while glancing at Vala, who was clenching her fist. Kokushibo nearly killed Kokabil, but Vala was able to come on time and stop him. Vala was nearly killed, but he showed mercy to her and told his name was Kokushibo and disappeared in thin air. Azazel, look at Vala, am I right? Yes, that what happened, Vala admitted while looking down. As Surzex was about to say something, he was interrupted by an explosions that rocked the building, and the atmosphere shifted from one of cautious curiosity to immediate danger. The old Satan faction, led by the remnants of those who opposed peace, launched a surprise attack. Explosions looked out the broken wall to see they were surrounded by thousands of these hooded figures. They were all hovering around the school building, which seemed to be fixated in a fake alternative Tokyo, as the sky seemed to be multicolored, with it occasionally changing from red to purple to green to blue, and the surrounding areas were completely stripped of pedestrians and human life. Everyone looked up from the broken wall to see a tall, bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure hovering just in front of the hooded figures, smirking arrogantly at the leaders of the three faction. Kateria Leviathan, what brings you here? Surzex questioned with hateful eyes. To bring an end to your atrocities. What kind of devil side with the enemy? You and Seraphal have brought shame to the name and legacy of the original Lucifer. Judging by their numbers, it looks like we all gonna need to work together to get out of this situation. Azazel said as stretching his neck to get the blood flowing. Sigh, it looks like it. Well, all of you that have some combat experience, please join us outside. Michael said as he and Gabriel flew out the window and into the battlefield. Rias, Sona, rally up the members of your peerages. We gonna need as much help as we can. Surzex ordered as he, as well as Seraphal, followed Michael and Gabriel to battle. Well, looks like we up as well. You ready? Azazel questioned. Am always ready for a good fight. Penemy responded with a cheeky grin. Azazel chuckled. Well, let's go. The rest of the devils proceeded to leave the room in order to rally up their comrades. Rooftop of a building. Issei stood atop the rooftop, observing the chaos below with an unflinching gaze. Watched the unfolding events with a calm and calculated demeanor. His heterochromatic eyes took in every detail of the skirmishes below. From his vantage point, he could see the leaders of the three factions fighting valiantly against the forces of the old Satan faction. He watched as Azazel clashed with Kateria Leviathan, their battle a fierce display of power and skill. The members of the Occult Research Club fought with determination, their combined efforts holding the enemy at bay. Issei shifted his gaze to his little sister, Sarah, who was fighting bravely alongside her friends. A hint of pride flickered in his eyes as he observed her courage and tenacity. Despite the intense combat below, he remained motionless, his presence concealed from those engaged in the conflict. Partner, you noticed them, right? Drake questioned his host. Nod, I noticed them the moment they arrived. Issei responded in his thoughts with a calm tone. Well, you deal with that, partner. And going to sleep, the Red Dragon said before he went to sleep. Kokushibbo, Vala called out, she and her group approached from behind, their footsteps barely audible. Vala stepped forward, her gaze fierce as she addressed Kokushibo. Vala's eyes flashed with a mix of anger and determination. She hadn't forgotten her defeat. Issei turned his head slightly, acknowledging their presence without fully turning around. What do you want, Vala Lucifer? Vala took a step forward, her team standing alert but non-threatening. I have a proposition for you. And what would that be? Issei asked with calm look on his face. From an organization called the Cows Brigade, as they have seemed to take an interest in you. Who are this Cows Brigade you speak of? Simple, there are beings in that organization that can be a real threat to you. Plus, let's not forget Ophis is after you, and I know you could sense how powerful she is. Vala said. And who are these beings, that I should even fear this organization called Cows Brigade? Issei asked with narrowed eyes. You will only get that information after you join me, Vala said while extending her hand to Issei for a handshake. Your offer is intriguing, Issei said, his voice calm and steady. But I have no need for your protection or your cause. I refuse your offer. Kuroka stepped forward, her usual playful demeanor evident. Are you sure, Naya? We could have some fun together, Naya, she said, winking at him. Baiko, standing next to Kuroka, added, Yeah, we could really use someone of your strength. Issei remained silent, his eyes looked back on the battlefield. Vala crossed her arms. You don't know what you're missing, Kokushibo. We could achieve great things together. Kuroka, with a mischievous glint in her eye, leaned in closer to Kokushibo. Hey, Kokushibo, have you ever thought about having a child, Naya? She teased, ending with her signature playful tone. Issei glanced at Kuroka, his expression unchanged. That is not something I am interested in, Kuroka pouted playfully. Too bad, Naya. You'd make a great father, she said, giggling. Vala sighed, realizing that convincing Kokushibo wouldn't be easy. Let's go, she said to her group. We have other matters to attend to. As they turned to leave, Kokushibo returned his gaze to the battlefield, his mind already drifting back to his own thoughts. Everyone has been fighting non-stop, and they started to slowly lose their stamina. Serafal and Penami were doing their best to protect Rias, Sona and their peerages from the onslaught of attacks. They were able to take down a good amount of the demon and magician army, but for every one they took down, 6 or 7 would come to take their place. Heavy panting, this is really not looking good, Penami said, trying her best to catch her breath. Heavy panting, where ereth the other? Serafal questioned, Their bibicidealing with Kateria. Penami stated with her collapsing to her knees from exhaustion. As Penami collapsed to her knees, her body trembling from exhaustion, Serafal gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand tall despite the burning fatigue in her limbs. The battlefield was Serafal clenched her fists, her normally cheerful demeanor replaced with an expression of grim determination. She knew they couldn't hold out much longer at this rate. Their stamina was running low, their magic reserves were dwindling, and the enemy just kept coming. Penemu struggled to push herself up, her wings twitching weakly. Damn it, if this keeps up, we won't last much longer. Rias and Sona, along with their peerages, stood behind them, exhausted but still ready to fight. Their breathing was ragged, and their bodies ached, but retreat wasn't an option. Not when their enemy sought to wipe them out completely. Just as another wave of enemies surged forward, a suffocating aura suddenly engulfed the battlefield. A chilling pressure that made even the demons and magicians pause in their tracks. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood and steel. The shadows stretched unnaturally, as if the darkness itself was alive. Then, step. A single footstep echoed through the battlefield. Slow. Deliberate. The enemy forces turned, their expressions shifting from confidence to unease. Boom! A deafening shockwave erupted from above. The sky itself seemed to tremble as a shadowy figure plummeted from the heavens, landing in the center of the battlefield with an impact that cracked the very earth beneath him. Dust and debris exploded outward, forcing both ally and enemy to shield their eyes. Emerging from the darkness, a lone figure stepped forward, standing tall amidst the carnage. He was clad in dark robes with intricate patterns resembling the night sky. His long, wavy hair cascaded down his back, tinted with a deep violet hue. His piercing, 6 glowing eyes scanned the battlefield with an eerie calmness. A massive katana rested at his side, its blade gleaming ominously under the moonlight. A heavy silence followed. Then, from within the settling dust, a single figure stood, tall, ominous, otherworldly. A long, flowing dark kimono adorned with eerie patterns resembling a starless night draped over his form. His violet-tinted hair cascaded down his back, barely swaying in the wind. But what struck fear into those who gazed upon him were his 6 glowing eyes, each radiating an unnatural light that pierced through the darkness. The enemy forces froze. Even the most battle-hardened demons and magicians hesitated, their instincts screaming at them to run. Everyone is shaking in fear. Seraphal narrowed her eyes, gripping her wand tightly. What the hell is that? Penemu, still on her knees, felt her breath hitch. She had seen countless terrifying beings before, but something about him sent a primal chill down her spine. The figure stood motionless for a moment before slowly tilting his head, scanning the battlefield. His gaze landed on Seraphal, Penemu, Rias, and Sona's exhausted forces, then shifted toward the enemy army. He sighed. Then, he moved. In a blink of an eye, he surged forward. Seemingly like he teleported. Slash! A single arc of his blade carved through the enemy lines, cutting down dozens in an instant. Their bodies collapsed before they could even react. The enemy's confidence shattered, replaced by sheer panic. What the hell is that thing? One magician screamed, scrambling backward. Fall back! Fall back! Another demon shrieked. Seraphal and Penemu could only watch in stunned silence as the unknown swordsman continued his massacre. Every movement was fluid, precise, merciless. No wasted motion. No hesitation. It was like watching death itself move across the battlefield. And then, just as suddenly as he arrived, the swordsman came to a stop, his blade dripping with blood. He exhaled softly, shaking his head. Pathetic, he muttered. Nina pushed herself up, still feeling the weight of exhaustion, but her mind was racing. Who was that? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. One of Ria's peerage members, Kiba, wiped the blood off his sword and spoke up. I've heard rumors about a warrior who appears on battlefields, cutting down enemies without mercy. No one knows who he is, only that he moves like a ghost in the night. He turned toward the others, his eyes serious. They call him the Moon Hunter. A heavy silence followed his words. The Moon Hunter? Sona repeated, adjusting her cracked glasses. That wasn't just any warrior. Whoever he was, he took out an entire wave of enemies in seconds. Not just that, Akino added, her usual playful smirk absent. Did you see his eyes? There were 6 of them. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. No normal being, devil, angel, or fallen, had such an appearance. Rias crossed her arms, deep in thought. If he's the Moon Hunter, then why did he help us? Maybe we were just in the way of his real targets, Kaneko murmured, still staring at the spot where the swordsman had stood. Seraphal exhaled sharply. Doesn't matter right now. We need to regroup and recover. We'll figure out what to do about the Moon Hunter later. As the group gathered their wounded and prepared to leave, Rias stole one last glance toward the night sky. The battlefield was painted with blood, the ground cracked and scorched from endless battles. The air reeked of iron and burnt flesh. Azazel stood nearby, his golden eyes locked onto Kateria Leviathan, but something changed. She wasn't even looking at him anymore. Her entire focus was now on him. Kokushibbo. The 6-eyed swordsman stood motionless, his tall, ominous figure exuding an unnatural stillness. His long, violet-tinted hair barely swayed, despite the wind that howled across the field. The battlefield fell silent. Kateria Leviathan's piercing violet eyes locked onto the 6-eyed swordsman. A deep, primal fear coiled around her chest, her instincts screaming at her in ways they never had before. She had fought gods, devils, and dragons. She had stared death in the face countless times. But this was different. Kokushibbo stood still, his massive katana resting at his side. He did not radiate bloodlust. He did not shift his stance, and yet, he was the most terrifying presence she had ever encountered. From a distance, Vala and her team watched. Albion's voice rumbled in the back of Vala's mind. This man does not feel like a devil, an angel, or a human. No, he feels wrong. Kuroka's usual smirk was absent. She wrapped her arms around herself, her golden eyes wide. Naya, this doesn't feel like fighting a strong enemy. This feels like we're staring at something that shouldn't exist. Biko gripped his staff tightly. TCH. I don't like this. He's just standing there, but my instincts are telling me to run. Even Arthur, ever the calm swordsman, furrowed his brow. I can't feel his presence. No bloodlust, no aura. It's like he's not even here. Lu-Fei shivered. This is like a nightmare. Kateria couldn't take it anymore. Her body moved before she even thought about it. With a scream, she shot forward, instinct driving her to kill this thing before it could move. Lightning crackled around her, and hundreds of magic circles appeared in an instant, firing a barrage of destruction spells. The battlefield exploded in flames. The sky flashed with violet lightning, the earth shattering beneath the force of her magic. And yet, as the dust settled, her breath caught in her throat. Kokushibbo stood there, unharmed. His blade was still at his side. Her heart pounded violently against her ribs. She refused to hesitate. With a furious snarl, she launched herself at him, moving faster than sound. Her hands became a blur, magic-infused claws tearing toward his throat. Then, he finally moved. Kokushibbo took one slow step forward. Kateria's entire body seized up. Her breathing turned ragged. She felt something she had never felt before, true fear. Her legs trembled, the overwhelming weight of his presence crushing her soul. Her mind screamed at her to run, but she knew she wouldn't make it. Kokushibbo raised his blade. The battlefield held its breath. Then, slash! A crescent arc of pure death erased the space between them. Kateria didn't even have time to scream. Her body was bisected. Blood filled the air. Her two halves collapsed to the ground. Silence. Vala and her team could not move. Lufei covered her mouth, her entire body shaking. Baika's fingers twitched over his staff, sweat dripping down his face. Kuroka physically stepped back. This isn't a warrior, Naya. Arthur's grip on Excalibur tightened. His sharp gaze never left Kokushibbo. That was beyond swordsmanship. Vala clenched her fists. For the first time in her life, she questioned if she could win. Aftermath. The battlefield was eerily silent. Everyone stood frozen, scanning their surroundings. The tension was suffocating, the weight of Kokushibbo's presence still lingering in the air. But he was gone. Rias, Seraphal, and the others instinctively braced themselves, expecting another attack. Their eyes darted across the ruins, searching for any sign of him. Where did he go? Penemu muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Seraphal narrowed her eyes. I don't sense anything. It's like he disappeared completely. That's impossible, Kiba said, gripping his sword. Someone like that doesn't just vanish. But he did. No trace. No sound. Not even a flicker of movement. It was as if he had never been there to begin with. Yet, he was somewhere, and only one group knew where. The aftermath of Kokushibbo's massacre left an eerie silence over the battlefield. The air hung thick with blood, smoke, and the lingering pressure of something far beyond mortal comprehension. Kateria Leviathan was gone, erased before she could even register her own death. And yet, Kokushibbo did not revel in his victory. He did not gloat. He merely stood in place, his blood-stained blade resting at his side, his 6 glowing eyes surveying the field with unsettling calmness. Then, everyone blinked, and in that single instant, he vanished. The next thing they knew, he was above them, perched on the crumbling rooftop where Vala and her team stood. Vala's eyes widened. Her instincts flared, her magic surging at the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. One moment, he was there. The next, he was upon them. No sound. No movement. Just there. Kuroka audibly gasped, her cat-like instincts screaming at her to flee. And Naya. What the hell? Biko took a reflexive step back, gripping his staff. I didn't even see him move. Lufei's breath hitched. That's not teleportation. It's something else. Arthur Pendragon, however, did not flinch. His grip on Excalibur ruler tightened, his sharp blue eyes locking on to Kokushibbo with measured calculation. Kokushibbo, unfazed by their reactions, simply let his many eyes settle upon Vala. His presence alone sent a wave of suffocating dread through the group. Then, he spoke. If you wish to test your blade. He lifted his katana slightly, the blade gleaming under the moonlight. Then stepped forward. His voice was calm, steady, but absolute. Vala inhaled sharply. Every fiber of her being screamed danger. She had faced dragons. Gods. Beings who could bend reality itself. And yet, this was something else. Something that didn't belong in this world. She exhaled slowly, her lips curling into a forced smirk. I think I'll pass. Kokushibbo said nothing. He simply stared. Then, a new voice broke the silence. I won't. Arthur Pendragon stepped forward. Vala's head snapped toward him. Arthur! Vala started, but he raised a hand, silencing her. His gaze never left Kokushibbo. He raised his hand, silencing her. His blue eyes burned with something few had ever seen in him before. He looked determined. This man, Arthur's voice was steady, unwavering. Is the strongest swordsman I have ever seen. He lifted Excalibur ruler, the legendary blade humming with raw power, and that means I cannot ignore him. Kokushibo tilted his head slightly. His many eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then, very well, a gust of wind swept through the ruins, carrying the weight of an inevitable clash. Arthur exhaled. His stance shifted, and then, he struck first. The battle began. The moon hung high, casting its pale glow over a desolate battlefield. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of steel and blood. Arthur stood firm, his sword gleaming under the moonlight. Across from him, a figure loomed tall, unnerving, and impossibly composed. Kokushibo, the legendary swordsman who had transcended humanity itself. Arthur's heart pounded. He had sought out Kokushibo for one reason, to prove that he was the strongest swordsman. He believed that if he could defeat this immortal warrior, he would stand at the pinnacle of all swordsmanship. From a nearby ridge, Vala and her team watched in stunned silence. The sheer presence of Kokushibo was suffocating even from a distance, but Arthur stood before him without hesitation. Arthur, what the hell are you doing? One of her teammates muttered, his fists clenched. He's trying to take on that monster alone? Another added, disbelief in his voice. Vala's sharp eyes never left the battlefield. Unlike the others, she knew Arthur's ambition. She knew what this fight meant to him. But even knowing that, the gap between them was terrifying. When Kokushibo moved for the first time, a chill ran down her spine. He's too fast, she whispered. The first clash of blades rang out like thunder. Sparks flew, and in that instant, it was clear Arthur's swordsmanship was refined, but Kokushibo's was beyond human limits. His movements were unreadable, his blade an extension of inevitability itself. Vala's team could only watch as Arthur pushed forward relentlessly, only to be met with overwhelming skill. The longer the fight went on, the clearer it became. This isn't a fight, one of her teammates muttered, voice unsteady. It's a lesson. Vala gritted her teeth. Arthur won't stop. Even if he knows he's outmatched. Back to Issei and Arthur. Kokushibo gazed at him with 6 eyes, his expression unreadable. You seek strength, yet your blade wavers, he said, his voice calm but weighty. Arthur gritted his teeth. I will surpass you, he declared, raising his sword into his stance. Kokushibo said nothing. Instead, he drew his sword with an eerie grace, the edge reflecting the moon's radiance. And then they clashed. Arthur lunged first, his blade cutting through the night with precision. Kokushibo barely moved, tilting his sword ever so slightly, deflecting the strike effortlessly. Sparks danced in the air as Arthur pressed forward, launching a relentless flurry of attacks. Yet, no matter how fast he struck, Kokushibo was faster. No matter how refined his technique, Kokushibo's was superior. Arthur's confidence began to waver. Then Kokushibo whispered, Moon breathing, 5th form, moon spirit calamitous eddy. A whirl of crescent-shaped slashes spiraled outward. Arthur barely managed to dodge, feeling the shockwaves slice through the air. The ground behind him was torn apart in a circular pattern, showcasing the devastating reach of the attack. Arthur steadied his breathing. He couldn't hold back. He adjusted his stance, tightening his grip. His footwork became sharper, his blade moving with newfound speed. He launched another assault, each strike aiming for Kokushibo's vitals. Kokushibo nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Arthur's determination. But then, moon breathing, 8th form, moon dragon ringtail, a massive crescent slash, twisting like a serpent, came crashing toward Arthur. He barely blocked it, but the force sent him skidding backward. His arms trembled from the sheer impact. The gap, it was enormous. From the ridge, Vala's team instinctively jumped back, as if the technique could reach them. No way! Vala clenched her fists. This isn't just power, she muttered. This is the swordsmanship of someone who has perfected their craft for centuries. Her teammates could only stare in silent horror. Arthur pushed forward again despite the obvious gap. Doubt crept in. No matter how much skill he poured into his blade, it felt like a child challenging a god. But Arthur gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He dashed forward again, pushing past his fear. Their swords clashed again and again, ringing through the empty night. Arthur's movements became desperate, fueled by sheer willpower. Kokushibo remained eerily composed, his swordsmanship never faltering. Then, Kokushibo sighed. Moon breathing, 16th form, moonbow half moon, a crescent slash, swift and absolute, came from an unexpected angle. Arthur had no time to react. His body moved instinctively. He barely managed to shift his stance, avoiding a fatal wound, but the attack sent him crashing to the ground. His vision blurred. His body screamed in pain. His sword was still in his grip, but his strength was fading. From the ridge, Vala and her team stood frozen. They had witnessed countless battles, but never one like this. As he lay there, staring at the endless night sky, something stirred within him. He had wanted to defeat Kokushibbo. But now, he simply wanted to be acknowledged. Through his blurred vision, he saw Kokushibbo step closer. Instead of finishing him off, Kokushibbo simply gazed down at him. "You fought well," Kokushibbo said at last. Arthur's breath hitched. Those words coming from this swordsman meant everything. His consciousness wavered, but his lips curled into a faint smile. He wasn't the strongest. Not yet, but he would keep going. As darkness claimed him, Arthur held on to one thought: one day, he would reach that level. One day, he would stand as an equal. Tonight was not his victory. But it was his beginning. Scene changed to Vala and her team base. Arthur's body ached. His limbs refused to move, his chest rose and fell in uneven breaths, and his vision was a blur of dark skies and shifting shadows. He was alive. But barely. Footsteps pounded against the ground, voices breaking through the ringing in his ears. "Arthur!" That voice. Vala. The weight pressing on his body lightened slightly as hands lifted him up, shifting him gently. His vision cleared just enough to see Vala's face above him, her usually sharp gaze filled with something unfamiliar concern. "You idiot!" she muttered, her voice rough. "What were you thinking?" Arthur tried to speak, but his throat was dry. He barely managed a weak chuckle. "That was insane," another voice chimed in. It was one of his teammates. It was none other than his little sister, Le Fay, eyes wide with disbelief. "You actually fought that monster one-on-one?" "You..." She swallowed hard. "You almost died." Arthur let out a slow breath. "I know." The battle flashed in his mind, his sword clashing against Kokushibbo's, the overwhelming gap in skill, the way he was overpowered at every turn. But more than that, he had been acknowledged. Kokushibbo's words echoed in his mind. "You fought well." He had lost, but those words meant everything. His fingers curled slightly, weak but determined. Vala's grip on his shoulder tightened. "Arthur, we all saw it. That fight. It wasn't just skill, was it?" Arthur exhaled. "No, it wasn't." His team fell silent. They had all seen it. The level of Kokushibbo's swordsmanship was beyond human comprehension. Even the best warriors they had ever faced paled in comparison to what they had just witnessed. Biko hesitated before speaking. "So what does this mean for you, Arthur?" Arthur slowly turned his head, eyes still half-lidded with exhaustion. He could feel the bruises, the deep ache in his muscles, the weight of failure pressing down on him. And yet, deep inside him, something burned brighter than ever. "I'm going to keep going," he said, voice hoarse but certain. "I'm going to become stronger." Vala studied him for a long moment. Then she sighed, shaking her head. "You really don't change," Kuroka scoffed. "Naya, well, that's Arthur for you." Despite the tension, there was a faint chuckle from the group. The weight in the air didn't disappear, but the sharp edge of worry softened. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. He had faced a true master, and though he had lost, it wasn't the end. This was just another step forward. Vala's base. Vala stood at the center of her base, arms crossed as she gazed at the map on the table. The fight between Arthur and Kokushibbo, or rather, Issei, had left a deep impression on her. That level of swordsmanship, that raw power, it was something she couldn't ignore. She needed to get stronger. Kuroka leaned against the wall, tail flicking lazily. "You're heading out, aren't you?" Vala didn't answer immediately. Albion's voice echoed in her mind. "You intend to seek power by training alone, but you realize what you saw was beyond mere strength, don't you?" Vala clenched her fist. "Yeah." Kuroka studied her for a moment before pushing off the wall. "Then I'm coming with you." Vala raised a brow. "Why?" "Because you're not the only one who needs to get stronger, Naya." Kuroka smirked, but there was a seriousness in her golden eyes. "Besides, I'm curious. If someone like Arthur couldn't stand against him, what kind of training does it take to even get close?" Vala scoffed but didn't refuse. She turned, stepping toward the exit. "Fine. Let's go." As they left the base, their thoughts lingered on the silent warrior they had witnessed. Neither spoke of trying to challenge him because they both knew, after what they had seen, that it wasn't even a question. First, they had to grow. Only then could they even think of standing in his presence as equals. Vala and Kuroka soared through the sky, the wind rushing past them as they flew over the rugged mountain range. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the peaks. The two remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts, replaying the battle they had witnessed between Arthur and Kokushibo Issei. Hard to believe someone that strong exists, Kuroka murmured, breaking the silence. Vala didn't respond immediately. Her gaze remained focused ahead, scanning the terrain below. Then, something caught her attention. On a large, flat rock near the edge of a cliff, a lone figure sat motionless, bathed in the fading sunlight. Kuroka followed her gaze and tensed. Is that him? Kokushibo sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his swords resting beside him. The golden light of the sunset reflected off his crimson-marked skin, making his presence almost otherworldly. There was a stillness around him, an aura of absolute focus. Even from a distance, his presence felt suffocating. Nearby ledge. Kuroka hesitated before landing beside her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Vala took a step forward. Why are you here? Silence. A breeze swept through the mountains, rustling their cloaks. Just as Vala was about to lose patience, Kokushibo's lips parted. Training, a single word. Low, calm, carrying an undeniable weight. Vala narrowed her eyes. Training, huh? Kuroka tilted her head. Meditation is training? Kokushibo finally opened his 6 eyes, their eerie glow piercing through the dimming light. His gaze landed on them, unreadable yet filled with something ancient. To wield a blade is to wield the mind. Vala's breath itched. For someone who barely spoke, his words carried an undeniable truth. Kuroka crossed her arms. That's deeper than I expected. But still, Arthur trained his mind and his blade, and he still lost. What's the difference? Kokushibo turned his head slightly toward her. Effort without direction is wasted motion. Kuroka blinked. TCH. Now you sound like an old sage. Vala stepped closer. Then tell me what's the right direction. Kokushibo regarded her for a moment before speaking again. To grow stronger is not merely to swing a sword. Vala clenched her fists. Then what is it? Kokushibo exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting toward the setting sun. To understand. Kuroka raised a brow. Understand what? He closed his eyes again. Yourself. The blade. The path you walk. Silence followed. Kuroka and Vala exchanged glances. His words weren't just vague philosophy, there was something deeper behind them, something earned through experience. After a long pause, Vala spoke again. And what do you understand? For the first time, Kokushibo took longer to answer. His eyes slowly opened, and for a brief moment, something unreadable flickered in them, that the path has no end. Vala's breath caught. She wasn't sure why, but those words struck her. Kuroka let out a slow whistle. Heavy words, Naya. Vala remained quiet, her gaze fixed on him. She wasn't ready to leave yet, not when she still had questions. Crossing her arms, she leaned against a nearby rock, simply watching him. Vala remained quiet, her gaze fixed on him. She wasn't ready to leave yet, not when she still had questions. Crossing her arms, she leaned against a nearby rock, simply watching him. Kuroka, on the other hand, crouched down near Kokushibo with a smirk. You're really the quiet type, huh? Must be hard keeping a conversation going. Kokushibo gave no response. Kuroka sighed dramatically. Come on, you can at least talk a little, Naya. How'd you get that strong? What's your secret? Still, nothing. His breathing remained steady, his presence like an immovable mountain. Kuroka pouted. TCH. You're no fun. She glanced at Vala. Are we really just gonna stand here and watch him? Vala didn't answer. Her mind was still processing everything he had said, every movement he made. His stillness, his control, it was unlike anything she had ever seen. Kuroka huffed. Fine, but I'm not just gonna sit here in silence. She flicked her tail and poked at the ground with her claw. You really don't get lonely out here. This time, Kokushibo shifted ever so slightly. No, Kuroka raised a brow. Huh. Must be nice, being content with nothing but your sword. Kokushibo closed his eyes again. The blade is never alone. Kuroka stared at him for a moment before letting out a small laugh. You really are something else, huh? Naya. Vala continued watching, analyzing everything about him. She didn't speak, didn't interrupt, she just observed. The wind howled through the mountains, the sun dipping lower into the horizon. Kokushibo remained unmoving, his presence as vast and overwhelming as the sky itself. Kuroka pouted. TCH. You're no fun. Naya, she glanced at Vala. Are we really just gonna stand here and watch him? Naya, before Vala could answer, a new voice echoed through the area, deep and ancient. He is beyond mere strength. A powerful surge of energy erupted behind Vala as a large, spectral dragon wing manifested from her back. The air trembled as Albion's presence filled the space. His voice, though only meant for Vala's mind, carried weight even in the open. Kokushibo's eyes opened slightly, his 6 glowing irises shifting toward the sacred gear. His expression remained unreadable, but his gaze lingered. Kuroka's ears twitched, her eyes widening. Albion, huh? Didn't think you'd speak up. Albion's voice rumbled again. This man, he has touched a level of mastery few beings in this world can claim. Vala narrowed her eyes. What are you getting at? Albion didn't answer immediately. Instead, his massive spectral wing twitched slightly, as if scrutinizing Kokushibo further. You, warrior. Albion's voice directed itself toward Kokushibo. You have honed your blade beyond the realm of mortals. Yet your presence does not waver. No arrogance. No thirst for power. Kokushibo finally spoke, his voice steady as a mountain. Because power is not the goal. Albion was silent for a moment, as if processing the response. Then what is? Kokushibo's gaze drifted toward the setting sun, his expression unreadable. To walk forward. Albion let out a low hum. A simple answer, yet it holds weight. Kuroka blinked, glancing between them. Are we seriously having a philosophy debate now? Vala, however, was focused. Albion rarely acknowledged others like this, let alone showed this much interest in someone. She crossed her arms. You recognize something in him, don't you? Albion's response came after a pause. Yes. He is unlike any I have encountered. There is no hesitation in his will, no doubt in his path. Kuroka smirked. And here I thought you only cared about dragon fights and power levels. Albion didn't respond to her, his gaze or what passed for it still lingering on Kokushibo. Vala stepped forward slightly. If you're so sure about him, then tell me, can I reach that level? Albion's voice rumbled deep. That is for you to discover. But understand this, Vali. The dragon's wing flickered slightly, the energy pulsing around her. Strength alone will never be enough. To walk the path he walks, you must first learn what it means to wield more than just power. Vala clenched her fists. Kokushibo remained silent, his presence as vast and overwhelming as ever. The wind howled through the mountains, the last rays of sunlight painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. Vala, Kuroka, and Albion stayed there a while longer, the weight of Kokushibo's presence pressing upon them an undeniable force that none of them could ignore. Few minutes later, the silence stretched, the wind carrying the weight of their words into the fading light. Kokushibo had closed his eyes again, seemingly finished speaking, but then, why do you not train now? His voice cut through the quiet, steady and direct. Vala raised a brow. What? Kokushibo's 6 eyes opened slightly, his gaze shifting toward her. If you seek strength, why wait? Kuroka tilted her head. Well, it's not like she can just. You have the power, Kokushibo interrupted, his tone unwavering. And the time. Yet you hesitate. Vala crossed her arms, a flicker of irritation in her expression. I don't hesitate. I know when to train and when to observe. Kokushibo remained still, then spoke again. Your dragon is strong. Albion let out a low hum. Humph. Of course I am. Kokushibo nodded slightly. Strong enough to master all of Drake's powers. A sharp silence followed. Vala narrowed her eyes. What? Albion's wing pulsed. What do you mean? Kokushibo's expression didn't change. The Red Dragon Emperor, Drake, was powerful. But he had limits. He tilted his head slightly, his 6 eyes unreadable. And yet there are those who say his power could have reached beyond what even he had grasped. Kuroka frowned. Wait, are you saying someone actually mastered all of Drake's abilities? Kokushibo nodded. Yes. Albion's energy flickered, his voice calm but questioning. Who? Kokushibo closed his eyes again. A man long forgotten. He reached what Drake could not. Vala clenched her fists. TCH. If that were true, we'd know about it. There's no record of anyone like that. Kuroka crossed her arms. Sounds like a legend. Kokushibo finally turned to look at them, his 6 glowing eyes steady. The reason you all don't know this person is because he is the current Red Dragon Emperor. The air grew still. Kokushibo continued, his voice unwavering. He is still training. And I. He closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again. I taught him everything I know. A heavy silence followed. Albion's presence pulsed, but for the first time, the ancient dragon did not immediately respond. Vala's eyes narrowed. You're lying. Kokushibo said nothing. Kuroka let out a nervous chuckle. Hold on. You're saying the current Red Dragon Emperor, the one walking around right now, has already surpassed Drake? Kokushibo remained silent for a long moment before speaking again. Not yet, Vala scoffed. TCH. Then it doesn't matter. But her tone lacked its usual sharpness. There was something unsettling about his certainty. Albion finally spoke. If such a person exists, why do I not know of him? Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered. Perhaps, because it is not yet time for you to know. Another silence followed. Then, Kokushibo spoke once more, his voice quieter this time. After training him myself, he started to resemble me a bit. Vala and Kuroka froze. Albion's presence flickered with something unreadable. Vala narrowed her eyes. What does that mean? Kokushibo didn't answer. Kuroka, sensing the eerie weight of his words, let out a slow exhale. You're saying, he's like you? Kokushibo's gaze returned to the horizon. In some ways, the mountain wind carried his words away, leaving behind an unsettling tension in the air. Then, he added, you will meet him soon. If you see someone wearing the same clothes as mine, that is him. The wind howled softly as his words sank in. Vala's eyes narrowed slightly. TCH. We'll see about that. But even as she said it, the thought lingered in her mind. If what he said was true, then what kind of opponent was she about to face? Few minutes later, Vala narrowed her eyes at the silent figure before her. The weight of Kokushibo's presence was suffocating, and his refusal to answer her questions only stoked her frustration. She had hoped to gain some insight into his strength, to understand what kind of monster stood before her, but he remained as still as a statue, his unreadable gaze locked on her. TCH, fine. If you won't talk, then I'm not wasting my time here. Vala spun on her heel, her white coat billowing behind her. Let's go, Kuroka. Kuroka hesitated for a moment, her golden eyes flickering between Kokushibo and Valley. She had been intrigued by him, by the depth of his silence, but she could sense Vala's growing irritation. With a sigh, she stretched her arms behind her head. All right. No need to get all moody, Naya. As the two turned to leave, Albion's voice echoed in Vala's mind, his tone thoughtful. Valley, if that man is truly as strong as I suspect, then I wonder, who currently holds Drake's power? Vala's footsteps faltered for a fraction of a second before she continued walking. Albion's question carried weight, a reminder of the eternal rivalry between the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. If a being like Kokushibo existed, then who was out there carrying Drake's soul? She clenched her fists. I don't know, Albion, she muttered under her breath. But I intend to find out. Behind them, Kokushibo remained unmoving, his 6 eyes watching as they disappeared into the distance. The wind whispered through the trees, and then, slowly, his form began to shift. His 6 eyes faded, his demonic features dissolving as he assumed the appearance of a human once more. His long dark hair remained, but his menacing aura softened, blending seamlessly with the night. His garments transformed as well, clad in dark robes, with heterochromatic eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. Issei's transformation was complete. His hair, long and flowing, added to his enigmatic aura. His face, now fully human, bore a striking resemblance to an ancient warrior of legend, one that seemed eerily familiar. As Vala and Kuroka flew through the darkened sky, heading back home, Kuroka suddenly tensed. Vala, someone's there, Naya! Vala turned her gaze downward, spotting a lone figure standing atop a distant hill, illuminated faintly by the moonlight. The sight made her breath hitch. His attire, the regal crimson cloak, and his composed but commanding presence sent a jolt through her. Is that the Red Dragon Emperor? Kuroka whispered, her tail twitching warily. Vala's eyes narrowed as she took in his features. The structured face, the intense gaze. It was as if the man before them was the very being Albion had just spoken of. But what truly unnerved her was the aura radiating from him. It was ancient, overwhelming, yet unmistakably familiar. Albion's voice came again, this time more urgent. Vala, I can sense it. Drake's power, it's coming from him. Vala's heart pounded as she scrutinized the distant figure. If Albion was right, then the impossible had just happened. I don't know what's going on, she admitted, her voice tense. But we're going to find out soon. Without hesitation, Valley angled her wings and descended rapidly, Kuroka following close behind. As they neared the ground, the figure remained still, his crimson cloak flowing in the wind. His face was calm, but his presence was undeniable. Vala landed a few meters away, her stance guarded. You there? She called out, her voice sharp. Who are you? The man slowly lifted his gaze, his golden eyes meeting hers. His expression was unreadable, but the aura he exuded sent shivers down her spine. For a moment, the only sound was the rustling of the trees. Albion spoke once more, his tone laced with uncertainty. This power, it feels like Drake's, but something is different. Vala tightened her fists, stepping forward cautiously. Are you the Red Dragon Emperor? She demanded. The man remained silent, studying her with an unwavering gaze. Then, in a deep, measured tone, he finally spoke. Perhaps. Vala's eyes narrowed at the man's cryptic response. His presence was overwhelming, a force that pressed against her instincts like an undeniable weight. Albion stirred within her mind, still unsettled by the energy radiating from him. This is wrong, Albion murmured. He carries the essence of Drake, but there's something else, something ancient. Vala refused to let the unease show on her face. She took another step forward, her wings spreading slightly in preparation. If you're the Red Dragon Emperor, then you shouldn't mind a little test. Kuroka, standing beside her, flicked her tail. Yeah, Vala, are you sure about this? She asked, her voice laced with caution. That guy isn't reacting like a normal person. He's too calm. The man tilted his head slightly at their words, his expression still unreadable. Then, with a slow motion, he lifted his hand and rested it on the hilt of the katana at his waist. The gesture was neither aggressive nor defensive, but it carried a weight that sent a sharp thrill down Vala's spine. She clenched her fists. No more games. In an instant, she activated her balance breaker. Silver armor wrapped around her form, glowing with the power of the White Dragon Emperor. A moment later, Kuroka raised her hands, dark energy coiling around her fingers. The man finally moved. With a single step, he vanished. No sound, no wasted movement, just pure speed. Vala barely had time to react before he appeared directly in front of her, his golden eyes mere inches from hers. A flash of steel accompanied his movement, the edge of his blade gleaming in the moonlight. Instinct screamed at her to move. She twisted her body, barely avoiding the strike. The air where she had stood was split apart, a thin line of destruction left in its wake. Albion's warning rang through her mind. That's not Drake's power, it's something else entirely. Kuroka leaped back, forming several magic circles in rapid succession. Yeah? What kind of sword technique is that? That's not normal swordplay, Vala's mind raced. Kokushibo had once mentioned training this man. If that were true, then was he using that strange moon-breathing technique? Her heart pounded. This wasn't an ordinary opponent. This was something else, something unknown, and Vala never backed down from the unknown. With a sharp exhale, she charged, prepared to test her strength against the enigmatic warrior before her. The clash was immediate and explosive. Their movements blurred, steel meeting magic-infused fists in a flurry of high-speed strikes. Vala dodged, countered, and struck back, but each time, the man's blade seemed to anticipate her attacks. Kuroka unleashed waves of dark energy, yet he weaved through them effortlessly, his movements precise and methodical. Despite the relentless assault, the man still held back. Vala could feel it. He wasn't using his full strength, he was testing them. That realization only fueled her resolve. She darted forward, her fists crackling with raw demonic power, aiming straight for his chest. Then, for the first time, he countered with something different. A red gauntlet materialized over his arm, its emerald jewel pulsing with ominous light. Vala's eyes widened in recognition. Boosted gear? Albion's voice echoed her shock. Before she could react, the gauntlet's energy surged. A deep voice resonated from it. Boost! Power erupted around the man, the sheer force sending Vala and Kuroka skidding backward. The earth beneath them cracked, the air vibrating with draconic might. Kuroka's ears twitched, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yeah? He really has the boosted gear. But how? Vala gritted her teeth, excitement flickering in her gaze. Things just got interesting. With renewed determination, she launched forward once more, prepared to fight a battle unlike any she had ever faced. Issei exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. The weight of the boosted gear's power coiled within his arm, restrained but potent. Boost! The gauntlet pulsed again, multiplying his power. He blurred forward, meeting Valis' charge with a devastating punch. Their fists collided, the shockwave splitting the sky. Vala gritted her teeth as she was sent flying backward, barely managing to stabilize herself midair. She wiped a trickle of blood from her lip, a wild grin forming. Not bad. Kuroka sent a barrage of magic blasts toward Issei, but he twisted midair, deflecting them with the back of his hand. He turned his gaze toward her, his golden eyes glowing ominously. Drake, how is this possible? Albion growled. His power, it's not just from you. Issei said nothing, but his aura darkened slightly. The katana in his other hand pulsed, as if in response to his growing power. He sheathed it slowly, then raised his gauntlet. Boost! Vala barely had time to react before he appeared in front of her again, this time with the sheer force of his speed alone sending her crashing into the ground. The impact shattered her armor, leaving her vulnerable as she gasped for breath. She groaned, trying to push herself up, but the shadow of Issei's sword loomed over her, poised to strike. Kuroka, seeing an opening, launched a powerful blast of dark magic behind Issei, aiming for his blind spot. Without even turning, Issei deflected it with a flick of his boosted gear, the attack dispersing harmlessly into the sky. However, the momentary distraction was enough. Valis surged forward, kicking Issei's legs out from under him. But instead of letting him fall, she took the opportunity to twist their positions, forcing Issei onto his back with her straddling him below his waist. For the first time, Issei's mouth slightly parted in surprise, his golden eyes blinking in momentary shock. But even then, his face remained as unreadable as ever, his cold demeanor barely cracking. Kuroka, witnessing the scene, covered her mouth with a smirk. Yeah, I didn't think you were the type to get this close to someone, Vala. Vali, still straddling him, took a moment to truly look at him. Now that she was up close, she noticed the resemblance between him and Kokushibo, the same sharp features, the same overwhelming presence. Yet there was something else, something that made her heart race. She quickly shook off the thought and scowled, standing up and stepping back. TCH, don't get the wrong idea. Issei simply stood up, brushing himself off, his mouth closing back to its usual firm line. Without a word, he extended his hand, offering to help Vala up. For a brief moment, she hesitated before finally taking it. Kuroka wrapped her arms around Issei's arm, pressing her ample chest against him. Yes, strong and mysterious, just my type. How about it? Maybe you and I could get to know each other better, maybe even have some little kittens together? Vala scoffed, turning away with a scowl. Cut it out, Kuroka. Oh? Why, are you jealous? Kuroka teased before smirking even wider. Then you wouldn't mind if I make him mine then? Vala's eye twitched, her arms tightening slightly across her chest. Do what you want, she said, voice cool but slightly clipped. Issei merely sighed, ignoring Kuroka's advances. Are we done? Drake chuckled inside the boosted gear. Ha! Albion, your host got thrown around. My partner didn't even go all out, Albion huffed. Enjoy your moment, Drake. This isn't over. Vala crossed her arms, hiding the intrigue flickering in her gaze. For now, Issei said, and over his hand for a handshake. Vala, and she's Kuroka. Vala shake his hand and release her hand from his. Kuroka tilted her head, her golden eyes narrowing in curiosity as she observed Issei. There was something eerily familiar about him, the way he moved, the way he fought. Even the aura he exuded felt reminiscent of someone she had only recently encountered. Nya, she purred, stepping closer, still clinging to his arm. You're really strong, you know? And that swordplay of yours, it reminds me of someone. She paused, tapping her chin. Tell me, were you Kokushibo's student? Or maybe he was the one who taught you. At her words, Vala's gaze sharpened, the air around her subtly shifting. Albion remained silent, but his presence in her mind was palpable, waiting for a response just as much as she was. Issei didn't react immediately. His golden eyes remained unreadable, his expression calm and detached as ever. Kuroka's question hung in the air, tension creeping into the silence. Then, finally, he spoke, maybe, a single word, vague yet suggestive. It wasn't a denial, nor was it confirmation. It was just enough to leave doubt lingering in the air. Kuroka's tail flicked, her playful smirk never fading. Really? Because you fight a lot like him, yeah? The same speed, The same precision, even your presence kinda reminds me of him. Vala narrowed her eyes. Then tell me this, where did you learn to fight like that? That wasn't just simple swordsmanship. It was refined, deliberate. You weren't just using skill, you were using a technique. One I've only ever seen Kokushibo use. Issei remained still, his gaze locked onto hers. Then, as if dismissing the conversation entirely, he turned away. It doesn't matter. That answer only irritated Vala more. Her fists clenched at her sides. TCH. Avoiding the question doesn't mean he'll stop asking. Kuroka giggled, tilting her head up at Issei. Nya, you're so secretive. Makes you even more interesting. Issei sighed, slipping his arm free from Kuroka's grasp. He took a step forward, glancing between the two women before speaking once more. If that's all, then he'll be leaving. Vala clicked her tongue but didn't stop him. She wasn't done with him yet, not by a long shot. There were too many questions, too many unknowns surrounding him. And Vala never left things unanswered. Kuroka, on the other hand, was still watching him like a cat eyeing a particularly interesting mouse. I dunno, Vala, I think we should keep an eye on this one. Something tells me he's got more secrets than he's letting on. Vala crossed her arms, her silver wings twitching slightly. I already planned on it. As Issei walked away, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind him, a thought lingered in Vala's mind. Just who are you really? Scene change into a forest on a dark stars. The cold night air whispered through the trees as Issei walked deeper into the forest, his steps silent against the earth. The moon above cast its pale glow, illuminating the path ahead. Behind him, Vala and Kuroka followed at a measured distance, careful to remain unnoticed. Kuroka's ears twitched, her tail swaying as she spoke in a hushed tone. Yeah, he's really not in a hurry, huh? It's like he knows we're following him but just doesn't care. He does know, Vala muttered, her eyes locked onto Issei's form. He's not trying to lose us either. He's just letting us follow. That's what makes him so interesting, Kuroka grinned. A secretive swordsman with a quiet, brooding nature? Yeah, I think I like this one. Vala shot her a side glance but chose not to respond. Instead, she focused on the journey ahead. They had been walking for what felt like hours, moving deeper into the dense forest. The terrain became more rugged, yet Issei never faltered. Eventually, the trees parted to reveal a secluded clearing. There, nestled against a backdrop of towering trees, stood a small wooden hut. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney, the faint glow of firelight flickering through the window. The structure was simple, made of logs, yet sturdy. So, this is where he lives, Vala noted, arms crossed. Didn't expect him to have a place like this, Kuroka purred, stepping closer. Rustic but cozy, yeah. I like it. Issei reached the door, placing a hand on the wooden frame before pausing. Without turning around, he spoke, his voice carrying through the crisp night air. You've followed me this far. Come in, or leave. Vala's gaze narrowed, but she stepped forward. Kuroka grinned, following her lead. Inside, the warmth of the fireplace greeted them. The interior was simple yet well-maintained. A single large bed sat in the corner, its sheets neatly arranged. A modest kitchen area was tucked against the side, equipped with modern appliances that contrasted the hut's exterior. A bathroom door stood slightly ajar, revealing a surprisingly modern interior. Kuroka whistled, plopping onto the bed with a satisfied sigh. Well, looks like you're living pretty comfortably, yeah. Didn't expect that. Issei ignored her, walking over to the fireplace and stoking the embers. Vala stood by the door, her silver eyes scanning every detail of the room. This doesn't seem like the home of someone who's constantly on the move. You've been here a while. Maybe, Issei responded vaguely, adding a log to the fire. As the warmth spread through the room, a conversation echoed in Vala's mind. Albion, so, this is where he resides. Interesting. Drake's voice, indeed. It's a quiet place, fitting for someone like him. Albion, you really are lucky, Drake. You always seem to end up with powerful hosts. Meanwhile, I've had to wait. Too long, honestly, Drake, humph. It's not luck, Albion. It's just fate playing its course. Fate? TCH. If it were up to me, I would have awakened far sooner. Maybe then I wouldn't be so behind. Albion responded. Drake chuckled. Behind? You sound envious. That's unlike you, Albion scoffed. Maybe I am. Maybe I just hate waiting. Seeing power just out of reach, knowing my host could surpass yours if only he had the chance, it's frustrating. Drake's voice held amusement. Patience was never your strong suit. But you're awake now, aren't you? And Vala is no ordinary host, Albion sighed, his irritation fading slightly. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Still, one of these days, my host will surpass yours. Drake let out another deep chuckle. They'll be waiting. The conversation faded as Valerie focused on the present. She crossed her arms, staring at Issei as he sat near the fire, his expression unreadable. Just who are you really? After a few minutes, Issei stood from his spot by the fire, walking toward the small kitchen area without a word. He moved with the same quiet grace he always carried, opening a cabinet and retrieving a few ingredients. Vala and Kuroka watched as he set a pot on the stove, his hands working effortlessly as he prepared a meal. The rhythmic chopping of garlic and onions filled the silence, followed by the sizzle of chicken as it hit the hot pan. A rich aroma quickly spread through the room, a mix of soy sauce, vinegar, and spices melding into something mouth-watering. Kuroka's nose twitched, her ears perking up. Yeah, that smells amazing. What are you making? Issei didn't look up, his focus solely on the dish. Adobo. Vala raised an eyebrow. Adobo? A dish I found while traveling in the Philippines, he answered, his voice calm. One of my favorites. Kuroka grinned, her tail swaying. Didn't think you had a taste for things like that, yeah? You don't seem like the type to cook. Issei didn't respond immediately. He lifted the lid of the pot, letting the steam rise, before giving the dish a careful stir. His movements were precise, each action executed with the same level of skill and control as his swordsmanship. He wasn't just cooking, he was crafting something with purpose. Vala watched closely, intrigued by how natural he seemed in the kitchen. He's strong, he can cook, and most of all, he's handsome. She shook her head quickly, snapping herself out of it. What am I thinking? Oh? Having some interesting thoughts, are we? Albion teased. Vala scowled inwardly. Shut up, Albion chuckled. No need to be embarrassed, partner. You're only human, well, mostly. She ignored him and refocused on the meal. Issei glanced at her briefly before turning back to the stove. Cooking and fighting aren't so different. Both require patience, technique, and knowing when to act. Kuroka leaned back against the bed, stretching with a satisfied sigh. Well, as long as it tastes as good as it smells, I won't complain, yeah. Minutes later, he plated the adobo, setting it on the small wooden table along with a bowl of steaming rice. Without a word, he took a seat and began to eat. Kuroka wasted no time digging in, her ears twitching in delight. Yeah, this is amazing. The meat is so tender, and the flavor Vala took a bite, her expression unreadable at first, but the slight nod she gave was enough to show she approved. Not bad. Issei continued eating in silence, the warmth of the meal blending with the soft crackling of the fireplace. For a moment, the three of them simply sat there, sharing a meal in the quiet of the night. After finishing his meal, Issei set his chopsticks down and spoke in his usual calm tone. Thank you for the meal. He stood up, walked over to the corner of the room, and grabbed a fishing rod. Without another word, he stepped outside, making his way toward the nearby lake, where a grand waterfall cascaded down into the water below. The moonlight reflected off the lake's surface, shimmering as the sound of rushing water filled the night air. He reached the lake's edge, where 8 wooden chairs were neatly arranged, each one carved by his own hands. Taking a seat on one of them, he cast his fishing line into the water, the bait disappearing beneath the rippling surface. Not long after, Vala and Kuroka followed him, their curiosity piqued. Kuroka stretched her arms above her head and purred. Nya, you really do live a peaceful life, huh? Cooking, fishing, is there anything you don't do? Vala crossed her arms, her gaze focused on Issei. I didn't take you for the fishing type. Issei remained silent for a moment, watching the water. Then, without looking at them, he replied, It's quiet. Kuroka tilted her head. You like the quiet that much? He nodded slightly. It gives me time to think. Vala sat on one of the empty chairs, resting her chin on her hand. So, what do you think about while fishing? Issei was silent for a moment before responding. Nothing. And everything. Kuroka giggled. Mysterious as always, Nya. The three of them sat by the lake, the sound of the waterfall filling the space between their words, the night stretching on in quiet companionship. Vala rested her arms behind her head, gazing at the lake as the moonlight reflected off its surface. Didn't think I'd end up here tonight. Kuroka stretched lazily, her tail flicking. Yeah, it's not bad though. A calm night, a good view, and interesting company. And of course, a strong, handsome swordsman to keep us entertained. She scooted closer to Issei, leaning slightly toward him. Nay, Issei, you ever thought about having someone to share these quiet nights with? A beautiful, affectionate girl to keep you warm, yeah? Her voice took on a teasing purr as she traced a finger along the armrest of his chair. Issei remained unaffected, keeping his focus on the water. No, Kuroka giggled, unfazed by his short response. Nya, so cold yet so interesting. The strong, silent type really does have its charm. Albion, a rather bold approach. Drake, she's persistent, I'll give her that. Vala clicked her tongue, shifting slightly in her seat. She wasn't sure why, but the sight of Kuroka flirting so openly with Issei irritated her. It wasn't like she cared, right? Kuroka leaned in even closer, tilting her head playfully. You know, if you ever get tired of being alone, I wouldn't mind keeping you company, yeah. Issei finally glanced at her, his golden eyes unreadable. I'm fine, Kuroka pouted but grinned. TCH, you're making me work for it, huh? That's fine, I like a challenge. Vala crossed her arms, letting out a scoff. Not bad. Kuroka turned to her with a sly smirk. Jealous, Vala? Vala narrowed her eyes but kept her cool. As if. I just find it amusing how desperate you look, Kuroka giggled. Ah, don't be shy. If you want to sit closer to him, just say so. Vala looked away. What am I even thinking? She shook her head. You're imagining things. Albion, are you sure about that? Vala gritted her teeth. Shut up. The quiet night stretched on, the waterfall's steady roar blending with the occasional sound of the fishing line being cast into the lake, while Kuroka continued to playfully prod Issei and Vala struggled to ignore the slight irritation creeping into her chest. The night had deepened, the lake's surface shimmering beneath the pale moonlight. The gentle rush of the waterfall provided a soothing backdrop as Issei reeled in his line, a modest catch wriggling at the end of the hook. With practiced ease, he removed the fish and set it in a nearby bucket before casting his line once more. Kuroka stretched, arching her back in a feline manner. Nya, it's getting late. Should we head back soon, or are you planning to sit here all night, Issei? Issei remained quiet, eyes locked on the water. You can leave if you want, Kuroka pouted but smirked playfully. TCH, cold as ever? Vala leaned forward slightly, her silver eyes observing him. You really don't like company, do you? Issei finally spoke, his voice calm yet firm. It's not that. I just don't mind being alone. Kuroka rolled her eyes but didn't press further. Instead, she shifted her attention to Vala, her lips curling into a mischievous grin. Well, since we're here, why don't we make things more interesting? A little bet, perhaps? Vala narrowed her eyes. What kind of bet? Kuroka's tail flicked as she pointed at Issei. Whoever catches the biggest fish gets to ask him one question he has to answer. No dodging. Albion hummed, intriguing. Do you truly think he'll answer? Drake chuckled. That depends. He might surprise them, Vala smirked. Fine. You're on. Kuroka grinned as she grabbed a fishing rod and cast her line. Get ready to spill your secrets, Issei. Issei simply continued fishing, his expression unreadable. The challenge had been set, but whether or not he would truly play along remained to be seen. The night stretched on, ripples spreading across the water as the game began. The lake remained still, save for the occasional ripple as a fish broke the surface. The moon cast its glow upon the water, reflecting the silent contest taking place between Vala and Kuroka. Kuroka hummed, her tail flicking lazily as she reeled in her line. TCH, still nothing. This lake's being stubborn tonight, Nya. Vala smirked, glancing at her own unmoving rod. Or maybe you're just not as good as you think. Albion scoffed, fishing is a test of patience. I suppose that is not your strength, Kuroka. Drake chuckled. Yet patience is required in battle too. Perhaps this is a lesson in disguise. Issei sat silently, his fishing line still, his gaze locked on the water. He had barely spoken since the bet began, but his presence alone seemed to weigh on the atmosphere. He exuded an air of calm that contrasted with the playful energy between the two women. Kuroka leaned toward Issei, resting her arms on the wooden armrest of his chair. Na Issei, if I win, you'll answer my question honestly, right? No holding back? Issei didn't look at her. That was the deal, Kuroka grinned. Good. Then he'll have to make sure I win. Vala rolled her eyes. You're acting like you already caught something, Kuroka winked. Confidence is key, Vala-chan. You should try it sometime, Vala huffed, crossing her arms as she focused on her line. She refused to lose, especially not to Kuroka. The wind carried the sound of rustling leaves as the three continued their quiet competition, the night stretching on, filled with unspoken thoughts and hidden intentions. Suddenly, Vala's line jerked violently, the rod bending under the weight of her catch. She tightened her grip and reeled in with precision, her eyes gleaming with determination. The water splashed as she pulled in a sizable fish, much larger than anything caught so far. Kuroka groaned, slumping her shoulders. "TCH, looks like I lost this one." Vala smirked triumphantly, lifting the fish slightly. "Looks like he has to answer my question now." Issei remained impassive. "Go ahead." Vala tilted her head slightly, as if considering her words carefully. Then, a glint of amusement flashed in her silver eyes. "If you had to describe the most important thing in your life using only one word, what would it be?" Issei's fingers paused on his fishing rod for a brief moment. His gaze lingered on the water, unreadable. Kuroka raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Ooh, I like that one, yeah? Makes me wonder what's really on his mind." A long silence followed before Issei finally responded, his voice calm and steady. "Sometimes, some answers are meant to be hidden." Vala's eyes narrowed slightly. "Avoiding the question, huh?" Kuroka smirked, stretching her arms above her head. "Since you didn't answer honestly, Vala gets to ask another question. But this time, you have to answer honestly." Vala tapped her fingers against her arm, eyes scanning Issei's face. The competition was over, but the air between them still carried unspoken curiosity and intrigue. The night stretched on, the sound of the waterfall blending with the distant calls of the forest. After a moment, Vala spoke again, her tone more thoughtful. "All right then, what's something you regret not doing?" Issei remained silent for a moment, his gaze drifting from the water to the distant trees. The firelight from the house flickered in the distance, casting long shadows. Finally, he exhaled softly. "Changing the past is impossible, so regrets are pointless." Vala frowned slightly. "That's not an answer." Kuroka grinned. "Yeah, avoiding again? Maybe we should make him answer with a penalty next time." Issei closed his eyes briefly, before opening them again. Not being able to keep a promise, Vala's expression shifted, a flicker of something unreadable passing through her eyes. "A promise, huh? Must have been important." Kuroka leaned in closer, curiosity brimming. "You gonna tell us what kind of promise, or is that another hidden answer?" Issei's grip on his fishing rod tightened slightly. "It doesn't matter anymore." The atmosphere grew heavier, a contrast to the peaceful setting around them. The conversation seemed to touch on something deeper within Issei, but he remained closed off, unwilling to reveal more. Albion murmured. "Hiding pain behind vague words, how typical." Drake sighed. "Some wounds never truly heal." Vala watched Issei for a moment longer before looking away, her expression unreadable. "Fine. Keep your secrets for now." Kuroka stretched, breaking the tension with a teasing smile. "Well, that was a mood shift, yeah. How about we lighten things up? Maybe another bet? This time, loser has to cook breakfast tomorrow." Vala smirked. "You're on." Issei said nothing, merely casting his line back into the water, as if the conversation had never happened. The night continued, the sound of the waterfall and rustling trees the only witnesses to their unspoken thoughts. The next morning, the scent of sizzling meat filled the air. Vala stirred awake, her senses immediately alert. She sat up, noticing that Kuroka was still sprawled across the bed, her tail lazily flicking as she slept. Curious, Vala got up and walked outside. The crisp morning air greeted her, along with the sight of Issei standing near a wooden table, grilling pork over an open flame. A neat arrangement of wooden chairs 8 in total circled the table, all handcrafted with care. Kuroka soon emerged, rubbing her eyes. Something smells good, yeah?" She perked up as she spotted Issei. "Oh, so our quiet swordsman is also a morning chef? That's a nice surprise." Vala crossed her arms. "I didn't expect you to wake up early just to cook." Issei flipped a piece of pork on the grill before answering. "I never slept." Kuroka blinked in surprise. "Wait, what? You stayed up all night?" Vala narrowed her eyes. "Why?" Issei didn't answer immediately, tending to the fire. Finally, he spoke. "I'm used to it." Kuroka tilted her head. "Used to it? What, you just don't sleep? That's kinda weird, yeah?" Vala frowned. "That's not normal. Even the strongest fighters need rest." Issei remained quiet, his gaze fixed on the grill. "Some habits don't fade." Kuroka sniffed the air, her mouth watering. What are we having? Grilled pork? Vala raised a brow, taking a seat at the table. You had all this prepared? Made the table and chairs myself. The food was stored ahead of time, Kuroka whistled. Nya, so you're good with your hands, huh? Bet you're handy for all sorts of things. Vala shot her a look. Can you not flirt for once? Kuroka grinned. Why? Does it bother you? Drake chuckled. She's getting under your skin again. Albion rumbled in amusement. Vala never handles this sort of thing well. Vala sighed, ignoring them both. So, where'd you learn to cook? Issei glanced at her briefly before turning the meat. Traveled a lot. Picked it up along the way. Kuroka propped her chin on her hands, watching him. And here I thought you were just the strong, silent type. Turns out you're full of surprises. Vala leaned back, arms crossed. Still, you don't seem like someone who cooks for company. Issei remained quiet for a moment before speaking. Sometimes habits stay with you, even if you don't need them anymore. That response left an air of intrigue, but neither of them pressed further. The sizzling of the grill filled the silence as they watched him work, the scent of seasoned pork making their stomachs growl. Kuroka purred. Well, as long as the food is good, I won't complain. Vala smirked. Yeah. Let's see if it actually tastes as good as it smells. Issei said nothing, calmly tending to the grill as the morning sun bathed the clearing in golden light. The morning sun cast long shadows across the clearing as Vala and Kuroka finished their meal. The grilled pork had been delicious, though neither wanted to admit it outright. Issei, as usual, remained quiet, finishing his portion without much reaction. Kuroka stretched, letting out a satisfied sigh. That was good, Nya. Maybe I should stick around more often if I get meals like this. Vala rolled her eyes but silently agreed. Still, something was nagging at her. She glanced at Issei, who was already starting to clean up. We've been out here for a while. We should probably head back to base before anyone gets suspicious. Kuroka groaned. Ugh, do we have to? It's so peaceful here. Yes, we have to. Vala stood up, stretching her arms. We've been gone long enough. Kuroka sighed dramatically before turning to Issei with a playful smirk. Guess that means we'll have to leave our mysterious swordsman behind. Gonna miss me, Issei? Issei didn't even look at her as he replied, not particularly. Kuroka pouted. So cold, Nya? You could at least pretend. Vala shook her head. He's not the type to pretend anything. Issei placed the cleaned grilling tools to the side before finally addressing them. I won't stop you from leaving. Vala nodded, already expecting that kind of response. All right then. Well, be off. Kuroka sighed again but followed Vala as they made their way toward the edge of the clearing. Just before stepping into the trees, she turned back one last time. You know, Issei, you're an interesting one. Don't go disappearing on us, okay? Issei didn't respond, simply sitting back in his chair as if he had never been interrupted. Kuroka raised a hand, forming a teleportation circle beneath her and Vala. Just as the magic began to glow, she suddenly stepped closer to Issei, leaning in and pressing a quick against his cheek. Issei's eyes widened slightly, the only hint of surprise he showed. Kuroka giggled, stepping back into the teleportation circle. A little something to remember me by, Nya. Vala crossed her arms, her expression unreadable as the light of the teleportation engulfed them. Moments later they were gone, leaving Issei alone once more. He sat in silence, staring at the remnants of the morning fire, his thoughts unknown to anyone but himself. Scene changed to their base. The air shifted as Vala and Kuroka reappeared at their base, the teleportation magic fading around them. The moment their feet touched solid ground, Vala turned to Kuroka, arms crossed, silver eyes narrowed. What was that? Kuroka blinked innocently. What was what, Nya? Vala frowned. Why did you do that? Kuroka smirked, stretching her arms behind her head. Oh? Is little Vala-chan jealous? She leaned closer, teasing. You looked kinda stiff when it happened. Maybe you wanted to be the one to do it? Vala scoffed, her arms tightening across her chest. That's ridiculous. I just didn't expect you to pull something like that, Kuroka purred, flicking her tail lazily. I just wanted to see if I could get a reaction out of him. And I did, even if it was just for a second. That makes it fun. Albion, oh? Seems like Kuroka is getting ahead. How unfortunate, Vala's eye twitched. Shut it. Albion, come on now, be honest. You were bothered, weren't you? Vala let out a frustrated sigh, choosing to ignore him. She refocused on Kuroka. So? Why did you really do it? Kuroka grinned, a playful gleam in her eyes. Because I took a liking to him. And I won't give him up. Vala tensed slightly at those words but forced herself to remain composed. You're playing a dangerous game, Kuroka hummed in amusement. That's what makes it exciting, yeah? Besides, I think you're more curious about him than you let on. Vala didn't respond immediately, instead looking toward the distant horizon. Let's just focus on the mission. We've been gone long enough. Kuroka smirked but let it go, following Vala as they walked deeper into the base. But a mischievous glint remained in her eyes, and in the back of her mind, Vala found herself thinking about a certain quiet swordsman far more than she would have liked. Vala walked into the meeting chamber where the core members of the hero faction had gathered. The room was dimly lit, with a large table at its center, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Each seat was occupied by someone dangerous in their own right. At the head of the table sat Cao Cao, the leader of the hero faction. He was a tall man with sharp, calculating eyes and short silver hair. Clad in his usual attire, he exuded confidence as he leaned forward, his spear, the true Longinus, resting against the table. You're finally back, Vala? We were beginning to wonder if you had forgotten your responsibilities. To his right sat Arthur Pendragon, his blonde hair neatly kept, his demeanor ever composed. His Excalibur ruler rested beside him, his fingers lightly drumming against the table as he watched the conversation unfold. Beside him was his sister, Lefay Pendragon, a young magician clad in a Gothic dress. She had a cheerful yet curious glint in her eyes as she observed Vala. Biko, the Monkey King's descendant, lounged in his chair with a lazy grin, his staff leaning against his shoulder. Took you long enough, Vala? Don't tell me you actually found something or someone interesting out there? Opposite him sat Kromkruch, an infamous evil dragon who had taken on a humanoid female form. She had long dark hair, but a striking feature was the white bangs that fell in the middle of her forehead. Her golden eyes gleamed with amusement as she smirked. Indeed, you've been away for quite some time. I wonder, did you find something more compelling than this little war we're waging? Tiamat, the strongest of the 5 dragon kings, was also present, her piercing blue eyes filled with suspicion as she leaned back in her chair. Unlike Kromkruch, she exuded an aura of quiet intensity, as if measuring Vala's every move. Vala ignored the teasing remarks, her arms crossing. Enough talk. What's the status? Cao Cao smirked, tapping the table. Straight to business, as always. We've received reports that several factions are beginning to move. It seems they're responding to our latest actions. Arthur adjusted his gloves. The church is tightening its defenses. They suspect we'll make another move soon. Lu Fei nodded. Their exorcists are on high alert. But more interestingly, some stray elements in the supernatural world are beginning to shift, as if drawn to something or someone. Vala narrowed her eyes. Something? Or someone? Biko chuckled. Funny you'd ask that. There's been talk of a swordsman. Someone unusual. Sound familiar? Kromkruch leaned forward, her golden eyes narrowing with curiosity. I'd like to meet him myself if he's as interesting as these rumors claim. Tiamat scoffed lightly but said nothing, merely watching Vala's reaction. Vala kept her face neutral, but inside, she was already considering the possibility. Had Issei's presence stirred something in the supernatural world? If so, their next moves would need to be made carefully. Cao Cao smirked. Seems like things are getting interesting, wouldn't you say, Vala? Vala kept her expression unreadable as she met Cao Cao's smirk with a cool gaze. Perhaps. But we won't know for sure until we see for ourselves. Biko grinned, leaning forward. Then why don't we focus on Kyoto instead? We've already seen the swordsman, and we know what he's capable of. Arthur nodded, his fingers lightly drumming on Excalibur ruler. There's no doubt Kokushibbo is stronger than me. That battle made that painfully clear. Lu Fei tilted her head. But he let you live. That must mean something. Kuroka smirked. Or he just didn't care enough to finish the fight. Naya, Vala sighed. Enough. We already analyzed that battle. There's no point in discussing it further. What matters now is Kyoto. Cao Cao leaned back, his smirk never fading. Yes, Kyoto. Yasaka is the key to opening the Dragon Gate. If we capture her, we'll finally have a way to bring Opha's plan into motion. Biko chuckled. And once the gate is open, Great Red won't have anywhere to run. Kromkruch, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. You're underestimating Great Red. Even with the Dragon Gate, we'll still need a strategy. Tiamat narrowed her eyes. Agreed. Capturing Yasaka will be one thing. Dealing with Great Red is another, Arthur exhaled. Then we move carefully. We need to strike Kyoto fast and take Yasaka before her forces can react. Le Fay hesitated. I don't like it, but I understand why we're doing this. Vala remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. We move soon. Be ready. The room fell into silence as each member contemplated the plan ahead. The battle with Kokushibo had shaken them, but now, their sights were set on something even greater, bringing down the Dragon of Dreams himself. Kyoto burned under the night sky. Buildings lay in ruin as supernatural forces clashed against the hero faction's onslaught. The once peaceful city was now a battlefield, the streets littered with debris and bodies of those who dared to resist. Flames danced along the rooftops, casting eerie shadows as Vala and her group pressed forward. Arthur led the charge, his blade cutting through the enemy with precision. His movements were controlled, ruthless, as he carved a path toward the shrine. Biko cackled as he weaved through the battlefield, his staff striking down opponents with playful ease. Le Fay followed closely behind, her magic forming barriers and countering attacks from Kyoto's defenders. Kuroka moved like a shadow, claws dripping with energy as she struck down her enemies, her tail swaying in excitement. Crom Crouch walked through the chaos unfazed, effortlessly swatting away attackers with inhuman strength. Vala soared above, her wings of light illuminating the destruction below. No unnecessary slaughter, she commanded coldly, though she doubted anyone was truly listening. As they reached the shrine, the final line of defense stood before the Misaka's personal guards. Kitsune warriors, their eyes glowing with determination, formed a protective circle around their leader. Yasaka herself stood in the center, her golden fur shining under the moonlight. Her expression was calm but fierce, power radiating from her form. You dare to bring such destruction to my city? She asked, voice filled with restrained fury. Cao Cao stepped forward, true Longinus in hand. It's nothing personal, Yasaka. You're simply the key we need. Yasaka's eyes narrowed. I will not allow myself to be taken so easily, Vala exhaled. This wouldn't be an easy fight. Then we'll just have to force you, she muttered, preparing for battle. Cao Cao wasted no time. In an instant, he lunged forward, true Longinus gleaming with divine radiance. Yasaka raised her hands, golden flames roaring to life as she unleashed a blast of foxfire toward him. The moment her attack met the true Longinus, however, it was effortlessly dispersed. Cao Cao smirked. You're strong, Yasaka. But against the true Longinus, your power means little. Yasaka's expression darkened. She moved swiftly, weaving through the battlefield, her tails glowing with immense energy. She slashed at him with raw spiritual force, but Cao Cao countered every strike with precise movements, his spear deflecting her blows effortlessly. She leapt backward, summoning a massive sphere of condensed foxfire and hurling it at him. Cao Cao merely twirled his spear, piercing straight through the attack, causing it to explode behind him harmlessly. Arthur, watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. Even for Yasaka, fighting Cao Cao directly is impossible. Kuroka crossed her arms, her tail flicking. That damn spear is cheating, Naya. Vala remained silent, merely observing. Yasaka's strength was undeniable, but against the power of the true Longinus, there was no real contest. Cao Cao moved in for the final blow. With a single thrust, he struck Yasaka in the abdomen, a shockwave erupting from the impact. She gasped, staggering back, her body trembling from the divine force coursing through her. Biko whistled. Well, that was fast. Yasaka dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, but she refused to submit. She glared at Cao Cao, defiance burning in her golden eyes. Cao Cao rested the tip of his spear against her throat. Surrender, Yasaka. You've lost. Despite the pain, she spat. I will never help you. Cao Cao chuckled. Oh, you will? One way or another. Far from the chaos, high above the burning city, a lone figure stood atop a ruined pagoda. His 6 eyes gleamed under the blood-red moon, taking in the devastation with a quiet, unreadable gaze. The eerie glow of his crimson markings pulsed softly as the wind carried the distant echoes of battle to his ears. Kokushibo had been watching. His demonic form, clad in a dark kimono patterned with shifting moons, made him an ominous presence against the backdrop of destruction. He remained silent, his long, flowing hair moving slightly with the wind. The sight before him did not stir any emotions, it was simply a moment, another page in the history of conflict. His fingers lightly traced the hilt of his blade. The presence of strong warriors had drawn his attention. He had already seen Arthur's resolve firsthand. Now, he was observing Vala, Kuroka, and the others as they fought their way toward Yasaka. Would this battle bring any meaning? Would it be worth watching to the end? For now, he simply waited. Yasaka dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, but she refused to submit. She glared at Cao Cao, defiance burning in her golden eyes. Cao Cao rested the tip of his spear against her throat. Surrender, Yasaka. You've lost. Despite the pain, she spat. I will never help you. Cao Cao chuckled. Oh, you will? One way or another. Don't hurt my mama. A young voice rang out across the battlefield, filled with fear and determination. The group turned to see a small girl with golden hair and fox ears standing before Yasaka, her arms outstretched protectively. Tears welled in her bright eyes, but she refused to back down. Kanu. Yasaka's expression shifted, eyes widening in shock. Kanu! Get back! Cao Cao raised an amused brow. Oh? And who might you be? Kanu glared at him, her small hands clenched into fists. You can't take my mama away! Cao Cao sighed, twirling the true Longinus in his grip. How touching! His smirk faded slightly. But she's coming with us. Kuna's body trembled, but she stood her ground. Vala narrowed her eyes, her arms crossing. Even Kuroka frowned, her ears twitching at the sight of the child. Yasaka, despite her wounds, forced herself to stand. Leave her out of this. Cao Cao merely smirked. Sorry, but we can't afford distractions. Before anyone could react, a heavy silence fell upon the battlefield. A suffocating pressure filled the air, making even the most battle-hardened warriors tense up. Then, without warning, Kokushibo appeared beside Cao Cao, as if stepping out of thin air. No one had sensed him. No one had seen him move. A shiver ran down everyone's spine. Fear gripped them, their bodies trembling involuntarily as 6 glowing eyes bore into them with quiet intensity. Cao Cao, for the first time in a long while, felt cold sweat drip down his neck. Kokushibo's voice, deep and unwavering, broke the silence. Cao Cao, you have gone too far. The fires of Kyoto still raged as the hero faction stood around the wounded Yasaka, her golden fur dimmed from exhaustion. Kunu had stepped forward in a desperate attempt to shield her mother, her small frame trembling, yet her resolve unbroken. Cao Cao, with the true Longinus in hand, regarded the scene with an amused smirk, but his patience was thinning. Then, without a sound, without a shift in the air, he was there. Kokushibo. None of them had seen him move. None of them had even sensed his presence approaching. One moment, Cao Cao was standing alone, prepared to end the confrontation, and the next, a towering figure stood beside him, his 6 glowing eyes radiating in eerie intensity. A chill spread through the battlefield. Even the strongest among them, Valley Arthur, Crom Crutch, and Tiamat, felt an unnatural dread crawl down their spines. It was a fear so primal, so overwhelming, that their bodies instinctively recoiled. Cao Cao, for the first time, felt his grip on true Longinus tighten involuntarily. His smirk faltered. Kokushibo's deep, reverberating voice broke the silence. Cao Cao, you have gone too far. The weight of his words pressed upon them like an immovable force. The once confident stance of the hero faction wavered as they faced an unknown, yet undeniably superior presence. Vala's mind raced, trying to piece together what little she knew of this swordsman. His power, his speed, he was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Kunu clutched her mother's robes tightly, peering up at the demon with a mixture of fear and awe. Yasaka, despite her injuries, recognized an opportunity. If this being opposed the hero faction, then perhaps there was still hope. Cao Cao slowly regained his composure, forcing a chuckle. So, you finally decide to appear. Are you here to stop us? Or are you simply enjoying the spectacle? Kokushibo turned his many eyes toward him, unreadable and unwavering. Your ambitions blind you. You trample upon this city, harming the innocent, all for your selfish goals. Arthur stepped forward, his grip on Excalibur ruler tightening. And what of you? You appeared only now. If you truly opposed us, why wait? Kokushibo did not answer immediately. His gaze shifted slightly, locking onto Arthur. The blonde swordsman stiffened under the weight of that stare, recalling their previous battle. He had fought Kokushibo once and lost. That loss still burned within him, a reminder of the difference between them. You are not ready, Kokushibo finally said, before looking back at Chow Chow. None of you are. Tiamat's piercing blue eyes narrowed, her instincts screaming at her. Unlike the others, she was a being who had lived through countless battles, had faced legends, and even she felt the undeniable pressure radiating from him. She clenched her fists, choosing to remain silent but alert. Biko exhaled, trying to shake off his unease with a forced grin. TCH, the way you talk, it's like you think you're some god. Kokushibo's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. I am merely a swordsman. The words, spoken so simply, held an undeniable weight. Chow Chow's mind worked furiously, analyzing the situation. They still outnumbered him. He had the true Longinus. But something deep in his instinct screamed at him that numbers meant nothing. Chow Chow smiled again, but it was thinner, less sure. Then, swordsman, let's see if you live up to the legend. With that, the hero faction attacked. Arthur was the first to move, dashing forward with Excalibur ruler, its power warping the space around it. Chow Chow thrust the true Longinus, a brilliant spear of light streaking toward Kokushibo. At the same time, Crom Crutch, still in her humanoid form, unleashed a torrent of draconic energy, while Biko vaulted from above, staff spinning with deadly momentum. Kokushibo moved. His blade never left its sheath, yet the battlefield shifted around him. Excalibur ruler, aimed for his chest, was parried with a movement so subtle that Arthur barely registered what had happened before he felt his momentum falter. The spear of light from True Longinus was deflected to the side, scattering debris upon impact, yet Kokushibo's hands were still empty. Crom Crutch's draconic breath was met with a motionless counter, her attack splitting apart before reaching Yasaka and Kunu, as if an invisible force had willed it away. Baika's staff crashed down, yet it was stopped in midair, as though an unseen wall had intervened. The counterattack was instantaneous. Arthur staggered back, his side suddenly bleeding, though none of them had seen the strike. Chow Chow barely dodged what felt like a brush of wind, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. Crom Crutch recoiled, golden eyes widening as she realized her attack had not only been neutralized but dismantled with such precision that the residual energy dissipated harmlessly. Tiamat took a step forward, her dragon instinct screaming at her that this fight was already lost. Yet she hesitated. He's toying with us, she muttered under her breath, fists clenching. Biko somersaulted backward, landing beside Arthur, who was clutching his wound. Yeah, this guy is something else. Chow Chow narrowed his eyes, gripping the true Longinus tighter. Is that all you've got? Kokushibo did not respond. His 6 eyes swept over them with cold finality. Leave, he said, his voice unwavering. Or perish. The battlefield fell silent, the weight of his ultimatum sinking in. For the first time in his life, Chow Chow hesitated, but only for a moment. We need Yasaka, he murmured under his breath, loud enough for his allies to hear. We cannot retreat. Vala clenched her fists, knowing there was no other choice. Then we fight. Smarter this time, Arthur adjusted his stance, Excalibur ruler radiating power once more. Crom Crutch's golden eyes burned with renewed determination. Tiamat sighed, stepping forward, her presence alone warping the air with overwhelming pressure. Chow Chow twirled the true Longinus, his smirk returning. You may be strong, Kokushibo, but let's see how you fare against us at our best. Then they attacked again, this time, with strategy. Tiamat took a step forward, her dragon instinct screaming at her that this fight was already lost. Yet she hesitated. Then she acted. In unison with Crom Crutch, she launched forward. Tiamat's claws radiated with the might of a dragon king, while Crom unleashed another wave of destructive energy. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered. Moon-breathing third form. Loathsome moon, chains. The night itself seemed to shift as curved crescent slashes materialized in the air, spiraling in an intricate, mesmerizing pattern. The strikes intertwined and surged forward, a dance of death cutting through the battlefield. Crom Crutch barely managed to twist her body away, but even then, her arm was grazed, deep cuts forming as dark blood splattered. Tiamat, despite her power, found herself forced to retreat, her sharpened senses telling her that pressing forward meant death. The battlefield fell silent, the weight of his skill undeniable. A heavy silence hung in the air as the aftermath of Kokushibo's attack settled over the battlefield. The hero faction stood motionless, their earlier confidence wavering against the sheer precision of his moon-breathing. The scars of his technique marred the ground, jagged crescent-shaped gouges left in their wake. Tiamat clenched her jaw, flexing her clawed hands as she glared at the towering swordsman. She had fought gods, dragons, and beings of immense power, but something about Kokushibo unsettled her in a way few ever had. His presence was absolute. His blade, no, his entire being was beyond the reach of logic. Crumb-Crutch gritted her teeth, wiping the blood from her arm. She had taken her fair share of wounds in battle, but for the first time in a long while, a deep instinct told her that this was not an opponent who could be overwhelmed by brute strength alone. Her golden eyes flickered to the battlefield, analyzing the crescent-shaped slashes that had torn through their ranks. These marks, they're not ordinary cuts. Look at the way the energy lingers, she murmured. Tiamat frowned, kneeling beside one of the slashes. She extended a hand, letting her draconic senses analyze the remnants of the attack. It's strange, she admitted. It isn't just a simple sword strike. There's an unnatural consistency to the way the slashes form. Almost as if they are growing? Crumb-Crutch narrowed her eyes. A cursed technique? Tiamat shook her head. No. Something more. These crescents, they feel like an extension of his will, rather than just his blade. Chow Chow, still gripping the true Longinus tightly, exhaled slowly. I see now, he muttered, voice laced with tension. You're no mere swordsman. Your very existence warps the flow of battle. Kokushibo remained unmoving, his many eyes surveying them with unreadable intent. His hands were still empty, his sword unseen, yet he had just torn through their ranks with nothing but technique. Leave, he repeated, his voice calm but resolute. You will not take Yasaka. Chow Chow smirked, despite the sweat forming on his brow. That's not an option. He turned to his allies. We adapt. We fight together, with precision. If we hesitate, we die. Arthur adjusted his grip on Excalibur ruler, the weapon humming with power. Crumb-Crutch narrowed her eyes, her draconic aura flaring once more. Tiamat inhaled sharply, pushing aside her hesitation. Biko spun his staff, his playful demeanor replaced with grim determination. Chow Chow raised the true Longinus, its divine radiance pulsing. Attack! They surged forward as one. Kokushibo's 6 eyes gleamed, moon-breathing fifth form. His fifth form moon spirit calamitous eddy manifested in an instant, spiraling arcs of slashes cascading outward like a relentless storm. Tiamat barely managed to weave around the onslaught, but even with her centuries of combat experience, she felt the unnatural pull of the crescents dragging against her aura. Crumb-Crutch roared, pushing forward with a burst of draconic energy. She swung a clawed hand, aiming to break through Kokushibo's attack by sheer force. The moment her strike connected with the swirling crescents, her eyes widened. The slashes did not simply dissipate, they clung to her energy, warping around her limbs and cutting deeper than physical wounds should allow. Arthur thrust Excalibur ruler forward, attempting to impose his authority over the battlefield. The legendary blade's influence trembled against Kokushibo's presence, but the samurai did not falter. He twisted his stance, bringing his sword upward in a seamless motion. A single crescent arc carved through Arthur's defenses, forcing him to retreat with a sharp exhale. Chow Chow, however, had no intention of backing down. The true Longinus blazed as he leapt, aiming a precise thrust toward Kokushibo's heart. The spear tip struck but met nothing but air. A flicker of movement revealed the swordsman's form mere inches away, his blade already descending in response. Biko intervened, his staff intercepting the strike at the last possible moment. The force of the impact sent him skidding backward, his arms trembling from the sheer weight behind the attack. Tiamat, regaining her footing, unleashed a torrent of draconic flames. The battlefield ignited, swallowing the combatants in a sea of blue fire. Yet from within the inferno, Kokushibo's form emerged, unharmed. His many eyes regarded them with something beyond mere battle instinct, something ancient, something inexorable. Futility, he murmured. Then, with a single step forward, he vanished. A deafening sound cracked through the battlefield as he reappeared before Tiamat. His blade descending in a fatal arc. Time seemed to slow as she braced herself, knowing she couldn't fully evade the strike. But just before the blade could reach her, a sudden force clashed against Kokushibo's attack. A crimson gauntlet met his sword, halting the strike in an instant. The battlefield stilled as all eyes turned to the new arrival. Standing between Tiamat and Kokushibo was a man who looked eerily similar to Kokushibo himself but in a human form. His long, dark hair cascaded down his back, his piercing golden eyes cold and unwavering. The resemblance was uncanny, yet something about him felt distinct. His draconic aura pulsed, radiating a power both familiar and foreign. Kokushibo's many eyes narrowed slightly. Earlier, before the battle began, Kokushibo stood within a secluded forest clearing, bathed in moonlight. His many eyes flickered as he extended his hand, dark energy swirling around him. The air grew thick with power, and slowly, an ethereal form took shape beside him. A perfect replica of himself emerged, identical in every way, save for the lack of demonic traits. This clone, his human counterpart, opened his eyes, revealing golden irises that glowed with quiet intensity. Kokushibo regarded his creation with a cold, calculating gaze. You will act as my shadow, my extension. But in this battle, you must take a different path. The clone nodded, his voice calm yet firm. Understood. For a moment, silence stretched between them before Kokushibo turned away, his gaze drifting toward the distant battlefield. Do not disappoint me. With that, the clone Issei vanished into the night, moving toward his destined encounter. Tiamat staggered back, her golden eyes widening in shock as she registered what had just happened. But then, anger flashed across her face as she clenched her fists. Why do I sense drag in you? Her voice carried an edge of accusation. Krumkruch, standing a few paces away, narrowed her eyes as she also sensed the lingering presence of the Red Dragon Emperor. This energy, there's no mistaking it. You carry his will. Issei remained impassive, his sacred gear glowing faintly. It does not concern you. Vala and Kuroka, however, showed no shock. They had already met him before, spent time with him, learned of his existence. Kuroka crossed her arms with a knowing smirk, while Vala kept her gaze steady, as if confirming what she already knew. So you're finally revealing yourself in battle, Vala muttered. I wondered when you'd show up. Kokushibo's gaze remained unreadable. He took a step back, shifting his stance. You interfere, Issei exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, well, can't exactly let you run wild, can I? Without another word, he lunged forward, his sacred gear flaring with raw power. Kokushibo met him head-on, their blades clashing in a burst of force that shook the battlefield. But then, to everyone's shock, Issei's movements mirrored Kokushibo's exactly. Issei moon-breathing first form, dark moon evening palace. As he swung his blade, crescent-shaped slashes erupted from his strikes identical to the moon-breathing techniques Kokushibo wielded. The battlefield was suddenly filled with two warriors of moonlight, their slashes weaving and colliding in a deadly spectacle of precision. Tiamat gritted her teeth, frustration evident in her eyes. How can he use the same techniques? Kuroka, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. He's full of surprises, isn't he? Kokushibo's eyes gleamed as he pressed forward. Interesting. Are you against your master? Issei parried another slash, his voice steady. Master, I cannot allow you to do this. Despite his skill, Issei was still outmatched. Kokushibo's blade danced through his defenses, carving wounds into his flesh like strokes of a painter's brush. Deep cuts bled freely, but Issei did not falter. Not enough, Kokushibo muttered, watching his younger self struggle to stand. Issei clenched his fists, his sacred gear flaring. He refused to fall just yet. The battle had taken a new shape, one between past and present, between what was and what could have been. The battlefield trembled under the weight of their clashing blades, each strike sending shockwaves that split the ground beneath them. Crescent slashes erupted in all directions, colliding and dispersing into ribbons of moonlight. Issei gritted his teeth, his body already showing signs of straying. Kokushibo, however, remained as composed as ever, his many eyes observing every movement with an eerie calm. You are not ready, Kokushibo murmured, sidestepping another one of Issei's slashes before countering with a precise, lightning-fast cut. Issei barely managed to twist out of the way, but the edge of the blade still grazed his shoulder, drawing a deep gash. He winced, feeling the warmth of his own blood seeping into his clothes, but he refused to stop. Instead, he pushed forward, his sacred gear flaring with renewed energy. Kokushibo raised a brow as Issei's aura pulsed, shifting slightly. It was as if Drake's lingering presence within him was beginning to resonate, fueling his movements. The clone lunged again, his sword carving through the air with practiced precision. Yet, even as his attacks grew fiercer, Kokushibo responded effortlessly, weaving through the slashes and countering with devastating precision. Vala and Kuroka, standing at a distance, watched with growing concern. "Tch, this isn't good," Vala muttered, her hands clenching at her sides. "He's already sustaining too many injuries." Kuroka's smirk had long vanished, replaced by a sharp frown. We should step in, Naya. He's not going to last much longer. No. Vala's eyes remained locked on the battle, her gaze sharp. He wouldn't want us interfering, not yet. Another clash sent Issei skidding backward, his breaths now coming in short gasps. More cuts adorned his body, each one a painful testament to the widening gap between them. Yet, even as exhaustion weighed on him, his stance remained firm. Kokushibo tilted his head, almost intrigued. Why do you persist? Issei exhaled sharply, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. Because I have something you don't. For the first time, Kokushibo's many eyes narrowed slightly. And what is that? A smirk, faint yet defiant, crossed Issei's lips. People who care. At those words, Kokushibo's blade wavered for just a fraction of a second, a fleeting moment, but enough for Issei to notice. He pressed forward with everything he had left, his blade igniting with crimson energy as he launched a final desperate strike. Kokushibo's expression remained unreadable as he raised his sword in response. The next instant, the battlefield was consumed by a storm of slashes, a crescendo of moonlit destruction as both warriors clashed in one final exchange. Then silence. Issei fell to one knee, his sword trembling in his grip. Blood dripped from his wounds, staining the ground beneath him. Kokushibo stood before him, unscathed, his many eyes gazing down with an unreadable expression. Kuroka went in front of Issei, her claws flexing as she prepared to intervene. That's enough, Naya. He can't keep going like this. Vala remained still, but her gaze flickered with something dangerously close to anger. Damn it, she muttered under her breath. Kokushibo exhaled slowly, lowering his blade. You fought well, he said, his voice carrying a rare tone of acknowledgement. But it is not enough. Issei forced himself to look up, his vision blurring. Maybe not, but at least I stood my ground. Kokushibo's many eyes regarded him for a long moment before he turned away, his stance shifting. You have potential. Do not waste it. My disciple. With those final words, he vanished into the night, leaving Issei kneeling amidst the ruins of their battle. Vala and Kuroka rushed forward, their concern evident as they reached his side. Damn it, you reckless idiot, Vala muttered, crouching beside him. What were you thinking, taking him on alone? Issei weakly spoke, his body slumping slightly. I can't let him be unchecked, Kuroka huffed, gently pressing against one of his wounds. Next time, don't be so damn stubborn, Naya. As the moonlight bathed the battlefield, the dust began to settle. The fight was over, but the echoes of its impact remained. Vala and Kuroka wasted no time in getting Issei back to their base. His wounds were severe, and despite his durability, he needed immediate attention. The moment they arrived, Kuroka began treating his injuries, using her senjutsu to stabilize him, while Vala ensured no one disturbed them. After hours of careful healing, Issei was moved to a room to rest. His breathing had steadied, but his body was still weak from the battle. Vala and Kuroka lingered for a moment, watching him in silence. He'll be fine now, right? Kuroka asked, her voice quieter than usual. Vala crossed her arms, her expression unreadable. He should be. He just needs rest. With nothing more to do, they left the room, closing the door behind them. The moment the door shut, the air within the room shifted. A faint ripple in the shadows signaled Kokushibo's arrival. His many eyes glowed softly in the dim light as he approached the bed where his clone rested. Without a word, he reached out, and the clone's form began to fade, dissolving into energy before vanishing completely. Now alone, Kokushibo's demonic form flickered, his features shifting until he was fully human once more. Issei Hayate. He exhaled, his golden eyes dim with exhaustion as he laid down in the exact position his clone had occupied. Everything was proceeding as planned. No one would suspect the truth. As he closed his eyes, the weight of battle settled over him, and for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to rest. The meeting room of the hero faction, now known as the Chaos Brigade, was thick with tension. The recent battle had left its mark, not just physically, but mentally. The gathered members sat around the long table, their expressions dark as they reflected on what had transpired. Cao Cao leaned forward, his fingers interlocked as he exhaled sharply. That swordsman Kokushibo. He's on an entirely different level. Arthur's grip on Excalibur ruler tightened. It was like fighting something beyond human comprehension. Every move he made was precise, absolute. I couldn't even land a proper hit. Crom Crutch crossed her arms, her golden eyes narrowing. His swordplay was one thing, but his presence, it was suffocating. His attacks weren't just powerful, they felt like they were bending reality itself. A tense silence followed before Tiamat suddenly stood up, her aura flaring with anger. Her golden eyes burned with barely restrained fury. And yet, the one who saved me was him. The host of Drake. The room grew even heavier. They all knew why Tiamat hated Drake. Her history with the Red Dragon Emperor was well known, his reckless nature, the way he treated her in the past, and the grievances that had never truly faded. To be saved by his host, of all people, was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Tiamat, Chow Chow started, his tone measured. We all understand your hatred, but right now, he's the least of our concerns. The real issue is Kokushibbo. If he had truly wanted to, he could have annihilated us all. That wasn't a battle, it was a demonstration. He was showing us that we are nothing to him. Biko, leaning against the wall, clicked his tongue. TCH. And we couldn't do a damn thing about it. Tiamat clenched her fists, taking a deep breath to calm herself. I don't care about Kokushibbo right now. What I care about is that damn dragon's host interfering in my fight. I don't need his help. I never will. Crom Crouch sighed. Regardless of how you feel about him, he fought against Kokushibbo. That means he's either incredibly foolish, or he has a plan. Kuroka, who had been quiet until now, smirked slightly. Maybe both, Naya. But I'll tell you this, he's not one to be underestimated. She stretched, then glanced toward the door. I know. Let's see if Issei is awake. Maybe he has some information about Kokushibbo. Valet, standing off to the side, merely crossed her arms. Whatever he's planning, we'll find out soon enough. The discussion continued, but the anger in the room lingered. Each member had their own thoughts on what had transpired, but one thing was clear. Kokushibbo's power was undeniable, and the fact that Issei had stepped in only complicated things further. For now, they needed answers, and more than anything, they needed a way to tip the scales in their favor. The quiet of the Chaos Brigade's base was only broken by the occasional murmur of those stationed outside. Inside one of the rooms, Issei lay motionless on a large bed, his body covered in bandages. His chest rose and fell steadily, though his energy remained faint after the intense battle. Kuroka and Vala stepped into the room, the former stretching her arms with a satisfied grin. Nia, looks like he's still out. Guess that fight really took a lot out of him. Valley, standing by the door, crossed her arms and observed Issei in silence. She wasn't particularly fond of wasting time, but there was no denying that the fight they had witnessed was unlike anything they had expected. Issei had taken on Kokushibbo head-on, mirroring his techniques almost flawlessly. That alone made him someone worth keeping an eye on. More than that, she and Kuroka knew he was Kokushibbo's disciple, which only raised more questions. Before she could say anything, Kuroka sauntered forward, her golden eyes gleaming with mischief. Since he's already laying there, might as well make myself comfortable, Naya. Without hesitation, she slipped onto the bed beside him, draping herself over his arm with a pleased sigh. Nice and warm. Vala's eye twitched. What the hell do you think you're doing? Kuroka merely purred in response. Getting cozy, of course. It's not every day you get to cuddle with someone this interesting. Vala let out an exasperated sigh, her arms still crossed. She wasn't sure if Kuroka was just playing around or if she genuinely wanted to stay close to Issei, but either way, it was annoying to watch. More than that, it made something stir uncomfortably in her chest, a feeling she immediately shoved aside. She stepped closer, her gaze narrowing as she examined Issei's face. Despite everything, he looked calm, unbothered, almost as if he hadn't just fought a battle against a monster like Kokushibbo. And that, more than anything, irritated her. Kuroka, however, had a different thought. Her eyes drifted to Issei's lips, and for a brief moment, a mischievous glint flickered across her face. I wonder what would happen if I... Before she could finish, Vala swiftly grabbed her by the collar and yanked her back. Don't even think about it. Kuroka pouted, but her smirk remained. Jealous, are we? Drake's voice suddenly rumbled in, amused. Ha! You were really about to steal while he's unconscious? That's low, even for you, Kuroka. Kuroka huffed. Oh, come on, he wouldn't have minded. Vala rolled her eyes. You're unbelievable. Drake chuckled again. Valley, you stopping her so fast, maybe you're the one who wants a, huh? Vala's face twitched, a faint pink dusting her cheeks. Shut up, Drake. Albion's voice joined in, his tone calm but teasing. How amusing. The White Dragon Empress flustered over something so trivial, Vala scoffed. I am not flustered, Kuroka grinned, her tail swishing playfully. Nya looks like I'm not the only one interested, a groggy voice cut through the teasing. Why is it so noisy? All eyes turned to Issei as he slowly opened his golden eyes, blinking up at the two women beside him. He let out a tired sigh, shifting slightly in bed. Feels like I got run over by a truck. Kuroka wasted no time, leaning closer with a sly grin. More like sliced up by a demon swordsman. Nya, Vala, ignoring Kuroka, crossed her arms. You're awake. Good. We have questions, Issei groaned. Figures, Kuroka nudged him playfully. Come on, spill. What do you know about Kokushibbo? Issei sighed again, rubbing his forehead. Not much more than you do. He's ridiculously strong. That's all that really matters. Vala's gaze hardened. We need more than that. You're his disciple. That means you know more about his abilities than we do. Before she could press further, a knock on the door interrupted them. A voice called from the hallway. Vala, Kuroka. The meeting is starting. Bring Issei. Kuroka stretched, smirking. Looks like it's time to move, Nya. Vala glanced at Issei. Can you walk? Issei pushed himself up with a grunt. Guess we're about to find out. With that, the three of them made their way to the meeting room, where the Chaos Brigade awaited them. The air in the meeting room was tense as Issei stepped inside, accompanied by Vala and Kuroka. Every eye in the room was on him, though none were more intense than Tiamat's. She sat with her arms crossed, her golden eyes burning with anger. Drake's voice broke the silence first. Hey. His normally powerful tone carried an unusual nervousness. Tiamat's glare intensified. You, Issei sighed. Great. This is going to be fun. Chao Chao leaned forward, observing Issei carefully. So, you're the one who fought Kokushibbo. You wielded his techniques, yet you're still standing. That's impressive, Tiamat scoffed. What's not impressive is the fact that I was saved by the host of Drake. A few in the room exchanged knowing glances. It was no secret why she harbored a deep hatred toward the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake had caused her suffering in the past, and seeing his power in Issei no matter how different he was only fueled her resentment. Kuroka, sensing the rising tension, clapped her hands together. I know! Let's see if Issei has any useful information about Kokushibbo. Nya. Vala remained silent but nodded in agreement. Issei, feeling the weight of everyone's expectations, exhaled deeply before speaking. All right, let's get this over with. He leaned forward, locking eyes with the gathered members. Kokushibbo took me in when I was 4 years old. He trained me in everything swordsmanship, survival, discipline. He's not just my master, he's like a father to me. He taught me how to fight, cook, clean, build everything. The room was silent as his words sank in. Chao Chao narrowed his eyes. Did he ever tell you about his past? Issei shook his head. Never. All I know is that he's been around for centuries. He's strong. Inhumanly strong, Vala frowned. How old is he? Issei hesitated for a moment before answering. At least 0 years old. The room grew even quieter. Even those who had witnessed Kokushibbo's power firsthand were shaken by the confirmation. The sheer weight of experience behind the demon swordsman was staggering. Chao Chao's eyes narrowed. Someone that old, yet we've never heard of him? Issei says. He told me he spent his whole life training. He wants to surpass his brother. Vala's gaze sharpened. His brother? Issei sighed. Correct. But he said no matter how hard he trains, he'll never beat his little brother. That's what he told me. The room fell into a stunned silence once more, the thought creeping into everyone's mind if Kokushibbo, someone this powerful, couldn't surpass his brother, just how terrifying was his younger sibling? Tiamat abruptly stood up, slamming a fist onto the table. Enough. Drake, explain yourself. Drake hesitated. About what? Your debt. Her eyes burned with fury. You borrowed a treasure from me centuries ago and broke it. You promised to repay me, but instead you died. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you to make things right? Her voice wavered with frustration. Drake let out a nervous chuckle. All right. The meeting room of the Chaos Brigade fell silent. Several notable figures sat around the table, watching the exchange with interest. Arthur Pendragon, Le Fay, female Vala, female Crom Crutch, and Chao Chao all observed as the tension in the room thickened. Among them, Issei, who was currently in his Kokushibo-like human form, remained quiet, observing the situation carefully. Drake sighed, knowing there was no easy way out of this. Centuries, she had said. That meant she had stewed over this grievance for a long, long time. He shifted uncomfortably. Look, Tiamat, I admit, I never intended to leave the debt unpaid. Dying kind of complicated things. Tiamat crossed her arms. Complicated? You died. Then, instead of fixing your mistake once you returned, you just ignored it, Drake grumbled. It's not like I had a choice. I was sealed inside a sacred gear, remember? Kind of hard to gather treasures when you're nothing but a voice in someone's head. Before Tiamat could retort, another voice cut in. If Drake's debt still exists, then I suppose it falls on me to handle it. Tiamat turned to the speaker Issei, his expression neutral. She narrowed her eyes. You? And why would you be responsible for this? Issei sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Because I'm Drake's reincarnation, aren't I? If he can't settle his debt, then it falls on me. That's how these things usually go, right? Tiamat scoffed. You think you can simply take his place and erase a centuries-old debt, just like that? I'm not saying it'll be easy, Issei admitted. But if it's something Drake owed, he'll take responsibility for it. No point in arguing about the past, Tiamat huffed. Fine. Then it's your debt now. You're the one carrying him, after all. You'll find a way to repay me. Issei remained calm, unfazed by her declaration. He simply nodded. Understood, Drake groaned. Kid, you really don't have to, Issei cut him off. I do. But there's something else I can do, Tiamat raised an eyebrow. And what would that be? Issei smirked. I can temporarily release Drake from the sacred gear. That way, he can face you directly and settle this properly. A tense silence filled the room before Tiamat leaned forward, intrigued. You can do what? Without further hesitation, Issei activated the boosted gear, pouring his energy into it. A brilliant red glow erupted as Drake's form began materializing, his mighty draconic body standing before Tiamat for the first time in centuries. Drake sighed, giving a weak chuckle. Well, here I am. Albion suddenly materialized as well, his blue form appearing beside Drake. He tilted his head. Wait a moment, Tiamat. If you despise Drake for breaking your treasure, why did you let him borrow it in the first place? Tiamat froze for a moment before her face twisted with anger. That doesn't matter, Drake looked at her seriously. For once, there was no bravado, no nervous laughter, just a quiet, gentle sincerity. He bowed deeply, his massive form lowering with reverence. Tiamat, I am truly sorry. I broke your trust, not just your treasure. I have no excuse. I deserve your anger. Tiamat clenched her fists. Damn right you do. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, her fists colliding with Drake's face with bone-shattering force. The impact shook the entire meeting room as the Chaos Brigade members looked on in stunned silence. Blow after blow, she pummeled him relentlessly. Every hit sent shockwaves through the chamber. Drake didn't resist, his massive body taking the punishment without complaint. I deserve that, he muttered after each strike. Yep, that too. Another hit. Fair enough. A devastating punch. Yeah, I had that coming. Albion, who had been watching with an amused expression, finally chuckled. I must say, Drake, this is quite a rare sight. Are you truly going to sit there and take all of it? Drake groaned, wincing as he took another punch. Albion, help me out, man. Albion smirked. No, Kuroka laughed. Nyahaha, you really are hopeless, Drake. Drake let out a defeated sigh just as Tiamat landed a particularly brutal uppercut, sending him crashing into the ceiling. He fell back down with a heavy thud. The others watched in stunned silence. Arthur leaned back in his chair, mildly impressed. Le Fay covered her mouth in shock, while female Crom Crouch smirked slightly. Chow Chow crossed his arms, watching with amusement, while Vala simply sighed. Finally, Tiamat's punches slowed. Her breathing was heavy. Then, to everyone's shock, her body trembled, and she stopped entirely. Tears welled in her eyes as she clenched her fists at her sides. You idiot, I let you borrow my treasure because I liked you and you just broke it and left me. Do you know how much that hurt? Drake, for once, had no response. His usual bravado faded, and he simply lowered his head. He took a deep breath, his tone steady yet gentle. Tiamat, I'm sorry. Truly, I am. I hurt you more than I ever realized, and for that, I will not make excuses. Slowly, he bowed even deeper, his sincerity apparent in every motion. Tell me, what can I do for you to forgive me? I will do whatever it takes. Tiamat wiped her eyes, her voice shaky but firm. Then give me something that can't be broken, something priceless. Drake hesitated. What do you mean? She inhaled deeply, then fixed him with a determined stare. I want your child. A child isn't something you can put a price on, nor something that can be broken like a treasure. The room went silent. Drake's jaw dropped. Arthur choked on his tea. Le Fay turned beet red. Vala and Crom Crutch looked away in embarrassment. Chow Chow raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Issei simply closed his eyes and muttered, Not my problem. Drake, still trying to process what Tiamat just said, sputtered. Why you want my what? Albion, suddenly tensed. Her usual smirk faltered as her draconic eyes narrowed. Hold on a second. She pointed at Tiamat. You can't just demand a child like it's some kind of trade. Tiamat crossed her arms. And why not? He owes me. Albion's wings flared, her tone growing more intense. Because that's ridiculous. A child is a bond, a commitment. Not something you just throw out there because you're mad. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. Oh? And why do you care so much? Albion huffed, then pointed dramatically at Drake. Because I'm the one who should be having his child. The room went dead silent. Drake's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Arthur dropped his sword. Le Fay nearly fainted. Vala and Crom Crutch looked utterly scandalized, while Chow Chow simply raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Tiamat blinked. Excuse me? Albion, realizing what she just blurted out, turned slightly red but stood her ground. Why, yeah. You heard me. I love this big idiot. Always have. Every time we fought, I didn't just feel rivalry, I felt something else. Something stronger. I hated how cocky he was, but damn it, I loved it too. Drake was still frozen. Wait, hold on. Albion stomped forward, jabbing a claw at his chest. And another thing. I never told anyone because I didn't want to deal with this nonsense. You think I enjoyed being seen as just your eternal rival? Ha! Every time we clashed, my feelings only grew stronger. You have any idea how frustrating it is to be in love with a moron who never figured it out? Drake was completely, utterly dumbfounded. I thought you were a guy, Albion groaned, throwing her claws up. Why does everyone assume that? Just because my voice is deep and I fight like hell doesn't mean I'm a guy. I've always been a woman, and I've always. She jabbed his chest again, eyes burning with emotion. Had feelings for you, you dense flame-breathing dumbass. The room remained in stunned silence before Kuroka snickered. Nyahaha, now this is getting interesting. Tiamat rubbed her temples, exhaling sharply. Oh great. Another one. She narrowed her eyes at Albion. So what? You think you deserve him more than me? Albion smirked. Obviously. Unlike you, I was actually fighting him for thousands of years. You lent him a treasure, I punched him through mountains. We had a bond, damn it, Tiamat scoffed. You may have fought him, but I was always by his side when it mattered. You're just an overgrown lizard who loses time to time against him, Albion sneered. Overgrown lizard? Listen here, Dragon King, I am one of the heavenly dragons. You are beneath me in every way. You may be strong, but compared to me, you're just another arrogant dragon with a grudge. Tiamat's eye twitched. Oh? A heavenly dragon? And yet here you are, desperate for the same dragon I am. Sounds pretty pathetic to me. If you were so superior, why didn't Drake ever notice your so-called love? Albion growled. Because unlike you, I actually had pride. I didn't need to throw a tantrum and demand a child to prove my worth. Tiamat bared her fangs. Then prove it, heavenly dragon. Unless you're all talk. Albion cracked her knuckles, wings spreading wide. Gladly. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way. Drake paled. Oh no. With a thunderous roar, the two dragonesses lunged at each other, shaking the entire building as their brawl began. Drake sighed, rubbing his temples. I need a vacation. Issei, who had been completely quiet up until now, exhaled softly. Not my concern. He stood up, his movements fluid and precise. Dragons settle their own matters. Issei sat down at the far side of the room, his posture calm and poised as he observed the dragon's chaotic brawl. The floor trembled with each strike, the sound of roaring and growling filling the space as Albion and Tiamat fought with the intensity of their long-standing rivalry. Issei's gaze remained steady, unaffected by the raw power that surged around him. He simply watched, as if this spectacle was of little consequence to him. Arthur, still sipping his tea, chuckled under his breath, clearly entertained by the scene unfolding before him. "This is better than the stories," Arthur murmured, smirking as he took another sip. But just as Albion and Tiamat seemed to reach the peak of their confrontation, Kuroka's voice suddenly broke through the noise with a loud shout. "Stop!" The room fell into stunned silence as both dragons froze mid-attack. Kuroka, standing near the center, had her hands on her hips, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She glanced between the two bickering dragons and smirked. "Why are you two wasting all this energy?" Kuroka said nonchalantly. "You could save yourselves some trouble, you know." Tiamat and Albion, both heavily panting and covered in scratches from their fierce combat, turned toward Kuroka. Albion's wings twitched with irritation, and Tiamat narrowed her eyes. "Save us trouble? What are you?" Tiamat began, but Kuroka waved her hand dismissively. "Don't make me repeat myself, big girl. You two are obviously fighting for the same thing," Kuroka said with a grin, "so why not just share him?" The room went dead silent once again, as if the air itself had thickened with tension. Drake, still processing the absurdity of the situation, blinked several times, his face completely red. "Wait, what?" Drake sputtered, staring at Kuroka as if she had just suggested an impossible scenario. Kuroka rolled her eyes. "You heard me. I mean, clearly, you both want the same thing. Why not just stop tearing each other apart and make a deal? Share Drake, and we can all just move on." Albion, still hovering in midair, was the first to react. Her jaw dropped, and she blinked rapidly as if trying to comprehend the words that had just come from Kuroka's mouth. "As share him? What?" Tiamat, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, her arms crossing as she regarded Kuroka with a more thoughtful expression. You know, that's an interesting idea. After all, what's the point of fighting over someone you could both have?" The room's tension shifted from anger to confusion, and then a strange sense of awkwardness filled the air. Even Arthur raised an eyebrow, his smirk now replaced with a more amused expression. "I didn't think that would be the suggestion," Drake groaned, burying his face in his hands. "This is not happening, this is so not happening." Issei, still sitting far away, observed the entire scene with an unreadable expression. His fingers drummed lightly on the armrest of his seat as he waited for the chaos to unfold. It was clear that this was nothing more than another human drama to him, something he had no part in, but he was fascinated by the absurdity of it all. Kuroka seemed to revel in the chaos she had created, her tail swishing behind her as she tilted her head. "I mean, why not? You've both spent thousands of years fighting over him, and now you're just going to let your tempers get the best of you. I say you take a more cooperative approach. You know, team up for once." Albion, still hovering in midair, looked conflicted. The pride of a heavenly dragon clashed with the idea of sharing her prize. Tiamat, meanwhile, raised a claw and scratched her chin thoughtfully. You know, maybe that's not such a bad idea. I do like the sound of less fighting." The room was thick with tension, but the suggestion of a bizarre truce hung in the air, and the dragons seemed to hesitate for a moment. Arthur leaned back in his chair, looking over at Issei. "Is this really happening?" Issei's eyes flicked briefly to Arthur, then back to the dragons, before he let out a soft exhale. "Let them do as they please." Kuroka, sensing her victory, let out a triumphant laugh. "See? Not so hard to figure out." Drake, now thoroughly flustered, opened his mouth to protest but was immediately silenced by Albion's growl. "This isn't over," she muttered, her wings flaring out again. "But I'll think about it," Tiamat snickered. "Don't worry, I'm not about to let this go either." For a moment, the chaos seemed to settle, and the room was filled with the uncomfortable realization that the impossible suggestion might just work, much to Drake's horror and Albion's reluctant curiosity. The silence that followed Kuroka's suggestion of sharing Drake was thick enough to cut with a knife. The atmosphere in the room shifted once again as the dragons seemed to wrestle with the bizarre proposition. Albion and Tiamat hovered in midair, exchanging glances that were more assessing than antagonistic. Drake, meanwhile, was still in a state of disbelief, his crimson scales flickering like a beacon of panic. Even Arthur had set his tea down, no longer interested in the calm relaxation he had earlier been indulging in. Kuroka, on the other hand, was the picture of amusement. She leaned back against the wall with her arms crossed, a smirk plastered across her face as she watched the fallout unfold. You know, I didn't think you two would get so worked up. I thought you'd be more mature about it. Albion snorted, her wings folding slightly as she glared at the playful Nikomata. Mature? This is insane. Tiamat tilted her head, her expression unusually calm. Maybe. But what if it's the only way to avoid more destruction? We've fought for so long, Albion. Isn't it exhausting? Albion's eyes narrowed at the Dragon King, her wings twitching restlessly. She hated to admit it, but Tiamat had a point. She had fought against Drake, and yet, the rivalry between them never felt like just a rivalry. It was something more complicated, something deeper than either of them had ever been willing to acknowledge. It's not about exhaustion, Albion grumbled, crossing her arms. It's about pride. And you don't just give that up. Tiamat shrugged nonchalantly, uncaring of Albion's frustration. Pride doesn't win wars, love does. A sharp intake of breath came from Drake, and he stumbled backward, shaking his head. Wait. No. This isn't happening. You can't just share me like a piece of meat, Kuroka laughed lightly. You make it sound so crude, Drake. I'm just offering a more cooperative solution. Come on, don't be so uptight. Drake's eyes flickered with exasperation. This is absurd. I didn't ask for any of this. Arthur, leaning back in his chair and casually observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle at Drake's obvious discomfort. You've gotten yourself into quite the mess, old dragon. Drake shot him a glare. Thanks for the support, Arthur. Really helpful. But before the bickering could resume, Kuroka raised her hands, her voice carrying an authoritative tone that cut through the noise. All right. Let's all just calm down for a moment. We're getting nowhere, and frankly, I don't think anyone here wants to deal with a full-blown war between you two. She looked between Tiamat and Albion, then at Drake. How about we approach this rationally? No fighting, no more absurd claims. Just consider it. Albion took a deep breath, her wings folding against her back. I'm listening, she said, though her voice was laced with suspicion. Tiamat, ever the pragmatic one, nodded. Fine. I'll listen too. But if this doesn't work out, don't say I didn't warn you. Kuroka grinned, clearly pleased with how things were progressing. Perfect. Now, Drake, listen closely. All we're proposing is that you stop being so stubborn. I mean, you've been through what, thousands of years together? Why not make the most of it? Drake could barely contain his incredulity. That's your idea of making the most of it? A three-way? He nearly shouted. No! Kuroka shot back, not flinching. It's not about that. It's about mutual respect. Just think about it. You two, she pointed to Tiamat and Albion, want Drake because of his strength, his heart, and his, whatever else you two get all wrapped up in. Why not put your heads together for once? Albion huffed, her eyes still narrowed. What's the catch? The catch is you need to make it work, or else nothing changes. No more fighting, no more childish bickering, Kuroka said, her tone firm. You both stop playing games and act like the grown-ups you're supposed to be. Tiamat's expression softened ever so slightly. You really think this will work? Kuroka nodded. I do. But that's up to you both. Drake can't be yours unless you make it happen. This isn't about taking sides, it's about finding a way to coexist. The room remained still for a moment as everyone considered the weight of her words. Even Drake, though still clearly uncomfortable, found himself contemplating the idea. His pride was immense, but so was his exhaustion. Maybe, just maybe, there was something to Kuroka's suggestion. Fine, Albion finally muttered, her voice barely above a growl. But I'm not sharing everything. Tiamat smiled in agreement. Of course. But I'll take what I can get. Kuroka clapped her hands together, pleased with the results. Good. Now let's move on from this awkward mess, huh? Arthur chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. This is nuts. Issei, still sitting quietly in the corner, allowed himself the smallest of smirks, though his expression remained unreadable. Dragons and their pride, he murmured softly under his breath. It's an endless cycle, Issei, Kuroka called out, her voice playful. Are you going to sit over there all day, or are you going to join the conversation? Issei's gaze flicked to Kuroka before he stood up, his movements fluid and deliberate. Not my problem. He started to walk toward the exit, pausing only to glance at the still flustered Drake. Let them figure it out. Drake, now somewhat defeated, sat back in his chair with a heavy sigh. I need a drink. Arthur raised his teacup, grinning widely. Now that's something I can get behind. As the group dispersed, each with their own thoughts, the tension that had hung in the air for so long finally seemed to dissipate. The dragons, once at each other's throats, now found themselves caught in an unexpected arrangement. Whether it would hold was anyone's guess, but for the moment, the drama had reached a bizarre truce. The tension in the room had finally settled, though there was still an underlying awkwardness. The dragons, once engaged in heated combat, now lingered in a strange silence, unsure of how to proceed after Kuroka's bizarre proposal. Drake, his pride bruised but still intact, leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. He was still trying to process everything, his mind racing in circles as he struggled to wrap his head around the idea of sharing his bond with Albion and Tiamat. Arthur, ever the observer, leaned back in his chair with a grin plastered on his face. Well, that was something, he remarked, his voice laced with amusement. I have to say, I didn't see that coming. Drake sighed deeply. You and me both, Arthur. Issei, having quietly left the corner, moved toward the door, his presence as calm and silent as ever. He paused briefly before exiting, his voice low and measured. Enough drama for one day. His words hung in the air, and though they weren't directed at anyone in particular, they seemed to carry weight. Kuroka smirked, watching Issei leave without a word. You know, that guy never says much, but when he does, it always feels like he's seen the end of it before it even begins. Does he even care? Drake muttered, his tone somewhere between frustration and resignation. Kuroka chuckled. I think he cares more than he lets on, but, yeah, he's definitely a mystery. Valley, who had been standing off to the side, leaned against the wall, her arms folded. Her expression was one of deep thought, though a subtle irritation lingered in her eyes. So this is how we're doing things now? Just accept everything and move on. Albion, her wings twitching in discomfort, avoided Vala's gaze. It's not as simple as you think, she muttered, her voice low. I didn't want things to turn out like this, but here we are. Tiamat, ever pragmatic, nodded in agreement. We've all spent centuries fighting and bickering. Maybe it's time to try something different. Her gaze flicked briefly toward Drake. This isn't about weakness. It's about moving forward. Vala's eyes flicked between the two dragons, clearly unconvinced. Moving forward? Or are you just too tired to keep fighting? Kuroka raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying tension. Easy there, Vala. I think we all need a little time to process this mess. It's not like anyone's being forced into anything. She glanced at Drake. At least I don't think so. The air seemed to thicken again as Albion shifted her weight from foot to foot, visibly uncomfortable. Look, I know this isn't ideal. It wasn't supposed to be like this. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to put aside the rivalry and make something new out of this. Tiamat crossed her arms, her posture still relaxed despite the odd circumstances. Maybe. But don't think I've forgotten our past, Albion. This won't be an easy thing to just accept. Nothing is ever easy, Albion muttered, her eyes narrowing in thought. But yeah? I think I can manage, Vala sighed, her expression shifting slightly. I still don't like it. Then maybe it's time for you to decide what you want, Vala, Kuroka said, her voice softening. You've been so focused on being the strongest that you've never really thought about what it means to connect with someone. Maybe that's something you need to figure out. Vala's eyes widened for a moment, her hand tightening around her arm. And you think that's what's been holding me back? Please, Kuroka's tail flicked lazily behind her as she grinned. Could be. But maybe you're just afraid to admit it. Before Vala could respond, Arthur stood from his seat, stretching his arms with a wide grin. All right, enough with the drama. The dragons can figure out their mess on their own. He raised an eyebrow at Drake. How about a drink? You look like you could use one. Drake shot him a glare, his mood sour but not wanting to dwell on it too long. Fine. I could use something stronger than tea. As the group began to break apart, the tension from earlier gradually dissolved. Albion, Tiamat, and Kuroka moved toward the other side of the room, leaving Drake and Arthur to find their way to the bar. Vala remained by the wall, still lost in her thoughts. For a brief moment, she caught a glimpse of Issei as he made his way toward the door. He didn't look back, his posture as calm and controlled as ever. Something stirred within her, a strange sense of curiosity and admiration for the quiet man who had stayed mostly out of the chaos. She didn't know why, but she felt like there was more to him than what met the eye. Issei had left the chaos of the base behind him, stepping into the cool evening air. The sky overhead was painted in shades of deep orange and purple, the setting sun casting long shadows over the landscape. The distant sounds of bickering and the occasional roar of dragons were drowned out by the rhythmic rush of water cascading down a cliff nearby. After a brief walk, he arrived at a secluded spot near the Chaos Brigade's base, a massive, jagged rock that jutted out near the base of a powerful waterfall. The air was misty here, and the roar of the water crashing against the rocks below was deafening, yet strangely calming. Issei had found this place many years ago, a perfect spot for meditation and reflection. Sitting cross-legged on the flat rock, Issei closed his eyes, allowing the energy around him to settle. The sound of the waterfall drowned out everything else, and he allowed his mind to clear. There, at the edge of the world, surrounded by the power of nature, he focused inward. His breath slowed as he entered a deep meditative state. The cool mist washed over him as he let go of everything, his past, his present, and the ever-present weight of the power he wielded. In this moment of stillness, he began to reflect on his own journey. The path that had led him here was one of constant struggle and sacrifice, but also growth. As his past flashed before him, training under Drake, unlocking the potential within the moon-breathing forms, the never-ending pursuit of power, he remembered the peace that had always eluded him. Peace. Perhaps I'll never find it, he thought to himself, but I can continue to try. I must keep moving forward. That is all I can do. The moment stretched on, the air heavy with the weight of his thoughts. For a brief instant, he felt a tug at the edges of his consciousness, someone nearby. He didn't need to open his eyes to know who it was. Kuroka approached from behind, her movements light and cautious. Issei, she called out softly. Still pretending like you have everything figured out? Issei didn't open his eyes, but the faintest hint of a smile played on his lips. I do not pretend. She stepped closer, her tail flicking with curiosity. If you say so. She paused, her eyes scanning the waterfall and the rock. This place is peaceful. I didn't expect you to have a soft spot for nature. Nature is constant. It does not change. That is why it is soothing, Issei replied, his voice calm and detached. Kuroka chuckled softly, though there was no malice in it. I'm not sure if you're just too quiet or too deep for me to fully get. But whatever it is, I can't seem to leave you alone. Issei opened his eyes slowly, staring out over the waterfall. You are free to leave whenever you wish. Kuroka tilted her head, studying him with a mischievous smile. Maybe, but I'm not ready to leave just yet. Maybe I'll stick around to see what happens next. Issei's gaze flicked briefly to her, then returned to the cascade of water. Do as you wish. Kuroka laughed lightly, shaking her head. You're always so simple. But despite her words, there was a subtle respect in her eyes, a sense that she was starting to understand just a little bit more about the quiet warrior before her. Issei didn't respond. He had already closed his eyes again, focusing once more on the world around him, the peaceful sounds of nature calming his mind. For now, that was enough. A few minutes passed, and Kuroka, sensing no immediate change in the atmosphere, began to grow restless. Her tail flicked lazily behind her as she observed Issei, who remained completely still, as if he were a part of the natural landscape. She raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued but quickly overridden by her hunger. Well, she muttered under her breath. If you're not going to say anything else, I'll go find something to eat. Maybe we can chat more after my stomach's satisfied. With a soft chuckle, Kuroka turned and walked away, her footsteps light and graceful as she made her way back toward the base. Issei didn't respond, his focus entirely on the serene flow of the waterfall, its sound like a constant presence within his mind. The weight of his past was still there, but in this moment of solitude, it was almost bearable. Then Crom crunched behind Issei walking towards him. The moment Kuroka left, the air between Issei and Crom Crunch became heavy with an unspoken tension. The dragon let out a low, rumbling hum, her golden eyes locking onto him as he remained seated, seemingly unbothered by her presence. She watched him carefully, her instincts screaming that there was something more to him, something hidden beneath his calm, unreadable exterior. You sit here like a monk, but I wonder, Crom said, cracking her knuckles. Do you actually have the strength to back up that composure? Issei exhaled slowly, his eyes still closed as he remained in his meditative state. Testing me will gain you nothing, Crom smirked. It'll entertain me. Without further warning, she lunged. Issei's body shifted in an instant, his instincts flaring as her fist came crashing down toward him. He tilted his head slightly, avoiding the direct impact, and raised his forearm to block the force of her strike. The impact sent vibrations through his entire body, but he remained unmoved, his feet planted firmly against the rock beneath him. Crom pressed forward, her movements relentless. She swung again, her clawed hands slicing through the air with dangerous speed. Issei parried, redirecting her strike to the side before twisting his body just in time to block her follow-up kick with his forearm. He maintained a defensive stance, never retaliating with full force, only doing just enough to hold her off. Crom mused as she continued her assault, her movements growing faster. You're good, but you're only defending. What's the matter? Afraid to fight back? Issei didn't answer. He kept his guard up, shifting and pivoting as he parried each of her strikes with precise movements. He knew he had to be careful. He couldn't afford to draw attention to himself, couldn't afford to reveal his true strength. For now, he had to act weaker than he was. Crom's smirk widened. She feinted a punch before twisting midair, delivering a powerful spinning kick aimed directly at his ribs. This time, Issei met her attack head-on, raising his arm in defense. The impact forced him back slightly, his heels skidding against the stone's surface beneath him. The force behind her blows was monstrous. He knew he couldn't keep up this act forever. For a brief moment, he decided to retaliate. His foot shifted, his stance lowering as he inhaled sharply. Then, with a burst of speed, he moved. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, evening palace. His sword flickered, a crescent-shaped arc forming in the air as he swung, forcing Crom to leap backward to avoid the slash. The attack was swift, precise, and controlled, enough to make her take him seriously, but not enough to expose himself. Crom's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now that's more like it! She charged again, wings flaring behind her as she unleashed a barrage of rapid strikes. Issei's body moved on instinct, weaving between her attacks before countering with another technique. Moon breathing, second form, pearl flower moon gazing. His blade moved in a flowing motion, creating several overlapping slashes that barely missed Crom's form as she twisted midair to evade them. She landed with a heavy thud, eyes narrowing as she studied him. There was something strange about him. He was skilled, far more skilled than he initially let on. And yet, there was hesitation in his strikes. A reluctance. As if he was deliberately holding back. But Crom didn't question it. Instead, she smirked. Not bad. Then, she made her final move. She surged forward, aiming for a decisive blow, but at the last second, her footing slipped. The uneven surface of the rock betrayed her balance, causing her to stumble. Issei, having just steadied himself after his last attack, turned toward her instinctively, only to be met with the full force of her body crashing into him. They tumbled to the ground in a heap, the sound of impact echoing across the waterfall's edge. The weight of Crom's form pressed against him, her body slightly over his, her face just inches from his own. Time seemed to freeze. The air remained heavy with tension as Crom crouched stared down at Issei, her golden eyes gleaming with an intensity that betrayed her thoughts. She hadn't left. Instead, she stood there, unmoving, her gaze fixed on him as he sat back on the rock, once again attempting to return to his meditation. Kuroka and Vala watched from a short distance, exchanging glances. It was clear that Crom wasn't finished with him just yet. Crom exhaled sharply, crossing her arms. You're an interesting one, you know that? Issei remained silent. She took a slow step forward, her wings shifting slightly. Most men I fight either break or get excited. But you? You barely react. You only did just enough to stop me, nothing more. Issei finally opened his eyes, his golden irises meeting hers. There was no need for more. Crom's lips curled into a smirk. Maybe. But it makes me want to push you even further. Before he could respond, she suddenly stepped closer, closing the distance between them. Her sharp, dragon-like features softened slightly as she peered down at him, curiosity burning in her gaze. You hide something, she murmured. Something powerful. Issei didn't react, but he knew she was seeing more than she should. Crom Cruch was a warrior through and through, her instincts sharpened by countless battles. It was only natural she'd sense the depth of his strength, no matter how much he concealed it. The silence stretched between them, thick and unyielding. Then, without thinking, Crom moved closer. Too close. Her face hovered just inches from his, her breath warm against his skin. She wasn't sure why she did it. Perhaps it was the curiosity, or the way he remained so utterly unreadable despite everything. Maybe it was the raw, unexplainable pull she felt toward him, something primal and unfamiliar even to her. Kuroka's ears twitched as she realized what was happening. Her eyes widened. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." Vala's expression turned into one of sheer disbelief. "Crom! What the hell are you doing?" Crom flinched, her eyes snapping toward them. Only then did she realize just how close she had gotten. A deep red flush spread across her face as she immediately backed away, turning her head sharply to the side. "TCH. It was nothing," she muttered, scowling. Kuroka crossed her arms, smirking. "Didn't look like nothing to me, Naya." Vala pinched the bridge of her nose. "First Albion and Tiamat and now you? Seriously?" Issei, still seated, merely exhaled through his nose. "I should have left when I had the chance." Kuroka sighed dramatically. "Too late for that, handsome." Crom clenched her fists. "I'm going to." She paused, realizing that leaving now would only make it worse. Instead, she huffed and sat down on a nearby rock, refusing to meet anyone's gaze. "Forget it. I'm staying." Kuroka giggled. "Oh? So you're joining our little group now?" Crom scoffed. "Hardly," Vala sighed, shaking her head. "You're all ridiculous." Issei finally closed his eyes again, hoping, though he knew it was futile, that he might finally regain some semblance of peace. But with Crom lingering, Kuroka teasing, and Vala's ever-watchful gaze, he suspected that peace was now a distant memory. The journey back to his secluded home was a quiet one. Issei moved with silent purpose, the weight of the day settling over him like an unseen cloak. His battle with Crom, the unexpected tension that followed it, was all something he preferred to leave behind. He had sought solitude for a reason, and now he was returning to it. Before heading straight to his cabin, Issei made his way to where the dragons had gathered. Drake and Albion had been lingering outside, the remnants of their previous interactions still in the air. He knew what he had to do. Vala walked beside him, arms crossed. "You're putting them back already?" she asked, glancing at Albion. Albion smirked. "And here I thought you enjoyed my company, partner." Drake huffed. "We're a part of them, Albion. Doesn't matter if we're outside or inside. We go where they go." Albion chuckled, then turned to Tiamat, who stood nearby, her expression neutral but her tail twitching slightly. "Still, I must say you must be jealous, Tiamat. After all, you'll be spending all of Drake's time with him, while you'll be left out here alone." Tiamat's eye twitched. "Excuse me?" Albion smirked. "Oh, did I stutter? I meant that once I'm back in the sacred gear with Drake, you'll be the only one close to him." "Per you," Drake sighed. "Albion, don't." A sudden surge of magic crackled through the air as Tiamat's tail flicked dangerously. "Oh no, that's not happening." Albion laughed. "Oh? So you do care." Tiamat crossed her arms. "I just refuse to be left out." Issei exhaled. "I don't care." Tiamat smirked. "Then you won't mind if I tag along." With that, Drake and Albion turned into streams of energy, retreating back into their respective sacred gears. Tiamat, however, stepped up beside Issei, clearly intent on following whether he wanted her to or not. Vala just shook her head and walked with them. The journey to his home didn't take long, and soon, the familiar sight of his mountain cabin came into view. Nestled near the edge of the mountain, the cabin was modest but sturdy, its wooden structure blending seamlessly into the surrounding wilderness. A serene lake stretched out before it, the crystal-clear water reflecting the sky above. A waterfall cascaded into the lake from a nearby cliff, the sound of rushing water creating a tranquil backdrop. As he approached, he sensed the presence of others within. His golden eyes narrowed slightly as he opened the door. Inside, Kuroka was lounging on his couch, tail swaying lazily as she stretched. "Took you long enough, Naya," she purred. Vala sat at the small wooden table, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. She barely spared him a glance as he entered. This was her idea. Kuroka grinned. "Of course it was. It's peaceful here. Perfect place to relax, don't you think?" Crom Critch leaned against the far wall, her golden eyes scanning the space. Unlike the others, she took a moment to truly observe her surroundings. Her gaze lingered on the sturdy wooden beams, the well-kept simplicity of the cabin, and the way the natural elements around it blended so perfectly. The lake, the waterfall, it was an ideal place to retreat. Humph, Crom muttered, arms folded. I'll admit, this place is not bad. Kuroka's ears twitched. Oh? That almost sounded like a compliment, Naya. Crom rolled her eyes. Don't push it. Issei took a slow breath. He wasn't in the mood for this, but he wasn't about to start an argument either. Do whatever you want, I don't care, he muttered, walking past them and heading toward his room. Hey, don't just ignore us, Naya, Kuroka whined. Vala sighed. You're the one who brought us here. Deal with it. Kuroka huffed but didn't argue. Instead, she turned her attention back to Issei, who had already disappeared into his room, shutting the door behind him. Crom watched the closed door for a moment longer before scoffing. TCH. He really is something else. Vala glanced at her. You're still thinking about that fight, aren't you? Crom's tail flicked. Maybe. Kuroka's grin widened. Oh? Is that all you're thinking about? Crom shot her a glare. Shut up. Kuroka only giggled. Meanwhile, in his room, Issei sat on the edge of his bed, exhaling deeply. His solitude had been interrupted once again. Deciding to ignore the noise outside, he laid back onto his bed and allowed his exhaustion to finally take hold. The moment his head hit the pillow, sleep overcame him, pulling him into a deep slumber. Kuroka, noticing the opportunity, quietly slipped into his room and curled up beside him, draping an arm over his chest with a contented purr. Seeing this, Vala narrowed her eyes before scoffing, but after a moment of hesitation, she joined them as well, lying on the opposite side. Crom, not one to back down from a challenge, crossed her arms. TCH, whatever. Then, she too climbed onto the bed, but instead of settling beside him, she boldly laid on top of Issei, resting her head against his chest. A soft glow then emerged from Issei's sacred gear as he unconsciously released Drake and Albion in their human forms. Drake stretched before yawning, his slicked back red hair shifting slightly. Albion, a tall woman with long silver hair, smirked, taking one look at the scene before deciding to lay down as well. Looks like we don't have much choice, Drake muttered, before finding a comfortable spot. Albion chuckled. If Tiamat sees this, she'll kill you. Tiamat, who had also entered the room unnoticed, simply crossed her arms. Oh, I see how it is, Drake groaned. Don't start, Tiamat smirked. You're mine later. Issei, completely unaware of everything, simply continued sleeping, his breathing steady and calm. As silence filled the room, the group unknowingly found themselves sharing in his tranquility, the steady sound of the waterfall outside blending into the quiet atmosphere of the cabin. Meanwhile, outside, Drake had quietly slipped away, stepping behind the waterfall where a hidden cave lay. The cavern shimmered with treasures and weapons from ages past, but what caught his eye most was an old egg, his egg, the one he had hatched from. He stared at it, lost in thought. Seeing this, Albion and Tiamat exchanged glances before smirking. Now's our chance, Albion whispered. Tiamat grinned. Oh, absolutely. Before Drake could react, the two dragonesses lunged, pushing him down with mischievous intent. A predatory grin appeared on Tiamat's face. It's time for you to repay your debt, Albion smirking. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Drake's eyes widened. Wait, what? A loud crash echoed through the cavern, followed by laughter and a deep sigh from Drake. The next day, a soft rustling sound stirred Crom from her sleep. She blinked groggily, golden eyes adjusting to the dim morning light filtering through the window. As she shifted, she realized something was off. The steady warmth beneath her was gone. Frowning, she sat up, glancing around the room. Kuroka and Vala had also stirred, their sleepy expressions quickly shifting to alertness as they noticed the same thing. Where is he? Vala muttered, rubbing her eyes before standing up. Kuroka stretched, her tail flicking behind her. He must have woken up early. Naya, let's check outside. Crom silently followed as they stepped out of the bedroom and into the main area of the cabin. The scent of freshly cooked food filled the air, rich and savory, making her stomach tighten slightly in anticipation. The source of the aroma was immediately clear. Issei stood by the kitchen, his movements precise and effortless. He moved with silent grace, flipping something in the pan with a practiced wrist, his expression calm and focused. His long, dark hair was tied back, revealing sharp features and golden eyes that remained fixed on his task. The sound of sizzling echoed through the space, blending seamlessly with the peaceful ambience of the cabin. Kuroka grinned. Breakfast by Issei, my favorite. Vala leaned against the wall, watching with a knowing smirk. He always cooks like this. You get used to it. Crom, however, found herself watching more intently. This was unexpected. She had seen warriors, swordsmen, and powerful beings fight with skill, but seeing someone display such refined technique in something as simple as cooking was something else entirely. There was no hesitation in his movements, no wasted effort, only quiet efficiency and undeniable mastery. Her heart skipped a beat before she scowled at herself. TCH. Why does everything he does have to be so damn impressive? Still, she couldn't tear her eyes away. The way he plated the food with precision, the way his fingers moved as he balanced flavors, it was mesmerizing. If she didn't know better, she would have thought this was another form of combat, one he had mastered just as thoroughly as the blade. Issei, seemingly unaffected by their stares, finished preparing the plates and set them on the table. Eat. Kuroko was the first to react, practically pouncing on the food with a delighted purr. You never disappoint, Naya. Vala took a seat as well, nodding in satisfaction after taking a bite. Still as good as ever. Crom hesitated for only a second before sitting down. The first bite sent a pleasant warmth through her, and though she remained silent, a small part of her admitted this was incredible. Before she could say anything, the door opened, and Albion, Drake, and Tiamat entered. Albion stretched before smirking. Smells good. You actually cooked for us this time? Tiamat raised an eyebrow. Surprising, but I won't complain. Drake huffed as he sat down. You know he's always been like this. He just doesn't say much about it. Issei remained quiet, eating his food with the same calm demeanor. The table soon became a lively scene, the sounds of eating and conversation blending together. Albion leaned back. So, what's next for you all? Vala crossed her arms. I don't know. Maybe some training, Kuroka grinned. Or maybe we should just stay here and make Issei cook for us every day, Naya, Crom scoffed. You're shameless, Kuroka winked. And you're just jealous. Crom rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. Tiamat watched Issei for a moment before smirking. You really are full of surprises. Cooking like this, fighting like that, what else are you hiding? Issei didn't answer, simply taking another bite of his food. Silence followed for a moment before Albion chuckled. That's just how he is, Vala sighed. Yeah. And somehow, we all ended up here with him. A comfortable silence settled over the group, the sound of the waterfall outside blending with the soft clinking of utensils. Crom stole another glance at Issei before looking away, forcing herself to ignore the warmth in her chest. Damn it, this isn't fair. After a few minutes later, everyone finished eating their meal. As the last of the plates were cleared, Crom stood up, her gaze lingering on Issei. She had observed his cooking with a mix of admiration and frustration. His skill in the kitchen rivaled his prowess in combat. Need any help with the dishes? She asked, her voice softer than usual. Issei glanced up, offering a faint smile. I can manage, but if you insist, I won't turn down the company. Crom nodded and moved to the sink, her movements deliberate as she began washing the dishes. Issei joined her, handing over the cleaned items to be dried. The rhythmic sound of water and clinking dishes filled the space, creating a comfortable silence between them. After a few moments, Crom spoke again. You know, I never expected you to be so capable. In the kitchen, I mean, Issei chuckled softly. I had to learn something useful. Can't always rely on others to feed me. Crom smirked. I suppose that's true. They continued working side by side, the conversation flowing easily. As they finished drying the last of the dishes, Crom turned to face him, her expression serious. Issei, she began, her voice low. She hesitated, searching for the right words. Issei waited patiently, his golden eyes attentive. As the last dish was set aside to dry, Crom turned to Issei, her expression thoughtful. Issei, she began, I've noticed your exceptional skills in both combat and cooking. Who taught you? Issei offered a modest smile. I've had 2 mentors. Crom's eyes narrowed slightly. Kokushibo and Drake, correct? He nodded. Yes. Drake and I grew close over time, and Kokushibo, he was like a father to me. A brief flashback crossed Issei's mind. In his mental landscape, he stood before Kokushibo, the formidable swordsman with long, spiky black hair tied in a ponytail, his 6 eyes 3 sets with yellow irises and red scara focused intently on him. Kokushibo's voice, both stern and guiding, echoed as he demonstrated a sword technique, his movements precise and controlled. Issei mirrored the motions, feeling the weight of the blade and the depth of his mentor's experience. Returning to the present, Issei's gaze softened. Kokushibo imparted not just techniques, but discipline and purpose. His teachings went beyond the battlefield. Crom nodded, a hint of respect in her eyes. It's evident in everything you do. As they stood side by side, the gentle sounds of the waterfall outside mingling with the quiet of the cabin, a sense of mutual respect and understanding deepened between them. In that shared silence, an unspoken bond began to form, hinting at the possibility of something more. After finishing the dishes, Issei and Crom stepped outside the cabin to find their companions gathered. Tiamat, Drake, and Albion sat together on a sturdy wooden bench, engaged in quiet conversation. Nearby, Vala and Kuroka were seated side by side, sharing a light-hearted exchange. Crom joined the group, taking a seat beside Tiamat. Issei, however, moved a short distance away, unsheathing his sword. Issei, Vala called out, curiosity evident in her voice. What are you up to? Without pausing, Issei replied, training. The group watched as he began a series of downward sword swings, each movement precise and controlled. Kuroka tilted her head, ears twitching. How many times do you plan to swing that thing, Naya? 1,000, Issei answered calmly, continuing his exercise. Eyes widened in surprise except for Drake, who remained unfazed. Issei, Tiamat interjected, why so many repetitions? Issei paused briefly, glancing over his shoulder. This is just a basic exercise to maintain form and build endurance. The others exchanged astonished glances, processing the intensity of his regimen. After completing his swings, Issei took a deep breath, centering himself. He then shifted his stance, preparing for a more advanced technique. Moon breathing. 10th form, he murmured to himself, drilling slashes, moon through bamboo leaves. Channeling his energy, Issei executed the form, his blade creating a series of 3-layered, crescent-shaped slashes that seemed to ripple through the air. The sheer force and precision of the attack left the onlookers in awe. As he concluded the demonstration, Issei sheathed his sword, exhaling slowly. The group watched in astonishment, except for Drake, who remained silent, fully aware of the true depth of Issei's training and the identity he concealed. Albion, observing from his seat, offered a rare compliment. Your technique is impressive, Issei. Tiamat nodded in agreement. Such precision and power. Issei glanced at them, determination evident in his eyes. Thank you, but it's not good enough. Without further ado, he resumed practicing the same form, each swing of his sword more precise than the last. As the group continued to watch, Drake remained silent, fully aware of the true depth of Issei's training and the identity he concealed. Inwardly, Issei thought, good, they don't suspect a thing. Unbeknownst to the others, Issei was hiding his true identity as Kokushibo. After their training together, the real Kokushibbo had granted Issei permission to use his demon name, allowing him to carry on his legacy. Determined to perfect his technique, Issei continued his relentless practice, the weight of his concealed identity fueling his resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the training ground, Issei continued his relentless practice. The air was thick with the sound of his blades slicing through the wind, each movement precise, calculated. His muscles burned with exertion, but he ignored the fatigue. He had to push further. He had to become stronger. Albion's voice echoed in Vala's mind. His movements are beyond what I expected. There's a refinement to his technique that suggests something more than just natural talent. Vala crossed her arms, watching intently. He's different. His discipline, his control, it's not normal. She narrowed her eyes. He's hiding something. Kuroka stretched lazily beside her. Does it really matter, Naya? He's strong. That's all that matters. Drake remained silent, though his gaze never left Issei. He alone knew the full truth. Issei wasn't training to refine his skills, he was doing this to maintain the illusion that he and Kokushibbo were separate beings. Every swing, every movement was carefully calculated, not just for improvement but to eliminate suspicion. If they believed Kokushibbo and Issei were different people, his true identity would remain concealed. Tiamat finally broke the silence. Enough for today. You'll wear yourself down before a real fight. Issei stopped, his blade resting at his side. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his expression remained unreadable. Not yet. I haven't reached it. Reached what? Vala questioned, stepping closer. Issei's grip tightened on his sword. The level where nothing is out of reach. The group exchanged glances. He spoke with an intensity that left little room for argument. Even Vala found herself intrigued, though she quickly masked it. Kuroka smirked. You're obsessed, Naya. But I like it. Issei said nothing. He turned back to his training, his blade flashing under the dimming sky. Inwardly, he recalled his lessons under Kokushibo. The endless nights of training. The countless strikes. The pursuit of perfection. He would not stop. He could not stop, because the moment he faltered, the truth of his identity would unravel. The next morning, Issei found himself in a vast bamboo forest, the towering stalks swaying gently in the morning breeze. He moved with purpose, each step barely making a sound against the soft earth. He was here for one reason: to test himself beyond his current limits. As he reached a small clearing, he exhaled deeply, closing his eyes. His sword left its sheath in a whisper, glinting under the dappled sunlight. Slowly, he transitioned into a stance, feeling the energy coursing through him. Drake's voice rumbled in his mind. This place. It's eerily silent. Be cautious. Issei remained still, attuning himself to the surroundings. And then, he felt it, a presence. Faint but deliberate. Someone was watching him. With a swift pivot, he slashed through the air, his blade meeting another in a shower of sparks. His eyes widened slightly as he took in the figure before him. A lone warrior, clad in dark robes, stood with his blade locked against Issei's. His expression was unreadable, but his aura radiated strength. Issei took a step back, lowering his weapon slightly. Who are you? The man's gaze bore into him before he finally spoke, his voice calm yet firm. A ghost of the past. One who seeks answers. Issei clenched his jaw. He could sense it. This man wasn't an ordinary swordsman, and he knew this battle was inevitable. The stranger moved first, his sword ablur. Issei barely parried in time, the force behind the attack making his arms tremble. He skidded back, narrowing his eyes. This opponent was no amateur. If I hold back, I'll lose. He exhaled sharply, his body beginning to change. His once normal pupils split into 6, glowing with an eerie golden light. Crimson markings crept across his skin, his form shifting as his power surged. His aura darkened, the air around him growing heavy with overwhelming bloodlust. Drake's voice rang in his mind. You're revealing too much. I have no choice, Issei muttered, his voice carrying a distorted edge. The stranger took a step back, clearly recognizing the transformation. So, this is your true self. Interesting. With a single step, Issei vanished from view, reappearing in an instant behind his opponent. The warrior barely had time to react before Issei's blade came crashing down, their clash sending shockwaves through the bamboo forest. Issei pressed forward, his strikes relentless, but the warrior dodged and parried with an almost unnatural grace. The air around them grew thick with heat, and suddenly, the stranger's blade ignited with an intense golden light. Without a word, he launched into a powerful slash, the flames following the arc of his sword like a crescent sun. Issei's eyes widened as he barely twisted away, feeling the searing heat graze his skin. Sun-breathing, the stranger moved with perfect footwork, his attacks fluid, each step measured. The overwhelming force behind each strike forced Issei onto the defensive. Every swing of the opponent's blade felt like the sun itself was crashing down upon him. Issei gritted his teeth. So he wields the original breathing style. He knew he couldn't afford to take a single direct hit. Drawing upon his own mastery, he twisted midair, activating moon breathing, third form loathsome moon, chains. Countless crescent blades shot forward, spiraling toward the warrior, but the stranger moved through them, his blade cutting apart the crescent arcs with ease. He closed the distance in an instant, bringing his blade down with crushing force. Issei barely managed to block, the sheer impact sending him crashing backward through several bamboo stalks. As he lay there, gasping for breath, the stranger's hooded robe fluttered in the wind, finally falling away. Issei's blood ran cold. The man standing before him was unmistakable. The scarred face, the unwavering golden eyes, the sheer presence he exuded. Yorichi, Issei whispered, his voice hoarse. Yorichi looked down at him, his gaze calm yet firm. You're strong, he acknowledged. But not strong enough. You must at least be equal to your master, Kokushibbo. Before Issei could respond, his vision blurred. Darkness consumed his consciousness. With a sharp gasp, Issei jolted awake, finding himself in his bed. His body ached, drenched in sweat. He stared at the ceiling, breathing heavily. The battle, the encounter, it had felt so real, and Yorichi's words echoed in his mind. Not strong enough. His grip tightened around his blanket. He needed to become stronger. No matter what it took. Issei's eyes snapped open, his breath ragged as he stared at the wooden ceiling above him. His body ached, the phantom pain of the battle still fresh in his mind. He lifted his hand, staring at his trembling fingers. I lost, again. The battle replayed in his mind in excruciating detail. Every movement, every strike, it had all been precise, overwhelming. No matter how hard he pushed himself, he had been helpless in the face of that power. Even in his demon form, he had been completely outclassed. He clenched his fists, frustration gnawing at him. He had trained relentlessly, sharpening his techniques to perfection, or so he thought. But this was proof that he still wasn't there yet. Drake's voice rumbled in his mind, steady and calm. You're awake. I take it you've realized your shortcomings? Issei exhaled sharply. TCH. As if I needed reminding. Slowly, he sat up, ignoring the soreness in his muscles. His body was heavy, but his mind was sharper than ever. He had tried to use that form, the one he had yet to fully master, yet it hadn't been enough. It still wasn't enough. He grit his teeth. He had thought he was progressing, that he was reaching new heights, but Yorichi had shattered that illusion. If he couldn't control it, if he couldn't fully bring out its power, then what was the point? Drake remained silent for a moment before speaking again. You already know the answer. You're not there yet, but you will be. Issei closed his eyes, breathing deeply. He couldn't let this defeat shake him. If he wanted to stand at the pinnacle, to surpass even the greatest swordsman in history, he had to keep pushing forward, no matter how long it took. No matter how many times he failed, he would master it. He had to. A few days had passed since Issei's awakening, and now, deep within a secure conference chamber, the leaders of the three factions sat around an ornate table. The atmosphere was tense but controlled, as representatives from heaven, the devils, and the fallen angels gathered to discuss a growing concern. Surzex Lucifer sat with his hands clasped before him, his crimson eyes sharp as he listened. Michael, the seraph leader of heaven, exuded a calm aura, while Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, leaned back in his chair, seemingly relaxed but fully engaged in the discussion. Penemu, Azazel's trusted assistant, stood nearby, her sharp gaze analyzing the situation. The Chaos Brigade has been more active recently, Michael spoke, his golden eyes filled with concern. Their movements suggest that they are planning something significant. We cannot afford to underestimate them, Azazel exhaled, rubbing his temple. Yeah, those bastards always have something up their sleeve. But what's more puzzling is that during the last attack we weren't alone. A brief silence fell over the room. Surzex nodded. The Moon Hunter. At the mention of the name, the gathered representatives exchanged glances. The mysterious warrior had appeared during the ambush on their previous peace treaty, cutting down enemies with almost inhuman precision. Yet he had disappeared just as quickly as he arrived, leaving only questions behind. What do we know about him? Michael asked, folding his hands together. Not much, Azazel admitted. No known affiliation. No clear motive. But what's strange is that he helped us. He could have easily let the old faction slaughter us that day, yet he intervened. Surzex narrowed his eyes. The question remains why? Why did he assist us? Before anyone could answer, the large doors to the chamber opened. All eyes turned as Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto Yukai, entered gracefully, flanked by her personal guards. Her golden hair shimmered in the light, and she radiated both elegance and authority. She stopped before the gathered leaders and offered a respectful nod. Surzex, Michael, Azazel, it is a pleasure to see you all, Yasaka greeted, her voice smooth yet firm. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but I come with an important request. The three faction leaders exchanged glances before Surzex gestured for her to continue. Please speak freely. Yasaka took a breath before stating, I wish for Kyoto and my Yukai to become part of this peace treaty. The world is changing, and with the Chaos Brigade growing bolder, I can no longer remain neutral. My people need allies, and I believe uniting with the three factions is the best course of action. Michael nodded solemnly. A reasonable request, given the circumstances. Kyoto has long been independent, but with enemies like the Chaos Brigade, standing alone is dangerous. Azazel smirked. Never thought I'd see the day when the Yukai sought alliance. But I have to admit, it's a smart move. Surzex gave Yasaka a warm smile. Your presence would only strengthen our cause. We will discuss the terms, but I believe we can come to an agreement. Before she could respond, the entire building shook violently. An explosion tore through the outer halls, sending a shockwave that rattled the chamber. The doors burst open once again, this time with guards rushing in, weapons drawn. "The Chaos Brigade is here!" one of the guards shouted. The room fell into chaos as everyone prepared for battle. Serzex immediately cloaked himself in his overwhelming demonic power, Michael's golden aura flared, and Azazel summoned his light-based weapons. As the dust settled from the explosion, figures emerged from the smoke. Vala Lucifer stepped forward, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Yasaka. Kuroka stood beside her, her cat-like grin unwavering, while Krom Kruch, the mighty dragoness, cracked her knuckles in anticipation. Behind them, Chow Chow, the wielder of the true Longinus, exuded an air of deadly confidence. Le Fay, Arthur, and other key members of the Chaos Brigade spread out, surrounding the chamber. Chow Chow smirked, resting his legendary spear on his shoulder. "We're here for Yasaka. Hand her over, and we'll leave peacefully." Yasaka narrowed her eyes, stepping forward defiantly. "I will never go with you." "Then you leave us no choice." Chow Chow lunged forward, true Longinus crackling with divine energy as he aimed straight for Yasaka's heart. Before he could land a strike, Serzex moved, his overwhelming demonic power forming a barrier that stopped the attack mid-air. Michael's golden light erupted, forcing back some of the Chaos Brigade's members, while Azazel smirked, summoning a light spear in each hand. Azazel's gaze lingered on Valley, a rare sadness appearing in his golden eyes. "So you chose this path, huh, kid?" His voice was laced with disappointment, the weight of their shared past heavy in his words. Penemu, standing beside him, frowned as she watched the exchange. She had been there alongside Azazel when he had taken Vala in, raising her like a daughter after she had suffered at the hands of her abusive father. Seeing her now, standing against them, left a bitter taste in her mouth. Vala's expression remained unreadable, but a flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. She knew Azazel saw her as family, but she had her own path to walk. "Looks like you picked the wrong place to start a fight," Azazel taunted, regaining his usual demeanor. Vala grinned. "That's what makes it interesting." Chow Chow wasted no time, charging forward with the true Longinus in hand, aiming straight at Serzex. The Devil King's aura flared, his power distorting the very air around him. Their weapons clashed, the force shaking the entire battlefield. Azazel rushed into support, his light spears clashing with Chow Chow's divine weapon, while Michael engaged Krom Kruch, his holy energy colliding with the dragoness' overwhelming physical strength. The battlefield erupted in chaos, with each faction leader giving their all against the Chaos Brigade's strongest fighters. From afar, two figures watched the unfolding battle. Rizavim Levon Lucifer leaned against the ruined pillar, his ever-present smirk widening as he observed the case. Beside him stood Ophis, her expression unreadable. "Quite the show, isn't it?" Rizavim chuckled. "Our dear Vala is making things interesting." Ophis, arms crossed, simply stared ahead. "This does not concern me," Rizavim laughed. "Oh, but it will. Everything is moving as planned." Ophis remained silent, her gaze fixed on the battle below. Meanwhile, Seraphal, Gabriel, and Graphia confronted Vala. Tiamat, watching from the sidelines, exhaled deeply before finally stepping forward. "I suppose this could be entertaining," she murmured. Vala smirked, activating her dividing gear. "Let's see how long you can keep up." A flash of blue flames erupted as Tiamat joined the fray, her draconic aura clashing against Seraphal's ice magic. The battle had truly begun. The battlefield was a storm of chaos. Explosions shook the Grand Hall as battle raged between the forces of the three factions and the Chaos Brigade. Every clash of steel, every burst of magic, and every roar of power sent shockwaves through the air. The once majestic meeting chamber was now a war zone. Serzex, Michael, and Azazel focused their power on Chow Chow and Krom Kruch. The wielder of the true Longinus grinned as he parried Serzex's demonic energy with divine precision, his spear shimmering with a blinding light that clashed violently against the overwhelming demonic aura of the Lucifer. Azazel weaved between their strikes, using his agility and cunning to keep up with the brutal strength of Krom Kruch, whose dragon scales shimmered with golden might as she countered with raw power. Michael called upon his divine radiance, launching a barrage of holy light spears at Chow Chow, who expertly deflected them with lightning-fast movements. You wield the weapon of the heavens, Michael stated, his voice steady. Yet your heart is filled with corruption. Cao Cao smirked, lunging forward. Power is meant to be used, Archangel. The weak cling to outdated ideals. Across the battlefield, Seraphal Leviathan, Gabriel, and Graphia faced off against Vala, Kuroka, and Penemu. The air cracked with magic as Vala utilized her divine dividing to continuously steal power from her opponents. Each time Gabriel unleashed a wave of divine energy, Vala countered by having its strength, frustrating the Seraph. Kuroka danced through the battlefield with deadly elegance, hurling bursts of dark magic at Graphia, who countered with precise, deadly spells of ice and destruction. Penemu struck from above, her dark wings slicing through the air as she clashed with Kuroka in midair. Betraying the fallen, siding with them such a shame, Kuroka. Kuroka smirked as she dodged a light spear, countering with a barrage of condensed magic spheres. Betrayal? No, I'm just following my own path, Nyahaha. Seraphal gritted her teeth as Vali evaded yet another one of her ice lances. Damn it, you're fast. Why don't you just slow down and talk instead of running away? Vala grinned. That would be boring. Tiamat, the Dragon Queen, remained seated atop a fallen column, watching the chaos with mild amusement. Ah, the foolishness of the young, and yet, how entertaining. Kuroka, seeing an opportunity, moved swiftly through the battlefield, her feline agility allowing her to dodge incoming attacks as she made her way toward Yasaka. The Kitsun leader remained resolute, her golden eyes watching Kuroka's approach carefully. You're coming with us, Kuroka purred, her hands glowing with a restrained yet potent energy. I promise we won't bite too much. Before she could move further, a deep rumble filled the air. A new presence had arrived. The battlefield stilled for a brief moment, as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. A tall figure emerged from the shadows, his aura unlike anything they had ever felt before. Kokushibbo had arrived. The Chaos Brigade immediately turned their attention to him, their instincts screaming danger. This was not their first time facing him, and they knew better than to act recklessly. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes, gripping his spear tightly. So, the legend himself finally shows up. Without a word, Kokushibbo stepped forward, his 6 eyes glowing ominously. The Chaos Brigade adjusted their stances, moving cautiously, coordinating without a word. This time, they wouldn't be reckless. Cao Cao moved first, thrusting his true Longinus forward. A blinding spear of holy energy erupted toward Kokushibbo, but instead of a direct counter, Kokushibbo sidestepped with supernatural speed, the spear narrowly missing him. Crom Cruch followed up instantly, releasing a torrent of draconic energy. Kokushibbo raised she blade, slicing through the attack midair, dispersing it like mist. Cao Cao gritted his teeth. Even with their careful approach, Kokushibbo moved like a phantom, slipping through their coordinated assault with terrifying ease. His blade never wavered, slicing through their attacks as though they were nothing. Crom Cruch snarled, scales glowing as she lunged again, claws wreathed in destruction. Kokushibbo met her head-on, his katana flashing. A single precise slash struck Crom Cruch's wrist before she could react, forcing the dragon back as his clawed hand trembled from the impact. George attempted to warp space around Kokushibbo with his dimension magic, but before he could complete the spell, Kokushibbo appeared before him in an instant, the edge of his blade resting against George's throat. The magician froze, cold sweat running down his face. Cao Cao lunged again, his true Longinus brimming with power. He aimed for Kokushibbo's heart, but the ancient demon swordsman merely tilted his head, the spear grazing past his shoulder. With a swift counter, Kokushibbo struck Cao Cao's wrist with the back of his blade, forcing him to drop the true Longinus. Before Cao Cao could react, Kokushibbo's foot connected with his chest, sending him crashing into the ground. Leonardo and Siegfried tried to flank him, but Kokushibbo moved faster than they could process. His blade swept across the battlefield in a blur. Siegfried's demonic swords were shattered in an instant, while Leonardo collapsed, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of Kokushibbo's presence alone. Vala, seeing an opportunity, activated her divine dividing, attempting to drain Kokushibbo's power. However, the moment the energy began to transfer, her expression darkened. She couldn't take anything. What? She gasped, pulling back just in time to dodge a precise slash that cut through the air where she had stood. Kuroka chanted quickly, forming a powerful spell circle beneath Kokushibbo, but with a single step, he was behind her. A thin cut appeared on her sleeve, showing he could have ended her in an instant if he wanted to. Too slow, he murmured. Several other Chaos Brigade members launched a barrage of magic, fire, and light spears. The battlefield flashed with chaotic energy, but Kokushibo stood unmoving, his blade dancing through the air with precise, calculated movements. Every attack was either deflected, dissipated, or cut down before it could reach him. Chow Chow grit his teeth, lunging forward again with renewed aggression. Let's see you handle this. He activated a secret technique, the true Longinus glowing with an overwhelming power. A golden spear of divine light shot toward Kokushibo at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. Yet, as fast as it was, Kokushibo was faster. His sword moved once, the golden spear shattered midair, and Chow Chow was sent skidding backward, his arms trembling from the force of the counter. The battlefield was silent. Kokushibo exhaled, lowering his blades slightly. You are all lacking, he stated, his voice calm yet absolute. A slow, mocking clap echoed through the air. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. A ripple of power spread as Rizavim Levan Lucifer stepped forward, his usual smug grin in place. His silver hair shimmered under the light, and his draconic eyes gleamed with amusement. I must say, you certainly live up to the stories, Kokushibo. Rizavim smirked, tilting his head. But I can't let you have all the fun now, can I? Kokushibo's 6 eyes shifted toward him, unblinking, unreadable. He took a step forward, his blade humming in the air. Rizavim chuckled, raising his arms dramatically. Oh? No words? That's fine. I prefer action anyway. Power crackled around him, dark energy warping the space around his hands. The battlefield fell silent as the Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions backed away, understanding that this fight was beyond their level. Kokushibo and Rizavim circled each other, the tension in the air suffocating. The battle had just begun. Rizavim's smirk widened as he studied Kokushibo, his draconic eyes filled with amusement. I must say, it's rare for someone to make me feel even a tiny bit cautious, he mused, rolling his shoulders. But let's see how well you handle this. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of dark energy erupted from his palm, warping the very air around it. The energy twisted unnaturally, distorting space as it surged toward Kokushibo like a living nightmare. Kokushibo didn't flinch. His 6 eyes followed the chaotic mass with precision. Then, in a single smooth motion, he raised his blade and slashed. The moment his katana made contact, the attack was severed. The energy that should have distorted reality itself split apart like mist before a storm, dissipating into nothingness. Rizavim's eyes widened slightly, his grin faltering for a brief second before returning. Oh? You can cut that too? Now you're just showing off. Kokushibo stepped forward. His movement was deliberate, each step sending a ripple of silent pressure through the battlefield. Rizavim chuckled but didn't retreat. Instead, his aura expanded, the ground beneath him cracking. The 2 warriors stopped circling. Then they moved. Kokushibo vanished. Rizavim barely had time to react before Kokushibo reappeared before him, blade already descending. With an amused chuckle, Rizavim raised his arm, dark energy condensing into a shield. Clang! The impact shook the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Rizavim staggered back, his shield cracked from a single swing. He glanced at it and whistled. Not bad. Not bad at all. Kokushibo pressed forward, his blade flashing again. This time, Rizavim didn't block. Instead, his body flickered, vanishing in a blur of chaotic energy. He reappeared behind Kokushibo, a sphere of destruction forming in his palm. Before he could unleash it, Kokushibo spun, his blade carving an arc through the air. Rizavim barely managed to leap back, the edge of Kokushibo's katana slicing through a lock of his silver hair. TCH. Rizavim clicked his tongue. You're really no fun, you know that? Kokushibo didn't respond. He simply raised his sword again, his stance unshaken. Rizavim's grin returned, though there was a flicker of annoyance beneath it now. All right then, he said, cracking his neck. Let's see what happens when I stop holding back. The air grew thick with power. The battlefield trembled as the 2 monsters prepared to clash once more. The real battle was only beginning. Rizavim took a slow breath, his smirk returning despite the cut across his chest. His silver hair flowed wildly as his chaotic energy flared, twisting and distorting the air itself. He wasn't the type to rush and recklessly no, he was a Lucifer. He fought with strategy. He studied Kokushibo. The swordsman had overwhelming strength, speed, and technique. His attacks were absolute. A direct exchange wouldn't work. But that was fine because Rise of Him didn't play fair. Rise of Him chuckled and wiped the blood from his chest. Alright, I see how it is. His wings pulsed, releasing another wave of chaotic energy. This time, the energy didn't lash out in a direct attack, it spread across the battlefield, shifting everything. The ground twisted. The very air vibrated. Space itself began to break, creating countless mirror-like distortions across the battlefield. Kokushibo narrowed his eyes slightly. His 6 pupils flickered as he analyzed the chaotic shifts, but before he could act, Rise of Him was gone. Then, without warning, boom! A massive blast erupted directly beneath Kokushibo's feet, shattering the ground and sending him flying into the air. Rise of Him reappeared above him, a spear of concentrated chaos already in his hand. Draconic chaos, Abyss Fang. With a wide grin, Rise of Him thrust the spear downward. The attack pierced through Kokushibo's body, sending a shockwave that split the battlefield apart. A massive explosion followed, engulfing Kokushibo in a storm of chaotic destruction. The impact sent dust and debris flying in all directions, covering the entire battlefield in a thick, impenetrable cloud. Rise of Him landed lightly on the cracked ground, brushing off his coat. His grin widened. And that's that. The Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions watched in tense silence. Had they just witnessed Kokushibo being taken down? Rise of Him exhaled dramatically. Man, for all that hype, I thought he'd last longer. He turned toward the dust cloud. I guess even legends can't survive when the battlefield itself is against them. The dust remained thick, obscuring everything. The silence stretched. Then, a deep, chilling voice cut through the air. You think you won? Rise of Him's smirk froze. His pupils shrank slightly. The dust began to clear. A silhouette stood within the fading debris. As the last of the dust settled, Kokushibo was revealed completely fine. The only damage? His kimono, slightly torn across the chest. His 6 glowing eyes locked onto Rise of Him. His voice was cold, unwavering. All you did was tore down my kimono. The battlefield fell silent. Rise of Him blinked. Then, for the first time in centuries, he felt something unfamiliar creep up his spine. Rise of Him's grin faltered for just a moment before he forced it back. He let out a laugh, trying to mask the unease creeping into his mind. Only your kimono, huh? He crossed his arms. Come on now, you're not even a little pissed? That attack should have torn you apart. Kokushibo remained silent, his 6 eyes locked onto Rise of Him. The tension in the air grew suffocating. Then something changed. A pulse of dark energy radiated from Kokushibo's body. His muscles tensed, and his presence already overwhelming became utterly monstrous. His demonic nature flared to the surface, the wounds inflicted by Rise of Him closing instantly, as if they never existed. The Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions watching from a distance felt at the sheer, suffocating power of something beyond them. Even the strongest among them, beings who had fought countless battles, felt an instinctive shiver run down their spines. Kokushibo's hand tightened around the hilt of his blade. The air around him twisted, a black and red aura swirling as his katana began to change. His blade, once smooth and refined, began to twist and grow. The steel blackened, lengthening unnaturally as veins of crimson pulsed along its surface. The edge became jagged, its shape reminiscent of something alive. A grotesque, almost organic texture spread across the weapon, making it look like a fusion of sword and flesh. Shing! A low, inhuman sound echoed as the transformation completed. The weapon in Kokushibo's grasp was no longer just a katana, it was a monstrous extension of his very being. The weapon in Kokushibo's grasp was no longer just a katana, it was a monstrous extension of his very being. Rise of Him's eyes flickered with something between amusement and wariness. Oh? Now that's new. He tilted his head. Didn't expect you to go full monster mode. Should I be honored? Kokushibo finally spoke again, his voice deep, layered, and cold. You should be afraid. In an instant Kokushibo vanished. Rise of Him's eyes widened, he couldn't track him. Then, slash! A massive gash split the battlefield apart, stretching for hundreds of meters. The shockwave obliterated the ground where Rise of Him had been standing, but Rise of Him, relying on pure reflex, had teleported at the last second, appearing midair. His smirk returned, but now it was forced. Well shit. Kokushibo turned his head, his 6 eyes glowing like death itself. He raised his transformed blade. Now, Kokushibo said, stepping forward, his voice colder than ever. Let's see how long you last. Rise of Him tensed, his instincts screaming danger. Kokushibo stood still, his monstrous blade humming with raw power. The transformation wasn't just cosmetic, the very essence of his technique had shifted. Then, Kokushibo moved. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his blade. The air around him grew heavy, as if reality itself recognized the weight of the attack about to be unleashed. The once pink and yellow crescent slashes of his moon breathing were gone. In their place, a deep purple energy surged along his blade, crackling like restrained lightning. As he swung his sword, a new crescent moon slash erupted from the blade, glowing with an ethereal light blue hue, its edges shimmering unnaturally. Moon-breathing seventh form mirror of misfortune, moonlit. The slash tore through the battlefield, far larger than anything he had released before. The ground beneath it split apart, leaving behind a jagged trench. The sky above shattered like glass where the energy passed, warping as if the heavens themselves feared the attack. Rise of him barely had time to react. He teleported again, but, slash, blood sprayed into the air. Rise of him reappeared a distance away, clutching his side, where a deep gash ran across his ribs. His coat was ruined, and his breathing was uneven. For the first time in centuries, he felt real pain. Rise of him staggered, looking down at the wound, then back at Kokushibo. His grin was gone, replaced by a sharp glare. "You actually cut me." Kokushibo said nothing. His blade pulsed, the light blue crescent energy crackling around it. His 6 eyes locked onto Rise of him, unreadable yet absolute. Rise of him exhaled sharply. Then, his lips curled into a smirk again, but it was forced, a cover for the unease clawing at his mind. "Tch, alright," Rise of him muttered, shaking his head. "Guess I'll actually have to try." His draconic aura exploded, warping space violently as his wings expanded, shifting into a form of pure destruction. The battlefield trembled as chaos energy raged around him, his form flickering between solid and something else. The battle wasn't over, but the fear had settled in. As Kokushibo turned to leave, Ophis, standing in the stillness of the battlefield, spoke softly. "Bye, Drake." Her voice was quiet, so quiet that only one person truly heard it. "Rise of him." His smirk faltered for a brief moment, eyes narrowing in curiosity. He glanced at Ophis, then at Kokushibo, his mind piecing something together. But Kokushibo? The moment Ophis' words reached him, his body froze. For the first time since any battle began, his 6 eyes widened, his usually unshakable composure breaking ever so slightly. To those watching both the Chaos Brigade and the 3 factions, this was unbelievable. Kokushibo was shocked. But why? Ophis had said something, but no one else had heard it. Yet Kokushibo's reaction was immediate. His presence wavered for just a second, his muscles tensed, his fingers gripped his blade ever so slightly tighter. The battlefield, which had been filled with fear, tension, and destruction, now stood in an entirely different kind of silence, one of confusion. Valen narrowed her eyes. "What did she say?" Chow Chow, gripping his spear, muttered. For him to react like that, it wasn't a threat. Even Krom Kruch, arms crossed, watched carefully. "Tch. The swordsman isn't the type to be rattled." "That means," she trailed off, unable to fully grasp what had just happened. No one had an answer. Only 2 people knew the truth. Ophis, who had seen through everything, and Rise of him, who now had a new, dangerous piece of information. Kokushibo's 6 eyes flickered, processing, calculating. But there was no way to deny it. She knew. Drake, hidden deep within Kokushibo's being, remained silent. But even without speaking, his presence tensed inside his host. Kokushibo, without another word, vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a battlefield of warriors confused and shaken by his uncharacteristic reaction. Rise of him, watching him leave, smirked again, this time with genuine curiosity. Well, now that's interesting." 2 months later, the underworld, Agar's castle. The grand halls of Agar's castle were silent yet tense. It had taken 2 long months, but the aftermath of the battle against Kokushibo and the Chaos Brigade had finally been dealt with. The destruction left in their wake had been catastrophic, but through a combined effort of the 3 factions and their allies, everything had finally been rebuilt. Now, the real challenge began: securing the fragile peace. The castle's meeting chamber was massive, built to accommodate the most powerful figures in existence. At the grand table sat the leaders of each faction: Serzex Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, representing the devils; Michael, the leader of Heaven's angels; Azazel, the Governor-General of the fallen angels; Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai from Kyoto; Odin, the Allfather of the Norse; Zephyrdor Glaciolabilas, representing the devil nobility. The mood was heavy as they all sat in silence, contemplating the same thing. It was Azazel who spoke first, breaking the uneasy quiet. "We need to talk about the Chaos Brigade. Specifically, what happened 2 months ago." His golden eyes were sharp as he leaned forward, fingers tapping against the table. "We knew they were dangerous. We've fought them before. But this?" He sighed, shaking his head. "This was different." Michael nodded in agreement. "Rizavim and the Chaos Brigade have always been a problem, but what we witnessed, the destruction, the sheer one-sidedness of that battle." His calm expression faltered slightly. "They are far more dangerous than we expected." Serzex, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke. His voice was measured yet heavy. "You aren't wrong. Kokushibo alone was able to put Rizavim, the leader of the Chaos Brigade, on the defensive. None of us expected that." He folded his hands together. "And the worst part?" He glanced at Michael. The Archangel sighed. "Ophis." A chilling silence filled the room. Yasaka, who had been listening carefully, finally spoke, her voice calm but firm. "I had heard the rumors, but I didn't want to believe them. Ophis, the infinite dragon god, one of the strongest beings in existence, is part of the Chaos Brigade." She narrowed her golden eyes. "And she openly helped Rizavim that day." Odin, who had been drinking quietly, let out a long sigh. "That's the real problem, isn't it?" He placed his cup down. "The Chaos Brigade is already dangerous. Rizavim alone is a problem, but with Ophis backing them?" His expression darkened. "If she decides to make a move, none of us can stop her." Zephyrdor, the young devil noble, crossed his arms. "Then why hasn't she done anything major yet?" He frowned. "I mean, if Ophis is truly as powerful as the legends say, why does she allow the Chaos Brigade to suffer losses? Why does she only step in at the last second?" Azazel smirked slightly, but there was no humor in it. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?" His fingers drummed against the table. "Ophis isn't like Rizavim. She doesn't seem to care about causing destruction for the sake of it. Which means she has a goal. And that's what makes her even more dangerous than Kokushibo." At the mention of Kokushibo's name, the room grew even heavier. Yasaka shifted slightly in her seat. "And then, there's him." Everyone understood exactly who she was referring to. Michael took a deep breath. "Kokushibo. The swordsman of the Chaos Brigade." He looked around the table. "He isn't a dragon. He isn't a god. And yet, he fought Rizavim and forced him to struggle. No one else has done that, not even us." Serzex frowned. "He didn't just fight Rizavim. He dominated him." Azazel nodded. "And the most terrifying part? He wasn't even using his full strength." Zephyrdor's eyes widened. "You're saying he was holding back?" "Of course he was." Odin's expression was serious. "I saw the reports. Kokushibo is a swordsman. His power isn't just brute force, it's skill, precision, and absolute mastery of combat. From what I've read, he never even looked desperate." Michael clasped his hands together. "Then we must prepare for the worst." Yasaka glanced at Serzex. "You're quiet." Serzex leaned back slightly, his usual friendly demeanor replaced with something calculating. "I've been thinking about that battle. Kokushibo was in complete control, until the end." He narrowed his eyes. "Something happened at the very end of that fight. Something that made him react." Azazel's smirk returned. "You noticed too, huh?" Serzex nodded. "He was completely unreadable the entire battle. Never flinched. Never showed emotion." His gaze sharpened. "But when Ophis said something to him, something none of us heard, he stopped." Yasaka frowned. "You mean Ophis said something that shocked him?" Michael, Azazel, and Serzex all nodded. Odin raised an eyebrow. "So, Ophis knows something about him that we don't." Azazel sighed, crossing his arms. "That's what it looks like," Michael added. "And if Ophis knows something that can shake someone as composed as Kokushibo, then it's something we need to know." Serzex looked around the table. "I think it's clear now. The Chaos Brigade, Ophis, and Kokushibo are our greatest threats. If we want to protect this peace, we have to be prepared." Yasaka spoke, her voice calm but serious. "Then the question is, what do we do?" A long silence followed. No one had an answer, because no one knew what Kokushibo truly was, and that uncertainty was more terrifying than anything else. Scene change. The wind howled across the towering mountain peak, carrying with it the cold bite of the high-altitude air. A lone figure stood at the very edge, his long black hair flowing behind him, his breathing steady despite the thin air. Issei. Here, away from the eyes of the world, he had abandoned his demonic form. His 6 eyes were now 2, his monstrous blade replaced with a simple, unadorned katana. A man, not a demon. His bare feet pressed against the solid rock as he took a deep breath, then exhaled, tightening his grip on his sword. He moved. The blade sang as it sliced through the air. The wind split apart with each strike, his movements a perfect symphony of precision and efficiency. Each swing left an afterimage, his body weaving between the fading echoes of his previous strikes, untouchable, absolute. But he wasn't satisfied. With a final slash, he stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Slowly, he sat down on the ground, resting his sword across his lap. His eyes, sharp as ever, stared at the endless horizon beyond the mountains. He was not strong enough. Not yet. His fingers curled slightly against the hilt of his blade. Ophis. Her presence alone had been enough to end the battle before it even truly began. She had forced him to acknowledge his limits, and that was unacceptable. For the first time in centuries, he had been forced to accept that there was a wall in front of him. A wall so vast that even his sword could not cut through it. And Drake had been silent ever since, until now. You're overthinking it, partner. A deep, ancient voice echoed within his mind. Drake, the Welsh dragon, his presence ever burning within him, finally spoke after weeks of silence. Issei remained still. I know what you're thinking. I've felt it in your soul. You're frustrated. Issei's grip on his blade tightened slightly. You don't need to admit it out loud. I already know. A slow exhale left Issei's lips. Drake knew him too well. Ophis. His voice was calm, steady. I cannot surpass her. Not yet. Not with that mindset you won't. Issei's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Drake let out a deep chuckle. You and I both know the truth. We've been fighting, training, honing our strength for years. But strength alone isn't enough. Not against someone like her. A pause. You're thinking of her as an obstacle. A wall too high to climb. And that's where you're wrong. Issei remained silent, listening. She's not a wall. She's not something you climb or break. She's a storm. An endless force of nature. And the only way to defeat a storm is to become something greater. Issei closed his eyes, digesting Drake's words. Something greater. Drake's voice softened slightly. You've spent centuries perfecting your blade, your techniques. But tell me, partner, when was the last time you pushed beyond what you already knew? The wind blew against Issei's face, cold and sharp. Pushed beyond? His eyes slowly opened. He understood. His grip on his sword relaxed, then tightened once more. Ophis was beyond him, for now. But Drake was right. If he kept thinking of her as an immovable obstacle, he would never surpass her. If he wanted to stand above even her, he had to become something new, stronger, sharper, something beyond just a swordsman. He exhaled once more. Then, with quiet determination, he whispered, Then I will evolve. Drake chuckled. Now that's what I like to hear. Month later, the door creaked open as Kuroka, Vala, Kruch, and Tiamat stepped inside. The small, humble home was quiet, too quiet. No Issei. Strange, Vala muttered, scanning the interior. Where the hell is he? Kuroka sniffed the air. Something smells good, Naya. They followed the scent, stepping further inside, only to stop in shock at the sight before them. At the center of the modest kitchen stood Drake, the mighty, legendary Red Dragon Emperor. Cooking. His broad figure moved with surprising efficiency, flipping food in a pan with practiced ease. The rich aroma of perfectly seared meat filled the air, making their stomachs growl slightly. Tiamat and Albion were frozen. Their legendary rival, the fearsome Drake, was standing in an apron, calmly cooking like it was the most natural thing in the world. You can cook? Albion finally spoke, her usually cold voice tinged with genuine admiration. Drake glanced over, blinking. Yeah? Why wouldn't I? Tiamat stared. This was the same dragon she had fought for centuries. And now he was standing here, calmly making a meal. Her lips parted slightly before she cleared her throat. It's just unexpected. Drake shrugged, flipping a piece of meat onto a plate. Issei eats a lot. If I don't cook, he probably just train until he collapses. Figured I'd make sure he actually eats. Kruch crossed her arms, watching him with mild interest. You cook for him? Yeah. Drake turned off the stove. He's training right now, so I'm making his food. He glanced at them. Wanna come? I was about to bring it to him. Albion and Tiamat exchanged looks. Was this really the same Drake? Tiamat sighed, rubbing her temple. Why was she finding him more attractive now? Albion folded her arms, a smirk tugging at her lips. I have to admit, this is unexpected, Kuroka grinned. I dunno, Naya, I think it's kinda nice. You'd make a good house husband, Drake. Drake frowned, confused. Why does everyone keep saying that? Crumb let out a small chuckle, shaking her head. Never mind that. Let's go see Issei. With that, the group followed Drake, their thoughts oddly conflicted as they made their way to the training grounds. As they walked along the dirt path leading to the training grounds, the atmosphere was surprisingly light. The sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, and the faint sound of distant strikes against wood filled the air. Vala kept her hands in her coat pockets, glancing at Drake. So, how long have you been cooking like this? Drake gave her a sideways glance. A while. Picked it up after spending years watching Issei eat like a bottomless pit. Figured I might as well make sure he eats something decent, Tiamat huffed. I never thought I'd live to see the day where Drake, the so-called Welsh dragon of domination, was willingly taking care of someone. Drake raised a brow. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not, she admitted, looking away. It's just unexpected. Albion crossed her arms, her usual icy demeanor hiding the strange warmth she felt at the sight of Drake acting so naturally. You're not just doing this for him, are you? Drake frowned. What do you mean? Albion smirked slightly. Cooking for someone, making sure they eat, it's more than just duty. You care about him, Drake scoffed. Of course I do. Issei's my partner. His voice carried no hesitation. I might grumble, but the kid's strong-willed. If I don't look after him, who will? Kuroka grinned, nudging Vala with her elbow. He's like a proud father, Naya. Vala rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. Krumkruch, who had been mostly quiet, finally spoke. Is he improving? Drake's expression shifted slightly. Yeah. A lot. He looked ahead. You'll see for yourselves. They fell silent after that, each lost in their own thoughts. Kuroka swayed her tail playfully. So, what kind of training is he doing now? Drake smirked. The usual. Swordsmanship, discipline, endurance, pushing himself beyond limits. Valen narrowed her eyes. He's always been like that, Drake nodded. Yeah. But lately it's been different. More focused. Albion's gaze sharpened. Focused how? Drake paused, then shrugged. Hard to explain. He's just more determined than ever. Tiamat exhaled through her nose. I suppose we'll see soon enough. As they continued along the path, the terrain became rougher, leading them past a towering mountain ridge. The wind howled as they moved through a narrow pass, the air heavy with the scent of stone and lingering dragon energy. Then they saw it, a colossal pillar, stretching so high it pierced through the clouds. Its surface gleamed faintly under the sunlight, a dark, metallic sheen betraying its nature, not ordinary rock, but something far denser. Krumkruch and Tiamat stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes widening in recognition. That's... Tiamat's voice came out sharper than she intended. Krumkruch clenched her fists, her usually calm demeanor wavering for a moment. Impossible! Before anyone could ask what had them so shaken, the ground trembled beneath them. Boom! A deafening impact rang through the mountain pass as the massive pillar was swung downward with terrifying force. Dust and debris shot up from the impact site, a crater forming where the pillar met the earth, and at the center of it all, Issei, topless, his muscular body drenched in sweat, veins bulging from the sheer strain of his training. His teeth were clenched, breath heavy, yet he didn't stop. With a deep, guttural growl, he lifted the pillar once more, muscles rippling with power, and swung it down again. Boom! Vala's eyes narrowed. What the hell is he doing? Kuroka's tail flicked, her usual playful demeanor momentarily fading as she took in the sheer intensity of the scene. That's insane, Naya, Drake smirked, arms crossed as he watched. I told you. He's been pushing himself harder than ever. Albion, for once, was speechless. She knew Issei had been training, but this... Tiamat's hands twitched as she stared at the massive pillar. That's titanium dragon Oregon. Vala's eyes widened slightly. Even she had heard of it. That material is used in the strongest weapons and armor forged in the dragon territory. Krumkruch added, her golden eyes gleaming. It's one of the densest, heaviest substances in existence. Even high-class dragons wouldn't train with something like that, because it's impossible. Yet here Issei was, lifting it. Swinging it. Repeatedly, Kuroka whistled, smirking. Look at those muscles, Naya. Vala ignored her, focusing on Issei's expression. He wasn't just swinging for the sake of it. There was something in his eyes, something deeper, determination, resolve. Albion exhaled slowly. He's not just training. He's forging himself into something else. Drake's smirk grew. Now you're getting it. The group watched as Issei let out a sharp breath, resetting his stance before lifting the pillar once more, preparing for another earth-shaking swing. Krumkrutch and Tiamat exchanged a glance. They had come to check on him. But now, they were beginning to realize, this wasn't the same Issei they had known before. Drake watched as Issei swung the massive pillar down again, the earth beneath him cracking from the sheer force. The sound of metal striking stone echoed across the mountain pass, a deep boom that sent vibrations through the ground. And yet, despite the obvious strain on his body, Issei didn't stop. His breath came in heavy, controlled exhales, his muscles tightening as he lifted the impossible weight once more. Drake sighed. He had expected this. "Oh, idiot!" Drake called out, his deep voice cutting through the rhythmic crashes of Issei's training. "Take a break and eat! I didn't spend all that time cooking just for you to ignore it!" Issei didn't respond. Another swing. Boom! Drake's brow twitched. "Issei." No response. Kuroka grinned. "He's in the zone, Naya." Krumkrutch crossed her arms. "He's pushing himself beyond his limit." Tiamat, still staring at the impossible weight he was lifting, shook her head in disbelief. "This is insane. Even for him." Drake exhaled sharply. "Tch. Stubborn as ever." He walked forward a few steps, towering over the scene before finally just shaking his head. "Fine. Do whatever you want." With that, he turned and sat down on a nearby rock, arms crossed. If Issei wasn't going to listen, then he'd just watch. The others followed his lead, finding spots to sit or lean against as they observed Issei's relentless training. Sweat dripped from his body, his breathing ragged but steady. He swung the pillar down again. And again. Each strike sending shockwaves through the ground. Vala, arms still folded, watched with a focused expression. Albion, still within her mind, finally spoke. "He's different now." Vala didn't respond immediately, but her fingers curled slightly. She knew, they all did, and yet, none of them could look away. Issei exhaled sharply, his grip loosening as the colossal weight slipped from his hands. The titanium dragon or pillar slammed into the earth with a final, thunderous impact, embedding itself into the cratered ground. And then, he dropped to one knee. His chest rose and fell in deep, heavy breaths, his sweat-soaked body trembling from sheer exhaustion. His arms, strained beyond normal limits, hung limply at his sides, his fingers twitching as if they still wanted to grasp the weapon he had just released. For a moment, the entire group remained silent, watching as Issei fought against the limits of his own body. Tiamat's brows furrowed. "He's pushing himself too far." Before she could finish, Issei moved. With gritted teeth and a slow, deliberate motion, he planted his foot firmly on the ground. His muscles tensed, his breath steadied, and then he stood back up. His hands reached for the pillar once more. "Oh, hell no!" A blur of motion. Krumkrutch was the first to react. In an instant, she closed the distance, her golden eyes sharp with disbelief and frustration. Enough. She grabbed his wrist before he could lift the impossible weight again, her grip firm but controlled. "You're done." A second later, Tiamat was beside her, her usually composed face betraying a flicker of concern. "This is insane, even for you. You need to rest." Issei didn't look at them. His jaw clenched as he tried to pull his arm free. "I can still." "Shut up." Vala's voice cut through the moment like a blade, sharper than ever. She walked toward him, her silver eyes locked onto his. "You're done for today." Kuroka appeared at his side, flicking his forehead lightly. "Yeah, listen to your women, dummy." Issei blinked. "My what?" Drake let out a deep sigh, standing up from his rock. "Tch. Knew this was gonna happen." He approached, shaking his head. "You're gonna kill yourself at this rate. Just take the damn food break." Albion, still watching from Vala's mind, sighed. If he collapses, it's his own fault at this point. Issei exhaled, his body still trembling, but he finally stopped resisting. He wasn't sure what was more exhausting, his training or the fact that all of them had rushed him at once. "Fine," he muttered, closing his eyes briefly. I'll eat, Kuroka grinned. Good boy, Naya. Krumkrutch released his wrist but still looked unimpressed. Vala crossed her arms, making it clear that she wasn't letting him train again anytime soon. Drake smirked. Damn right you will. Now come on before the food gets cold. With that, the group turned back toward the mountain pass, making their way back, while Issei, still breathing heavily, followed behind. He knew this wouldn't be the last time he pushed himself, but for now he'd rest. As the group settled down to eat, Issei calmly raised his hand and summoned Albion from her sacred gear. A pulse of white energy coalesced beside him, forming the tall, armored figure of the vanishing dragon. Albion stretched her wings slightly before settling down beside Vala, her piercing blue eyes glancing toward the food. Without hesitation, she picked up a portion and began eating, her movements precise and controlled. Drake, already used to her presence, simply took a bite of his own food. Humph, took you long enough. Albion smirked slightly. I had to ensure my host wasn't about to do something reckless, Vala scoffed. TCH. I don't need a babysitter, Kuroka chuckled, swaying her tail behind her. You say that, but Albion still watches over you, Naya. Krumkrutch finished a bite before glancing at Issei. And you? Still planning to train after this? Issei nodded once. Yes, Tiamat sighed. Of course you are. The group continued eating, the conversation minimal but the atmosphere surprisingly relaxed. For all the differences in this moment, they shared a simple thing, a meal before the storm. The meal continued, the quiet clinking of utensils filling the space as the group ate. Despite the simplicity of the food, it was well cooked, and even the most reserved among them couldn't deny that Drake had some serious skill in the kitchen. Krumkrutch leaned back slightly, arms crossed as she glanced at Issei. You're really planning to go back to training right after this? Issei took a slow bite before answering. Yes, Tiamat exhaled sharply, giving him a pointed look. Even after you nearly collapsed? Issei nodded. I haven't reached my limit yet. Vala narrowed her eyes slightly. You dropped to one knee. That's as close as it gets. Issei didn't respond, merely continuing to eat with his usual measured pace. Albion sighed, setting her portion down. Issei, training is important, but pushing yourself recklessly is another matter. Drake, still chewing, let out a dry chuckle. Heh. You're one to talk. Back in the day, you were just as stubborn. Albion shot him a look. I was disciplined. Not reckless. Yeah. Drake smirked. Still ended up in a lot of fights you didn't need to be in. Albion huffed but didn't argue. Kuroka, sensing the tension, decided to lighten the mood. You two sure act like an old married couple, Naya. Drake almost choked on his food. What? Albion, in contrast, simply rolled her eyes. Hardly. Tiamat smirked, clearly enjoying Drake's reaction. I don't know, you do argue like one. Drake glared. We fought for centuries. That doesn't make us anything like that. Krumkrutch, amused, took another bite. If you say so. Kuroka giggled, leaning toward Issei. What do you think, Naya? Do they make a cute couple? Issei paused mid-bite, exhaled through his nose, and simply shook his head. Kuroka pouted. Ah, no fun. Vala, however, had her attention back on Issei. Even if you're not at your limit, what's your goal? What's all this training really for? The question hung in the air for a moment. Issei set his empty bowl down, his golden eyes meeting Vala's. To perfect my swordsmanship. Krumkrutch raised an eyebrow. That's it, Issei nodded. Yes. Kuroka tilted her head, her ears twitching. No revenge? No secret mission? Just that? Tiamat studied him, as if trying to find something deeper in his words. You're serious. I am. A brief silence followed before Drake sighed, stretching his arms. TCH. If nothing else, at least you're consistent. Kuroka grinned. Well, a man who's dedicated is kinda attractive, Naya. Vala's brow twitched. Stop saying dumb things. Albion chuckled lightly in Vala's mind. Jealous? Vala ignored her, instead focusing on Issei again. And what will you do once you've perfected it? Issei didn't answer right away. He picked up his cup, took a slow sip, then finally spoke. I'll know when I get there. The group processed his words in silence. Drake leaned back on his hands. Ha! Sounds about right. The conversation shifted after that, turning to lighter topics, the food, past battles, and the occasional teasing remark. Despite Issei's quiet nature, he remained present, listening to their words even if he only spoke when necessary. And for this moment, even as his mind remained focused on training, he allowed himself to sit and eat with those who, whether he admitted it or not, had started to become a part of his life. Albion rested her chin on her hand, her piercing blue eyes gleaming with amusement. You know, Drake, for all your strength, you're surprisingly good with your hands. Drake, mid-bite, paused before raising an eyebrow. The hell's that supposed to mean? Tiamat smirked, swirling her drink in her cup. Oh, nothing. Just saying you have a delicate touch when it counts, Kuroka, picking up on the shift in tone, purred. Sounds like you two know something we don't, Naya, Vala groaned. Oh, for the love of stop, Krom Kruch, who had been watching quietly, chuckled. Teasing the Red Dragon Emperor, huh? He must have done something to earn that. Drake narrowed his eyes at Albion and Tiamat. TCH. You two really don't know when to quit. Albion smiled slightly, taking a slow sip of her drink. I could say the same about you. Tiamat leaned back on her hands, looking far too pleased with herself. Come now, Drake. No need to act so grumpy. Drake exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Damn troublemakers. Issei, who had been silently eating, didn't react to their teasing. His focus remained elsewhere. Vala noticed, her sharp gaze lingering on him. You still haven't answered my question, she said suddenly. Issei looked at her. Which one? Vala leaned forward slightly. What happens after you perfect your swordsmanship? The air seemed to still for a moment. Issei's fingers tightened slightly around his cup, but his expression remained neutral. I'll know when I get there. Vala narrowed her eyes. That's not an answer. Issei didn't respond. Drake, sensing something beneath the words, glanced at him. You're aiming higher than just being a swordsman, aren't you? Issei remained silent for a beat before finally saying. Strength is the only path forward. Tiamat watched him carefully. You're not saying something. Krom Kruch tilted her head. Who are you trying to surpass? Issei didn't answer. Instead, he calmly took another bite of his food. The group shared a look, but no one pressed further. Whatever his true goal was, Issei wasn't ready to say it, and for now, that was enough. As the last remnants of the meal disappeared, Issei set his empty bowl down and slowly stood up. Without a word, he turned toward Drake, his golden eyes unwavering. Do it! Drake raised an eyebrow. You sure? Issei nodded once. Yes. The others glanced at each other in confusion as Drake exhaled and rolled his shoulders. All right then. Don't complain later. With that, Drake's aura flared, a deep crimson energy surrounding him before flowing into Issei. Instantly, the air grew heavy. A crushing force pressed down on Issei's body, the weight so immense that the ground beneath his feet cracked. His muscles tensed, his breath slowed for a moment, but he didn't falter. What the hell was that? Vala narrowed her eyes. Drake crossed his arms. I just increased his body weight. A lot. Tiamat blinked. How much weight are we talking about? Drake smirked. Enough that a normal dragon wouldn't even be able to stand. Krom Kruch's golden eyes gleamed with intrigue. And he asked for this? Drake let out a low chuckle. He always does. Albion's piercing blue eyes settled on Issei. You're telling me he's been training under that kind of weight this whole time? Drake shrugged. Not just training. Living. Silence fell over the group as their eyes snapped to Issei. Despite the unimaginable weight pressing down on him, he was already moving. He walked to where the massive pillar from earlier lay. It was gigantic, stretching into the clouds, almost impossible for an ordinary being to lift. Issei grabbed it. His fingers dug into the solid structure, veins bulging along his forearms as he lifted it above his head. His muscles screamed under the pressure, sweat dripping from his bare torso. Then, boom! He swung it down. The earth shook violently, cracks tearing through the mountain. A deafening shockwave erupted, forcing the group to brace themselves. Then he did it again. And again. Each time, the impact grew stronger. His movements were slower than before, but under this level of weight, the fact that he was still moving at all was terrifying. Each swing sent shockwaves through the entire mountain. Kuroka's tail flicked as she swallowed. That's not normal, Naya. Vala clenched her fists. TCH. That level of control, even with that weight. Krom Kruch's eyes burned with battle hunger. That's not just strength. That's pure refinement. Tiamat exhaled, shaking her head in disbelief. How can he endure that? Drake smirked, watching the scene unfold. Because he doesn't stop. The rhythm of his training continued. His breath was heavy, his body trembling slightly from the relentless strain, but he refused to stop. Minutes passed, Then, finally, his grip slipped. The pillar slammed into the ground, and Issei dropped to one knee, his body shaking. Issei! Before he could even catch his breath, they rushed toward him. But just as they reached him, he stood back up. His breathing was ragged, sweat dripped from his chin, and his muscles screamed in protest. But his eyes burned with unwavering determination. Then, he lifted the pillar again. He's insane! Vala muttered, her voice quieter than usual. Tiamat and Kromkruch, dragons who prided themselves on strength, were left speechless. Albion, for once, had nothing to say. Drake let out a long sigh and sat on a nearby rock, resting his elbow on his knee as he watched Issei train. TCH. Do whatever you want. Not like you'll listen to anyone anyway, Kuroka smirked. I'm so cold, Drake. At least pretend you care, Naya. Drake rolled his eyes. You think I don't? I just know it's pointless. Tiamat smirked, her voice teasing. Sounds like you're finally learning. Drake shot her a glare, but she only laughed. Meanwhile, Issei's relentless training continued. The group watched him, a strange sense of inevitability settling over them. No matter what they said, no matter how much they tried to slow him down, Issei would keep moving forward, even if it meant breaking himself to reach heights no one else could touch. As Issei swung the massive pillar once more, sending another shockwave through the mountains, Albion exhaled sharply, her blue eyes still locked onto him. Then she turned to Drake. How long has he been training like this? Drake leaned back against a boulder, arms crossed. Like this? A month. Silence. Kuroka's ears twitched. A whole month, Naya? Drake nodded. Yeah. Every single day. From sunrise to well past midnight. Tiamat frowned. That's excessive, Drake snorted. Tell that to him. Not like he'd listen. Kromkruch's golden eyes gleamed. A month under that kind of weight, lifting that pillar? Drake's expression remained unreadable. That pillar, that weight, those swings. Over and over again. Every single day. Without fail. Vala clenched her fists. TCH. That's insane. Albion narrowed her eyes. No. That's dedication beyond reason. The group fell silent again, watching as Issei, his body battered, his breath heavy, lifted the pillar once more. His movements were slower, his muscles strained, but his eyes never wavered. And despite everything, despite a whole month of relentless training, he still wasn't stopping. Drake let out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair as he watched Issei continue his relentless training. The mountain had already been reshaped by his efforts, yet he still swung that massive pillar as if nothing else in the world mattered. Albion, her gaze still fixed on Issei, finally spoke. And how long do you think he'll keep doing this? Drake exhaled sharply, his crimson eyes narrowing. Until he's satisfied with his strength. Tiamat crossed her arms. And when will that be? Drake let out a low chuckle, but there was no humor in it. That's the problem. It's gonna be a long time. Kuroka tilted her head. So what do we do, Naya? Drake shrugged. Nothing, Vala scowled. Nothing? You're just going to let him keep pushing himself like this? Drake glanced at her. And what exactly do you think you can do to stop him? Silence. Vala's hands clenched at her sides, but she had no answer. Kromkruch smirked. He has the will of a warrior. Stopping him would be an insult. Albion's piercing blue eyes remained locked onto Issei. So we just watch? Drake sighed. That's all we can do. Another deafening boom echoed through the mountains as Issei slammed the pillar down again, sending cracks splintering across the ground. Despite his trembling arms, despite the weight crushing down on him, despite the sheer exhaustion seeping into his bones, he lifted the pillar again, and the group knew, no matter how much time passed, no matter how much his body screamed in protest, Issei would not stop, because for him, strength was everything, and he wouldn't stop until he had more. Few minutes has passed. The relentless training continued. The rhythmic crashes of the pillar echoed across the mountains, shaking the earth with every impact. Each swing sent waves of pressure through the air, forcing even the onlookers to brace themselves. Issei's breath was ragged, his body drenched in sweat, but his golden eyes remained sharp. Determined. Unyielding. Then, he stopped. The silence was deafening after the constant barrage of shockwaves. The group watched as Issei stood there, his chest rising and falling heavily. His grip tightened on the pillar, his muscles trembling from the relentless strain. Then, without turning around, he spoke. Drake. The dragon raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Issei's voice came out rough but filled with absolute certainty. Increase it, Drake frowned. What? Issei finally turned his head, those golden eyes burning with an intensity that made even the mighty dragon pause. Increase the weight. Double it. Silence. Everyone froze. Kuroka's ears twitched. Naya? Tiamat blinked. You want what? Even Crom Crutch narrowed her eyes slightly. You're already carrying a weight that most dragons couldn't even stand under. And you want double that? Issei didn't hesitate. Yes. Drake let out a short laugh. You sure about that? The weight you're under right now is already pushing you past your limits. If I double it, your body might not even be able to move. Issei's grip on the pillar tightened, his knuckles turning white. He took a deep breath before looking Drake dead in the eye. Do it. Drake studied him for a moment. He saw the exhaustion, the strain, the sheer physical toll that this training had already taken on him. But more than that, he saw the fire in his eyes, the kind of fire that refused to be extinguished, the kind of fire that burned away fear, doubt, and hesitation. Drake sighed, rolling his shoulders. All right then. The air around him shifted. A deep crimson aura flared to life, wrapping around his body before flowing into Issei. The moment the energy surged into him, boom, the ground beneath Issei shattered, forming a deep crater as an unseen force pressed down on him. His entire body locked up, muscles screaming in protest as the sheer weight crushed down with merciless intensity. A groan escaped his throat as his legs trembled, his breath catching in his chest. Then, he moved, slowly. Painfully, but he moved. His fingers tightened around the pillar, his arms shaking violently as he pulled it upward. Veins bulged along his forearms, sweat poured down his face, and every fiber of his being resisted. But he refused to yield. Inch by inch, he lifted it. Tiamat's eyes widened. That's ridiculous, Albion, who had seen countless warriors in her time, whispered under her breath. How? Crom Crutch grinned, her battle-hungry gaze never leaving Issei. Ha! Now this is getting interesting. Kuroka swallowed, her tail flicking anxiously. He's really insane. Naya, Valley, despite herself, felt a chill run down her spine. She gritted her teeth. TCH. This guy. What is he even chasing? Drake watched silently, his expression unreadable. He had known Issei for a long time, long enough to understand one thing. He wasn't chasing anything. He was climbing, higher, stronger, beyond limits, no matter how much it hurt, no matter how much it broke him, and no matter how long it took. Issei's body shook violently, but his voice, though strained, rang out with absolute clarity. This isn't enough. And with that, he swung the pillar down again. For hours, Issei continued, swing after swing, each impact tore through the land, shaking the very foundation of the mountain. His body screamed, his vision blurred, but he never stopped. Even under twice the weight, even as his arms felt like they were being ripped apart, even as his breathing grew more ragged, he kept moving forward. The others watched in a tense silence. Even Kuroka, who always had something playful to say, remained quiet. Then, he stopped. The massive pillar rested on his shoulder, his grip still firm. His chest rose and fell in heavy breaths, his entire body drenched in sweat. But he didn't move, he just stood there. Seconds passed, then more. The group exchanged glances. What's he doing? Tiamat asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Crom Crutch narrowed her eyes. His stance hasn't wavered. His body should be giving out by now. Vala stepped forward slightly. TCH. Why isn't he saying anything? Then, his fingers twitched. The pillar, the same one he had been wielding for a month without rest, slipped from his grip. Boom! It slammed into the ground, sending another powerful shockwave across the mountain. Dust and debris shot into the air, but Issei remained standing, or at least, for a few more seconds, his golden eyes still burning with unyielding determination, dimmed. His body swayed. Then, he collapsed, his knees buckled, his body giving in completely as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Issei! Kuroka was the first to react, dashing forward. Tiamat and Albion followed immediately, their expressions tight with concern. Crom Crutch stepped closer, her battle-hungry smirk gone. Even Vala's usual scowl faltered for a brief moment as she approached. Drake sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. Finally, Vala snapped her head toward him. Finally? What the hell do you mean by finally? Drake leaned back, exhaling. He was running on pure willpower at the end. His body gave out a long time ago, but his mind wouldn't let him stop. Albion's piercing blue eyes flickered toward Issei's unmoving form. Then, He was forcing himself to stay awake? Drake nodded. Yeah. And he kept going long past what any sane person would. Tiamat crouched beside Issei, her fingers gently brushing against his arm. His entire body was trembling slightly, his breathing uneven, but steady. He needs rest. A lot of it. Kuroka placed a hand on his chest, her ears twitching. His heartbeat is strong, Naya. But he's completely drained. Krom Crutch crossed her arms. Impressive. Vala clenched her fists. TCH. More like reckless. Drake let out another sigh. Yeah, well, that's just who he is. The group remained there for a while, staring at the unconscious dragon in front of them. Even after pushing himself beyond reason, even after breaking past limits no one else dared to approach, he still wouldn't stop. And they all knew, the moment he woke up, he would start again. Issei's mindscape. Darkness surrounded him. The weight that had been crushing his body moments ago was gone, replaced by an eerie silence. Slowly, his senses returned. The scent of grass. The sound of wind brushing through trees. The warmth of the sun against his skin. Issei opened his eyes. He stood in an endless field, golden with the touch of late afternoon sunlight. In the distance, a lone tree swayed gently, its crimson leaves drifting with the wind. And there, sitting on a small rock in the middle of it all, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. His back was straight, his hands resting calmly on his lap. The legendary swordsman's eyes were closed, his expression peaceful, as if he had been waiting. Issei took a step forward. The grass crunched beneath his feet, but Yoriichi did not stir. You again? Issei muttered, his voice steady despite the exhaustion lingering in his soul. Yoriichi finally opened his eyes. Warm, kind, yet filled with immeasurable depth. He looked at Issei, studying him with quiet understanding. You have been pushing yourself, Yoriichi said gently. Issei scoffed. TCH. You think? Yoriichi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the field. You are not satisfied yet, Yoriichi finally said. It was not a question. Issei clenched his fists. No. A soft breeze passed between them. Yoriichi remained still. Then, after a moment, he spoke again. Why do you seek strength? Issei's jaw tightened. It was a simple question. One that had been asked before. One that others had tried to answer for him. To surpass limits. To grow stronger. To reach heights no one else could. But now, standing before this man, the question felt heavier. Because I have to, Issei finally said. His voice was firm, unwavering. Because I won't stop until I reach the top. Yoriichi closed his eyes for a moment, as if considering his words. Then, when he opened them again, there was something different in his gaze. Understanding, but also something else. Sadness. Very well, Yoriichi said, slowly rising to his feet. His movements were fluid, effortless, as if he weighed nothing at all. He stepped forward, stopping just a few feet from Issei. If you wish to continue down this path, Yoriichi said softly, then you must be prepared. Issei's eyes narrowed. Prepared for what? Yoriichi held his gaze. For what comes next. Then, without another word, he unsheathed his sword. The simple, unassuming katana gleamed under the setting sun. Issei instinctively stepped back, his body tensing, but Yoriichi simply raised his blade, and the world changed. Few minutes later, Issei barely had time to react before the world shifted. The golden fields blurred, the sky darkened, and suddenly, clang! His instincts screamed as his body moved on its own, barely dodging the strike that came faster than anything he had ever seen. Yoriichi stood before him, sword extended, his eyes calm yet unyielding. Issei gritted his teeth. Yoriichi didn't let him finish. Another step. Another strike. Faster, sharper. Issei barely had time to move before the blade stopped just short of his neck. The pressure alone made his skin tingle. It was precise. Unstoppable. Absolute. Why? Issei growled, stepping back. Yoriichi lowered his sword slightly. Because you are still lacking. A flash of irritation crossed Issei's face. I've been training my body nonstop. I've pushed past limits no one else would even consider. And you're telling me that's not enough? Yoriichi shook his head. Your body is strong, but your mind is not yet refined. His crimson eyes softened slightly. Michikatsu, you have walked a long path, yet the way you wield your sword still carries doubt. Issei's breath itched. That name, Michikatsu. It had been so long since he'd heard it. Yoriichi's gaze did not waver. You wanted his legacy to live on, carry the weight of his past. Issei clenched his fists. TCH, so what? Yorichi exhaled softly, lowering his sword fully. If you wish to reach the heights you seek, then you must accept all that you are. Not just strength. Not just power. But the mind that wields the blade. A pause. Then Yorichi raised his sword once more. This time, you will train not just your body, but your soul, Issei scoffed. And how the hell do I do that? Yorichi's stance shifted. His presence, already overwhelming, became suffocating. You will fight me, Issei's eyes narrowed. You're saying this is a mental battle? Yorichi nodded. While you train here, your body will continue its path in reality. Your mind and spirit will refine themselves here. Your blade will follow. Issei's grip tightened. He exhaled, steadying himself. Fine. Without another word, Yorichi moved. Faster than thought, the world blurred, and the battle began. Reality. The moment Issei collapsed, his body stilled. His breathing was deep, steady, but his muscles twitched as if he were still moving. The others stood around him, tense. What now? Vala muttered, watching him carefully. Drake folded his arms. Now? We wait. Tiamat frowned. Wait for what? Drake smirked slightly. For him to keep going, and sure enough, even unconscious, Issei's fingers curled slightly, his muscles flexing. His body, though at rest, was still in motion. He was still training, even now. Back to the battlefield. The battlefield around him blurred as Yorichi moved, his blade cutting through the air with effortless grace. Issei gritted his teeth, barely managing to dodge as the pressure of the strikes pushed him back. But then, a flash of something different. The world darkened, shifting again, but this time it wasn't a battlefield. It wasn't training. It was memories. Issei's breath hitched as he saw himself. No, not just himself. Standing before him was Kokushibbo, not the demon. Not the warrior lost in regret, but Michikatsu Tsujikuni, his father figure. The man who had once guided him, stood beside him, and watched over him with quiet strength. And beside them, Drake, his sworn brother. The three of them stood together, the warmth of the sun touching their skin. It was a peaceful day, the sounds of nature filling the air. The distant crackle of a campfire. The steady rhythm of waves crashing against the shore. Issei saw himself, his past self, laughing as he sparred with Drake. The dragon, in his humanoid form, grinned as he threw a playful punch, only for Issei to dodge at the last second. You're getting slow, old man, Issei teased, smirking. Drake scoffed. TCH, says the brat who still can't land a solid hit on me. A deep chuckle echoed behind them. Both turned. Michikatsu stood there, arms crossed, watching them with a small smile. His long, dark hair swayed in the breeze, and despite his usual composed demeanor, there was something gentle in his gaze. You two never change, Michikatsu said, shaking his head. Issei smirked. And you always stand there looking like some wise old man, but you never jump in. Michikatsu chuckled again. Because there is no need. You both already understand what must be done. Strength is not simply about fighting, he paused, looking at them both. But about knowing when to fight, and when to trust those beside you. Drake huffed. Yeah, we get it. You always say stuff like that, old man. Michikatsu simply smiled, shaking his head. That warmth. That peace. Issei clenched his fists. Why does this feel so distant? The image flickered. Cracks ran through the memory. The warmth faded, replaced by cold. The sunlight dimmed, swallowed by darkness. The vision shattered, and Issei was back in the battlefield. Back in the fight. Yorichi stood before him, sword raised, his crimson eyes calm but piercing. Issei's breathing was heavy. His heart pounded, but in that moment, something had changed. His mind was clearer. He had not forgotten. The past was not gone. Michikatsu. Drake. The bonds they shared, they were still with him. Even now, Issei straightened, exhaling deeply. Then, gripping his sword tighter, he met Yorichi's gaze. I'm ready. Yorichi gave a slight nod, and then, the real training began. Reality. The tension in the air had settled, but a heavy silence remained. Issei's body, drenched in sweat and covered in faint bruises from the sheer strain of his training, lay still. His breathing was steady yet deep, as if he was locked in a battle within his own mind. Drake exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. TCH. Knew this would happen sooner or later. Kuroka tilted her head, watching Issei closely. Well, at least he didn't break himself this time. Naya. Vala crossed her arms, her silver eyes narrowing. Not yet. Krom Kruch, who had been leaning against a tree, finally pushed off and approached. Are we just going to leave him lying here? Tiamat sighed and shook her head. No. He needs to rest properly. She glanced at Drake. You're the closest to him. You carry him, Drake scoffed. Oh? And here I thought the great Tiamat would be the one rushing to take care of him. Tiamat's eye twitched. I'm not carrying his sweaty, heavy ass all the way back, Albion smirked. I can carry him. Drake turned to her with a deadpan expression. Oh yeah? And how do you plan to do that in your current form? Albion simply smiled. I have my ways, Valis sighed. We're wasting time. Drake, just pick him up. Drake grumbled under his breath but crouched down and easily lifted Issei onto his back. You owe me for this, partner, he muttered, though he knew Issei couldn't hear him. With that, they made their way back, inside Issei's home. The room was dimly lit, the scent of fresh air lingering through the open window. Drake carefully set Issei down onto the bed, adjusting him slightly before stepping back. Kuroka leaned over, staring at Issei's sleeping face. He looks kinda cute when he's not trying to kill himself, Naya. Tiamat sighed. That's because he's finally not being reckless for once. Crom Crouch sat on the nearby couch, arms crossed. How long do you think he'll be out? Drake scratched his head. Hard to say. Normally, he'd be up in a few hours, but this time. His gaze softened slightly. He went harder than usual, Vala frowned. Harder than usual? You mean he wasn't always training like this? Drake chuckled dryly. Oh, he was. But today, he pushed past his own limit. Again, Albion watched silently before finally speaking. You realize he's not going to stop, right? Everyone fell silent. Drake sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah. I know. Kuroka flicked her tail. So, what do we do? Drake glanced at Issei before looking at the others. We wait. Crom Crouch raised an eyebrow. For what? Drake smirked slightly. For him to wake up and do it all over again. Silence fell over them again, but this time, there was a strange sense of inevitability in the air, because they all knew, no matter what they did, no matter how much they tried to stop him, Issei would keep going, and there was nothing they could do about it. Issei's house. The once lively atmosphere in Issei's home had dimmed over the past week. At first, they had expected him to wake up within a few hours, maybe a day at most. But now, 7 days had passed, and he still hadn't moved. Drake sat on the couch, his usual carefree demeanor absent. His arms were crossed, and his crimson eyes remained locked on Issei's unmoving form. Kuroka, who had been lounging at first, now sat upright beside him, her tail flicking anxiously. This isn't normal, Naya. Crom Crouch stood against the wall, arms folded, her golden eyes sharp with concern. A few days, sure, but an entire week? Her voice held frustration. Tiamat, who had initially dismissed it as exhaustion, now had a troubled expression. This isn't like him. Valley, standing near the window, clenched her fists. Her silver blue eyes burned with growing frustration. We should do something. Drake exhaled sharply. And what exactly do you suggest? Vala turned on him. We wake him up. Albion, who had remained quiet all this time, finally spoke. That might not be possible. Kuroka's ears perked up. Why not, Naya? Albion's glowing blue eyes studied Issei carefully. I can feel it. He's not just asleep. His mind is somewhere else. Silence. That single statement changed everything. Drake's expression darkened. You're saying, he's trapped in his own head? Albion nodded. Something like that. Crom Crouch's jaw tightened. Then how do we pull him out? Another silence followed. No one had an answer. For the first time in a long while, they didn't know what to do. A week later, the tension in the room was thick, the silence oppressive. They had spent the past week waiting, watching, hoping for any sign of movement from Issei, and then, a faint groan broke the silence. Everyone's head snapped toward the bed. Issei's fingers twitched. His breathing, which had been slow and steady for days, suddenly deepened. Then, his golden eyes fluttered open. TCH. He let out a low grunt, his brows furrowing as he shifted slightly. His body felt heavy, stiff, as if he had been asleep for far too long. With a slow, controlled movement, he pushed himself up, sitting on the edge of the bed. The room remained silent, all eyes locked onto him. Kuroka's ears perked up in surprise. Finally awake, Naya? Tiamat exhaled in relief. Took you long enough. Vala's arms were crossed, but her silver blue eyes betrayed the concern she refused to voice. You were out for a week. Kokushibbo stepped closer, golden eyes sharp. What happened to you? Drake was the only one who didn't immediately speak. Instead, he studied his partner carefully before sighing. You good, partner? Issei didn't answer right away. He rolled his shoulders, testing his body, feeling the lingering fatigue still present in his muscles. But more than that, his mind was clear. He had trained. He had learned, and now, he had returned. His voice was rough, low. I'm fine. He looked at them, his golden eyes unwavering. But there was something different, something deeper, and they all felt it. The room was still silent, everyone watching Issei carefully. But he didn't say anything else. He simply stood up. His movements were steady but deliberate, as if testing his body after the long rest. Without a word, he walked past them and made his way toward the kitchen. The others exchanged glances before following. As they entered, they saw him already at the table. Plates of food, mostly meat, had been left there, likely prepared in case he woke up. Issei didn't bother with utensils. He grabbed a large piece of roasted meat with his bare hand and bit into it. Tear. Chew. Swallow. Repeat. The only sounds in the kitchen were his eating. His jaw moved with a steady rhythm, tearing through the meal like a beast who had been starving for days. Kuroka leaned on the doorframe, tail flicking. You're really going all in, Naya. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. At least sit down while you eat. Issei didn't respond. He just kept eating. Vala crossed her arms. I guess that proves he's fine. Kokushibbo smirked slightly. Or just starving. Drake sat at the counter, watching with mild amusement. TCH. Figures. After a week of nothing, your body's craving energy. Issei finished one slab of meat and reached for another. He wasn't rushing, just consuming. It was raw efficiency, nothing else mattered. The others simply stood there, letting him eat. There was something primal about it, not reckless, not desperate, but controlled. And as they watched, they all had the same thought. He's not the same as before. After a few minutes of eating, Issei took the last bite of meat, chewing slowly before swallowing. Without hesitation, he reached for the jug of water on the table, lifted it, and drank the entire thing in one go. The others watched in silence as he set the empty jug down. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then turned away from the table and started walking toward the door. Kuroka blinked. Where are you going, Naya? Issei didn't stop. Train. The room went dead silent. Vala narrowed her eyes. You just woke up after being unconscious for a week. And your first thought is to train? Issei kept walking. Kokushibbo stepped forward. TCH. You just recovered. Your body. I'm fine. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Tiamat scoffed. You really don't stop, do you? Drake sighed, rubbing his forehead. I should have expected this. Albion finally spoke, her blue eyes watching Issei carefully. Are you sure? Issei finally stopped at the doorway. His golden eyes burned with quiet determination as he looked back at them. I'm not strong enough yet. Then, without waiting for a response, he walked out, pushing too far. As Issei stepped outside, the temperature in the room dropped. A dangerous aura filled the air. Vala's voice was sharp, cutting through the silence like a blade. Issei barely had time to turn before. Boom! A gust of silver-blue energy surged past him, slamming into the ground ahead and leaving a crater. He stopped walking. Vala's fists were clenched, her silver-blue eyes blazing with fury. You were unconscious for a week, and you think you can just get up and start training again? Kuroka crossed her arms, tail flicking angrily. You really don't get it, do you, Naya? You think we're just gonna watch you break yourself again? Kokushibbo stepped forward, golden eyes filled with irritation. TCH. You're not invincible, Issei. Even the strongest rest. Tiamat exhaled sharply, shaking her head. You should at least give your body time to adjust. Albion's blue eyes glowed. They're right. Pushing too far won't make you stronger. It'll break you. But Issei didn't react. His golden eyes remained steady. Unshaken. Vala grit her teeth. Say something, damn it! Issei finally turned to face them. His expression was unreadable. His voice calm. I don't have time to rest. That only made things worse. Kuroka's ears flattened, her frustration boiling over. You idiot, Naya! If you keep this up, you won't get stronger. You'll destroy yourself. Kokushibbo's aura flared, her battle instincts screaming at her to knock some sense into him. TCH. You think training until you collapse makes you stronger? Vala took a step closer, her aura surging. If you don't care about yourself, fine. But we do. The weight behind her words made even Drake pause. Issei stared at them for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes, took a breath, and spoke. I know. That stunned them into silence. His voice wasn't dismissive. It wasn't cold. It was quiet. Resolute. But I have to keep going. His golden eyes opened, burning with something deeper, something unshakable. Vala clenched her fists, frustration still evident, but she could see it. The weight he carried. The others could see it too. They weren't just angry anymore. They were worried. The air between them remained tense, but no one spoke right away. Kuroka's tail flicked sharply, her nails digging into her arms. You know, huh? Her voice was lower now, less teasing, more serious. Then act like it, Naya. Crutch crossed her arms, golden eyes narrowing. You have nothing to prove to us, Issei. Tiamat exhaled, rubbing her temple. If you push too hard, you'll break before you reach what you're chasing. Albion's voice was calm but firm. Even warriors rest. But it was Vala who stepped forward again. Her silver blue eyes burned, her voice steady but sharp. What the hell are you even after, Issei? Issei stared at her, silent. She took another step closer. I'm serious. What's driving you so hard that you can't even stop for a second? His golden eyes flickered, just for a second, but no answer came. TCH. Vala clicked her tongue, frustrated. You won't even say it? Silence. She clenched her fists. You're strong. We all know that. But this is reckless. This isn't strength. Issei finally turned away from them again. His voice was quiet. Then let me be reckless. That was it. That was the last straw. Before he could take another step, boom! A silver blue fist slammed into his face. Vala punched him, hard enough to make him stagger back. Not enough to truly hurt him, but enough to make her point very, very clear. The others tensed, watching. Issei slowly straightened, tilting his head slightly to roll his jaw. He didn't retaliate. Vala's glare didn't waver. You're not alone, you idiot. Kuroka stepped beside her, her golden eyes sharp. You're part of us, Naya. Act like it. Crutch crossed her arms. You want to get stronger? Fine. But we're not letting you break yourself to do it, Tiamat scoffed. Like hell, we'll just sit back and watch. Drake finally spoke, exhaling through his nose. They're right, partner. The weight of their words finally settled in. For a moment, Issei didn't move. Then, he exhaled slowly, his fists unclenched. He didn't say anything, but he didn't walk away this time. Vala crossed her arms, satisfied. Good. Now sit your ass down and rest. For once, he listened. With Issei finally not resisting, Kuroka, Vala, and Crutch took full advantage of the moment. Kuroka purred, rubbing her cheek against his arm. Now that you're finally cooperating, let's move, Naya. Vala smirked, her silver blue eyes gleaming. Yeah. You're coming with us. Crutch didn't even give him a choice. She tightened her grip on his shoulders from behind, leaning closer. TCH. We're making sure you don't pull another stunt like that. Before Issei could say anything, they started walking, and they made sure he followed. Kuroka clung to his arm, Vala pressed against his other side, and Crom stayed behind him, making it impossible to slip away. Even Albion and Tiamat just watched, amused. Drake sighed. TCH. At least he's not fighting it. Slowly but surely, they led Issei back to his room. When they reached the bed, Kuroka smirked. Now, be a good boy and lie down, Naya. Issei stared at her. Then, without a word, he did. Kuroka grinned, satisfied, before slipping beside him, pressing against his side. Vala huffed but followed, lying on his other side, arms crossed but her body close. And then, Crutch moved without hesitation, climbing over him and resting directly on his chest. Issei tensed slightly as Crom's golden eyes stared up at him, unbothered. She smirked. TCH. If you try to get up, I'll feel it first. Kuroka giggled. That means you're trapped, Naya. Vala's voice was quiet but firm. Just shut up and sleep. Issei exhaled slowly. For once, he closed his eyes and listened. As Issei finally stopped resisting, the tension in the air lessened, but it didn't disappear. Kuroka, Vala, and Crutch weren't done with him yet. Kuroka's tail flicked, a mischievous glint in her golden eyes. You finally listening, Naya? That's a surprise, Vala huffed, her arms still crossed. Took you long enough, Crutch smirked, stepping closer. TCH, guess you can be reasonable. Issei didn't answer. Instead, he just let out a long breath, his body finally beginning to register the exhaustion he had been pushing down. And that was when they moved. Kuroka suddenly stepped right up to him, pressing herself against his side with a satisfied hum. Now, since you're finally listening, I think we deserve some compensation, Naya. Before he could react, Vala pushed against his other side, leaning into him. Her silver blue eyes glared up at him, but there was a faint smirk on her lips. You're not getting away so easily. And then, Kokushibbo moved behind him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders from behind, resting her chin near his neck. Issei stiffened slightly, but none of them let go. Tiamat raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you three doing? Kuroka purred, tail flicking. Keeping him right here, Naya. Kokushibo's voice was casual. He tries to move, we'll just hold him down. Vala smirked. Consider this your punishment. Issei exhaled slowly. He knew there was no point in fighting this, so for once, he let them stay. With Issei finally not resisting, Kuroka, Vala, and Kokushibo took full advantage of the moment. Kuroka purred, rubbing her cheek against his arm. Now that you're finally cooperating, let's move, Naya. Vala smirked, her silver blue eyes gleaming. Yeah. You're coming with us. Kokushibo didn't even give him a choice. She tightened her grip on his shoulders from behind, leaning closer. TCH. We're making sure you don't pull another stunt like that. Before Issei could say anything, they started walking, and they made sure he followed. Kuroka clung to his arm, Vala pressed against his other side, and Kokushibbo stayed behind him, making it impossible to slip away. Even Albion and Tiamat just watched, amused. Drake sighed. TCH. At least he's not fighting it. Slowly but surely, they led Issei back to his room. When they reached the bed, Kuroka smirked. Now, be a good boy and lie down, Naya. Issei stared at her. Then, without a word, he did. Kuroka grinned, satisfied, before slipping beside him, pressing against his side. Vala huffed but followed, lying on his other side, arms crossed but her body close. And then, Kokushibo moved without hesitation, climbing over him and resting directly on his chest. Issei tensed slightly as Kokushibo's golden eyes stared up at him, unbothered. She smirked. TCH. If you try to get up, I'll feel it first. Kuroka giggled. That means you're trapped, Naya. Vala's voice was quiet but firm. Just shut up and sleep. Issei exhaled slowly. For once, he closed his eyes and listened. The night passed without disturbance. Plus, for the first time in a long while, Issei slept deeply. The warmth of the three lying beside, and on top of him, kept him still. He didn't wake up in the middle of the night, didn't force himself up for training, didn't feel the weight of his own expectations crushing him. Instead, he just rested. Morning arrived. The first to wake was Kokushibo. Her golden eyes flickered open, adjusting to the dim light. It took her a second to remember where she was. She could feel the steady rise and fall of Issei's chest beneath her. He was still asleep. For someone who had been pushing himself past every limit, that alone was rare. Kokushibo smirked slightly. Good. He actually listened. She shifted slightly, but didn't move off him. Instead, her gaze turned to the others. Kuroka was curled up beside Issei, her tail lazily flicking in her sleep. A small smile rested on her lips, her ears twitching slightly. Vali, on the other hand, was much stiffer. She had fallen asleep with her arms crossed, her body still slightly tense. Even now, Kokushibo could only smirk at that. Even in sleep, she doesn't relax, huh? Still, they had all stayed. The door creaked open. Tiamat peeked in, her blue eyes scanning the room. When she saw them all still lying there, her lips curled into an amused smirk. Ha! So you three really did hold him down all night? Albion appeared behind her, shaking her head. Good. Drake, standing further back, just sighed. TCH. What a pain, Kokushibo smirked. Worked though. Tiamat chuckled, crossing her arms. So what now? Albion glanced at Issei. Now? We see what he does when he wakes up. They all knew he wouldn't stay still forever, but for now, they would make sure he didn't push himself too far. The room remained quiet, the early morning light filtering through the curtains. Then, a breath. Issei's eyes slowly opened. His golden irises flickered in the dim light, his vision adjusting. For a moment he didn't move. He could feel weight on his chest, a familiar presence. His gaze shifted downward slightly. Kokushibo. She was still resting on top of him, her golden eyes half-lidded, watching him the moment he woke up. To his side, Kuroka and Vala. Kuroka was snuggled against him, her soft breaths warm against his skin. Vala was less obvious about it, But even in sleep, she had unconsciously shifted closer, her arm barely brushing against his. He exhaled. Then, he tried to move. Crom's eyes narrowed instantly. Don't, for argument. Issei paused. His golden eyes met hers. You need rest, Crom stated bluntly. Kuroka stirred slightly, her ears twitching. Still trying to run, Naya? Vala's eyes cracked open, her voice groggy but sharp. TCH, don't even think about it. For a moment, the room was silent. Then, Issei shifted. Crom Crutch's golden eyes narrowed instantly. Don't, but Issei wasn't listening. His muscles tensed, and with a sharp exhale, he pushed upward. Crom gritted her teeth as she felt the force behind it. Even with her weight pressing down on him, his strength wasn't something to take lightly. TCH, you stubborn idiot! Kuroka let out a sleepy hum, her tail flicking as she felt the shift beneath her. You're really not giving up, huh, Naya? Vala's eyes snapped open fully, and she scowled. Idiot! You're still recovering! But Issei didn't stop. His muscles flexed, his body pushing upward against the weight holding him down. Crom Crutch gritted her teeth. Even she was struggling to hold him down completely. Kuroka pouted, clinging to his arm. Stop fighting it! Naya, just rest a little longer. Vala let out a sharp breath before suddenly grabbing his wrist. Enough. She tightened her grip, her silver blue eyes sharp. You are not training right now, Crom scoffed, smirking slightly as she applied more pressure. TCH. You really want to see how much force I can use? Issei's golden eyes burned, but then, a new force slammed down. Boom! His body froze. The sheer pressure that crashed onto him made his breathing slow. It wasn't Crom. It wasn't Vala. It wasn't Kuroka. It was Drake. The Crimson Dragon stood at the doorway, arms crossed, his aura pressing down like an immovable weight. His golden eyes were sharp. Enough. For the first time, Issei couldn't move. Not because he was weak, but because Drake wasn't letting him. The entire room was tense. Then, Drake exhaled. His aura lessened, just barely. Rest. His voice was firm. You will train when your body is ready. Issei gritted his teeth but didn't argue. Drake's words weren't a suggestion. They were an order, and for now, Issei stopped resisting. The room was silent. Issei's body was still tense, his golden eyes glaring up at Drake. He didn't want to stop. He couldn't afford to stop. Yet, he couldn't move. Not with Crom's weight pressing down. Not with Drake's overwhelming aura locking him in place. Not with Vala's grip still tight on his wrist. Not with Kuroka clinging to his arm, her tail flicking against him as if reminding him to stay put. He exhaled through his nose, his muscles still coiled, ready to move. Drake's golden eyes narrowed. TCH. He finally scoffed, shaking his head. You're like a damn dragon with its fangs locked onto prey. Albion chuckled from the doorway. That's an insult to dragons. Even we know when to stop. Tiamat smirked, leaning against the wall. Barely. Crom Crutch, still on top of him, let out a low hum. So? You giving up yet? Issei said nothing, but he stopped pushing. Crom grinned. Ha! That's what I thought. Vala, still visibly irritated, let out a sharp breath before finally releasing his wrist. Don't make me restrain you next time, Kuroka giggled, her tail curling around his arm. Don't threaten him with a good time, Valley. Vala shot her a glare. Shut up, Drake, seeing that Issei had finally stopped struggling, let out a sigh and stepped back. TCH, fine. Stay in bed. At least act like you have common sense. Issei remained silent, but he closed his eyes. Not because he was tired, but because, for now, he would wait. Not forever, not even for long, just for now. Because the moment he felt strong enough, he would train again. Sunlight peeked through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. The air was still, the only sound being the slow, steady breathing of those still asleep. Issei's golden eyes opened. He remained still for a moment, his senses adjusting. Crom Crutch was still on his chest, her golden eyes closed, breathing steady. Kuroka was wrapped around his arm, her tail flicking lazily even in sleep. Vala was nearby, resting on her side, but her breathing was slightly off, awake, but pretending not to be. Issei's body felt heavy. Not from exhaustion, but from stillness. His instincts screamed at him to move, to push forward, to continue what he started. And yet, the three were still there, holding him down without even realizing it. His gaze shifted toward the door. It was slightly ajar. Drake's presence lingered outside, along with Tiamat and Albion. They were watching. Waiting, testing his patience. TCH. Issei exhaled. His fingers twitched. His muscles flexed. Then, Chrom's eyes snapped open. Don't even think about it. Her voice was calm, but firm. Kuroka stirred next, her ears twitching. I felt that. Naya trying to sneak off? Vala let out a sigh, finally opening her eyes fully. TCH. So predictable. Issei didn't answer, but he didn't stop. His muscles coiled, his body tensing, and then, boom, a sudden force pinned him back down. Not just Chrom this time, not just Kuroka, not just Vala, all three of them, together. No, Issei stilled. Chrom's smirk widened. Looks like we had the same idea. Valley, despite her irritation, seemed satisfied. TCH. You're not moving. Kuroka let out a lazy yawn, stretching her arms before snuggling back against his arm. Might as well get comfy, Naya. Outside the door, Drake chuckled. Ha! I'll give them this. They know how to handle you. Tiamat smirked. He's not going anywhere, Albion huffed. For now. And so, for the second time, Issei was forced to stay still. Issei exhaled slowly. His body was still restrained, but his mind was not. If they wouldn't let him train physically, he would train mentally. Closing his eyes, he willed himself to sleep. Darkness took him. Then, he opened his eyes to a familiar sight. A vast, endless field stretched before him, golden grass swaying gently beneath a crimson sky. A soft breeze carried the scent of autumn, and in the distance, a lone figure sat on a small rock waiting. Yorichi Tsujikuni. The man's warm brown eyes lifted as Issei approached, his expression as serene as ever. You've come again, Michikatsu. Issei stepped forward, his golden eyes locking onto Yorichi's. Stop calling me that. His voice was firm, unwavering. Yorichi remained still, watching him with quiet understanding. Issei clenched his fists. My name is Issei Tsujikuni. For the first time, something flickered in Yorichi's eyes, a brief glimpse of emotion. Issei exhaled slowly. That name was given to me by Michikatsu. Not you. Not anyone else. I am not your brother. He remembered it clearly, the moment Michikatsu had given him that name, a rare moment of warmth, a moment where he felt like a real son. When Michikatsu had looked at him, not as a disciple, not as a warrior, but as something more. You will carry the Tsujikuni name. He had said those words before he disappeared, before he became a memory, before everything changed. Yorichi studied him for a long moment. Then, his lips curved into a soft, almost unseen smile. I understand. He lowered his head slightly in acknowledgement. Then, Issei Tsujikuni, let us begin. He drew his blade, his stance perfect, his presence overwhelming, and Issei raised his own, this time, not as Michikatsu's shadow, not as Kokushibo's successor, but as Issei Tsujikuni, and then, they clashed. Reality. The room was silent, too silent. Chrom Crutch sat on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, her golden eyes narrowed as she stared at Issei's motionless form. His breathing was steady, his expression calm, but he hadn't woken up. For weeks, Kuroka, lying beside him, twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers, her ears twitching in frustration. This is getting ridiculous, Naya. He should have woken up by now. Vala leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her silver blue eyes sharp with irritation, and something deeper. Concern. He's not just sleeping. Drake let out a low sigh from the doorway. No, he's not. His voice was calmer than usual, but his golden eyes were serious. Tiamat, standing near him, tilted her head. Then what's happening? Drake exhaled. He's fighting. Albion's voice came next, her blue eyes narrowing. A mental battle? Drake nodded. Something like that. He's not unconscious because his body is weak. He's unconscious because he's training. Silence filled the room. Chrom's fingers twitched slightly before she scowled. TCH. So that idiot found a way to train even while asleep? Drake smirked, but it lacked amusement. Of course he did. He's Issei. Vala clenched her fists. Then when is he going to wake up? Drake's gaze settled on Issei's unmoving form. When he's ready. Kuroka sighed dramatically, resting her head against Issei's arm. He better not take too long, Naya. Yet, none of them could deny it. The longer he remained like this, the more they felt it. His presence, it wasn't fading, it was growing, and when he finally opened his eyes, they knew he wouldn't be the same. Issei exhaled sharply, lowering his blade. His stance was firm, but his muscles burned, not physically, but mentally. Across from him, Yorichi stood with the same calm expression he always had. His blade was untouched, his breathing steady, as if their battle had meant nothing to him. Issei knew better. Even now, No matter how much he had improved, the gap was still there, but it was smaller than before. Yorichi slowly sheathed his sword, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. You are growing stronger, Issei grunted, rolling his shoulders. Not enough. Yorichi tilted his head slightly. Are you dissatisfied with your progress? Issei closed his eyes for a moment before looking at him. No. But I'm not satisfied either. Yorichi chuckled softly, the sound light but distant, as if carried by the wind. That is good. Satisfaction leads to stagnation. Dissatisfaction leads to growth. Silence stretched between them for a moment, only the rustling of golden grass filling the air. Then, why do you fight, Issei? The question made Issei pause. His grip on his sword tightened. Why? He had never needed to ask himself that before. He had always fought to survive, to improve, to become stronger. But now, he closed his eyes and saw faces. Kuroka's teasing smirk, Vala's competitive glare, Crom Crutch's battle-hungry grin, Drake's knowing smirk, Albion's silent gaze, Tiamat's sharp, amused smile. He exhaled through his nose. Because I have to. Yorichi studied him, his brown eyes warm yet unreadable. For yourself? Issei shook his head. For them, for the people who stood beside him. For the ones who believed in him, even if they didn't say it outright. Yorichi smiled. Then you will only grow stronger, Issei scoffed. You make it sound so simple, Yorichi nodded. Because it is, Issei exhaled, staring at the crimson sky above. Then train me more. Yorichi's hand went to his blade. Of course, and once again, they clashed. Issei exhaled, his blade steady in his grip. His body felt lighter, faster, sharper, as if he had spent centuries honing his skills. And in a way, he had. He turned to Yorichi, his golden eyes narrowing. How long have I been here? Yorichi sheathed his sword, his expression as calm as ever. In your perception? A long time, Issei's eyes flickered. And in reality? Yorichi tilted his head slightly. Not even a month. Silence. Then, Issei let out a short chuckle. His smirk was sharp, his blood thrumming with excitement. So time moves faster here? Yorichi nodded. Yes. The mind is unbound by the limitations of the body. Issei rolled his shoulders, feeling his refined control, his sharpened reflexes. All of this, in just a few weeks outside, that changes everything. A new thought sparked in his mind. If he could push his training even further here, then by the time he woke up, he would be on another level entirely. His smirk widened. Then I have more time to improve. Yorichi unsheathed his blade once more. Then let us continue. This time, Issei adjusted his stance, a new idea forming in his mind, a way to surpass his limits even faster. And so, he charged forward, ready to carve his own path to strength. Issei's blade blurred through the air, the force behind his strikes enough to shake the golden field around them. For the first time, Yorichi's expression shifted. It was faint, barely noticeable, but there was the smallest glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes. Issei was close. Their swords clashed in a flurry of precise, devastating strikes, each one faster, sharper, more refined than before. Issei's instincts roared, his movements becoming so fluid it was as if he had broken past his own limits. He saw an opening. For a moment, just a brief moment, he thought he had him. His blade rushed forward, aiming for Yorichi's side. But then, a shift, a single, effortless movement. Before he could react, Yorichi's blade was already at his neck. Defeat. A heavy silence fell between them as Issei stood frozen. His muscles screamed, his breathing ragged, but his frustration, his disappointment, was louder. So close. Then, Yorichi did something unexpected. He smiled. Not just a polite, distant smile, but a real one. That was the best you've ever fought. Issei gritted his teeth before scoffing. Didn't matter. I still lost. Yorichi shook his head. It does matter. Strength is not measured by victory alone. You are improving, Issei. Issei let out a slow breath before dropping to the ground, resting his arms on his knees. TCH. Still feels like I'm chasing a damn shadow. Yorichi sat beside him, gazing at the crimson sky. I once felt the same. Issei glanced at him. Yorichi nodded. There was a time when I wished to see someone surpass me. A time when I wanted to walk beside another who understood the path I took. His voice was soft, almost nostalgic. But in the end, I was alone. Issei didn't say anything. He wasn't good with words. But, after a moment, he exhaled and smirked. Then watch closely, old man. Because next time, I'll beat you. Yorichi closed his eyes, smiling. I look forward to it. Decades. That's how long it had been, in Issei's mind. For years upon years, he had clashed blades with Yorichi, pushing himself past his own limits, refining his technique, sharpening his instincts. And now, for the first time, Yorichi struggled. It wasn't much, a slight shift in his stance, a brief flicker in his eyes, a fraction of a second longer to react. But it was there. Issei pressed forward, his blade carving through the air in a relentless storm of precise, brutal strikes. His speed had reached inhuman levels, his control so sharp that even the faintest shift in momentum could be weaponized. Yorichi countered, his blade a flowing stream of perfection, but it was no longer untouchable. Clang! Issei's attack forced Yorichi back a step, just one step, but it was enough to prove that he was catching up. Issei smirked, his golden eyes burning. You're not untouchable anymore. Yorichi studied him for a moment, then he smiled, not with amusement, but with pride. You have come far, Issei. Issei exhaled, rolling his shoulders. His muscles ached, his breath was ragged, but he had never felt stronger. Decades ago, he had thought Yorichi was unreachable. Now he could see the path ahead, and he would walk it. No, he would carve it with his own blade. The dimly lit room was silent except for the faint sound of breathing. Issei lay motionless on the bed, his face calm, but the faint tension in his muscles showed that he was anything but idle. They all knew. He wasn't just sleeping, he was training. For weeks now, his mind had been somewhere else, pushing himself beyond his limits in ways they couldn't even imagine. Kuroka sat at the edge of the bed, her tail flicking in frustration. He's really taking his time, Naya. Vala leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her piercing blue eyes locked onto Issei's still form. TCH. He's probably been fighting for what feels like centuries in there. Crom Crutch sat nearby, golden eyes narrowed. Then when the hell is he going to wake up? Albion, floating beside the bed, sighed. He'll wake up when he's satisfied. But knowing him, that won't be any time soon. Tiamat crossed her arms. Training in his mind because his body isn't ready. He's always been reckless, but this is something else. Drake chuckled, but there was no amusement in his voice. That's just who he is. He'll keep going until he feels like he's strong enough. Kuroka huffed. I'd drag him out of that dream myself if I could. Vala exhaled sharply. It's not like we can stop him. We just have to wait. A heavy silence settled over them. They all hated waiting, but for now, there was nothing else they could do. Another decade. Issei had lost count of how many times his blade had clashed with Yorichi's. Every exchange, every strike, every counter had sharpened him. And now, he was close. Their blades blurred, cutting through the air with inhuman speed. The once unreachable gap between them had shrunk to something so thin, so fragile. Issei could feel it. One more step, one more breakthrough. His blade howled as it tore through the air, his movements so fluid it was almost unnatural. Yorichi's blade met his, their clash sending out a deafening shockwave that cracked the very ground beneath them. Issei's breathing was controlled, his body acting on pure instinct, his movements refined to perfection. For the first time, Yorichi had to exert true effort. A flicker of emotion passed through Yorichi's usually calm gaze. Acknowledgement. Issei smirked. You're holding back less now. Yorichi exhaled, his grip tightening around his sword. You have climbed higher than I ever expected. Issei rolled his shoulders, his golden eyes burning. I'm not done. He lunged again, his attacks flowing seamlessly, his strength pushing beyond limits that would break any normal being. Yorichi met him strike for strike, but for the first time, his movements were no longer untouchable. The peak was right there, and Issei would reach it. Another clash, another step forward, but it wasn't enough. No matter how close Issei got, no matter how refined his movements were, the gap was still there, thin, fragile, but there. His breath was heavy, his muscles burned, but his resolve was unshaken. Yorichi moved, his blade a flash of pure mastery, but this time, Issei didn't dodge. He stood his ground, his golden eyes narrowing as something deep inside him stirred. A memory. A presence. A power, the blood of a demon. A power that had always been there, but never fully embraced. And now, it awakened. Boom! A shockwave erupted as Issei's aura exploded outward, sending cracks splintering through the ground beneath him. But this time, his form did not change. Yet, something was different. His power surged. His speed multiplied. His precision sharpened. Every fiber of his being evolved. His breathing slowed. His stance deepened. His grip on his sword felt absolute. Yorichi's eyes narrowed. He could feel it. This was different. This wasn't just raw power or reckless transformation. This was refinement. Issei had transcended. Then, he moved, and for the first time, Yorichi had to react with his full strength. Their swords clashed, but this time, Issei didn't budge. No, he pressed forward. His strikes were no longer just powerful, they were flawless. Every movement, every swing, every dodge, absolute precision. Yorichi's breathing shifted. His blade moved faster, stronger, but so did Issei. Every strike matched, every counter perfect, every gap closed. The gap that once existed between them was now gone. They were equals. Yorichi's eyes flickered with something unreadable. Then, he smiled. You have reached it, Michikatsu. But Issei didn't stop. Not yet. He wasn't done. The battlefield was silent. Two warriors stood, their bodies covered in countless cuts, their muscles aching, their breaths ragged. Issei and Yorichi, both shirtless, their skin glistening with sweat, the marks of their endless clashes etched into their flesh. They had fought for what felt like eternity, and time again, Issei had won. It had started as one victory. Then 2. Then 5. Then 10. Until finally, Yorichi could no longer keep up. Issei stood tall, his 6 crimson eyes staring at the man before him. The man he had once thought unreachable. But now, they were equals. No, he had surpassed him. Yorichi, despite his wounds, let out a soft chuckle. His smile was genuine. You have done it, Michikatsu. Issei's eyes widened slightly. Then he saw it. Yorichi was fading. His form was beginning to disperse, golden light breaking away from his body. Issei felt his chest tighten. Wait! His voice was calm yet firm. What's happening? Yorichi's smile never faded. I was here to guide you, to push you forward. That purpose is now fulfilled. Issei's jaw clenched. So that's it. Yorichi gave a small nod. You are ready. The golden light consuming him grew brighter. Issei exhaled sharply, tightening his fists. Even after everything, even after finally surpassing him, a part of him still felt like he wasn't ready to let go. Yorichi took one last step forward, staring at him with nothing but pride. Then, just before his form fully faded, he spoke once more. Good luck, my nephew. And with those final words, Yorichi vanished, leaving Issei alone. The air shifted. A pressure, subtle yet unmistakably overwhelming, filled the room. It wasn't wild or uncontrolled. It was refined, sharpened to absolute precision. Vala Kuroka, Krom Kruch, Tiamat, and Albion felt it instantly. A presence unlike before. It wasn't just power, it was dominance. Drake, who had been resting, opened his eyes immediately. His instincts roared. He knew what this meant, but he said nothing. Then, a slow, deep inhale. Issei's eyes opened. His golden pupils gleamed in the dim light, sharp and unwavering. His breathing was calm, but his body, his entire presence, was different. It was like staring at a blade that had been reforged to perfection. The room fell silent. Valen narrowed her eyes. She had never felt this from him before. Krom Kruch tensed slightly, her battle instincts roaring. This was not normal. Kuroka's ears flicked, her tail moving rapidly as she swallowed. Naya! What the hell is this? Tiamat's lips parted slightly, an unfamiliar feeling creeping into her chest. This isn't the same Issei. Even Albion, usually composed, spoke softly in Vala's mind. He has changed. Drake exhaled slowly, watching Issei sit up. His movements were controlled, precise, like a warrior who had mastered every inch of his body. Issei looked at his hands, flexing them slightly. He could feel it. The sheer power coiled within him. Then, finally, he spoke. I'm back. But they all knew. This wasn't just a return. This was an evolution. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Yori Yanagami for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.